I keep forgetting the doggone. the that you do that for me, I promise you.
both of them are only backed by the shared fiction of the humans believing that they have value.
If Hex is a religion, then Richard is God.
I'm in crypto for glory. I want to have the best cryptocurrency that's ever existed. I want to have the best performing asset that's ever existed.
And so I think of blockchain as like the internet. In the 90s, everyone thought the internet was just for email.
I bought some this morning.
They're imaginary quarters. Like, it's like playing Monopoly.
I put it all in. I went
Like, all what?
all over house money.
This is a force that is not going to go away. The cryptocurrency is not going away. And at some point, the people that you met that you thought were crazy loon birds, they're going to be in the 1%, and they're going to be the people that own half everything.
Well, that is amazing. I mean, that is sharp. That is top quality. Jonathan, what did you think?
Oh, that is amazing. I cannot wait until this documentary comes out. And for those of you who may have missed the start, this is a pre-fight show here, and we're really, really excited to have you all on live with us as well. But I got to tell you, Greg, when you go on, you go on a journey when you first discover Richard Hart, okay? And the first thing is you see all this talk about how it's a scam, okay, and how it's no good. All right, and then you go and then you start to look into him, and then you think, is this guy absolutely crazy? Okay, has he lost his mind? And then you ask yourself, is he a genius? And I think he's probably the last two are close to being quite correct when you get to know Richard Hart. So no, I can't wait for this documentary to come out, and I'm sure it will actually clear up a lot of people's points of view on Richard.
Maybe Peter Schiff may not say those same words, Jonathan.
He might think it's the first two, but
he just may. Darren, what did you think of the film, my friend?
Yeah, look, I saw that quite some time ago, and it actually got me excited from someone who personally got invested into Hex, feels like over a year ago now. So maybe I'm going to be a bit biased, but yeah, I got really excited. I saw that and I thought, this is awesome, this is great. And, you know, to a lot of people, like you said earlier, Greg, you know, Richard might seem like the guy that's the flavour of the month or whatever words you use, but he's actually been doing this for quite a long time. The buzz is now. However, he's been doing this for quite some time. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding. You saw in that video the people that have literally made millions from Richard's Hex, which is the cryptocurrency that he created, for those of you who don't know. And look, it's been life-changing for a lot of people, but as we said, you know, Peter, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because he's against cryptocurrency. He just wants to, you know, prove his point. And look, I'm just really excited for this documentary when it comes out. Do we know when it comes out?
I don't know when it comes out, but I believe it's soon. It's going to happen. So, at any rate.
Well, it looks amazing.
Did you say Peter Schiff is against cryptocurrency? Oh my God,
is that an understatement?
That's an understatement. You're not even close. So, at any rate, Jono, how do you think this is going to play out, my friend? What's going to happen?
Well, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen, because in previous fights with really done a whole lot of research. Okay, he hasn't really looked into it. All he's basically said is that, you know, cryptocurrency is fake money. There's nothing behind it, and he's not a fan. He would rather buy gold because you can actually do things with gold. That's it. But the thing is, that sort of an argument is not going to fly with someone like Richard Hart. Okay, Richard Hart is going to eat him for breakfast if he hasn't done some solid research. Now that's not putting down Peter Schiff, because I got to tell you, Peter Schiff can hold his own. I have seen him debate some of the best and smartest, brightest people in the world, okay? And he has definitely wiped the floor with him, but he has not debated anyone with the likes of Richard Hart. So it's going to be very interesting to see, has he done his research? Does he know what he's talking about? I have seen recently that he's thrown out a few jabs against Hex itself on Twitter just recently. So that leads me to believe that, yes, he is actually doing some of his research and and that he might be bringing his A game. So that I'm expecting a very, very heated debate, especially if Peter has gone and done his research on Richard.
Yeah, very good. And well, Darren, what do you think? How is it going to play out?
Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? Because we know that Peter is very good at debating, but they're both very passionate about what they're backing, what they're fighting for. You got on one side you got Peter, and he's all about gold, and he thinks that cryptocurrencies are, I think he used the words imaginary friends, and that cryptocurrency will go away, and Hex is a Ponzi scheme and a scam, and all these kinds of things that he said. And then you got Richard, who believes that cryptocurrency is not just the future, but it's the present, and then that gold just doesn't even compare. So when you get these guys going head to head, I think I'm going to be biased because I'm a crypto guy, right? I'm a crypto educator, and I'm invested in Hex. So I'm probably not the best person to ask, but I will say this: Peter will put up a damn good fight. It'll be close, but I think Richard will take it.
This is an emotional subject, isn't it? You've got two absolute opposites. You've got, on the one hand, some guys saying cryptocurrency is going through the roof, people are going to make their millions, tens of millions, and you've got the other guy saying it's going to completely disappear and it's a con. I mean, it's a very emotional debate, don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. I definitely think it is. And you just have a look at the comments already, just in the chat, and it's solidly gold versus Hex. Although I think the Hexicans have definitely shown up in numbers here today. But I got to tell you, Greg, I think you should be happy that you don't have Richard Hart and Peter Schiff in the same studio with you there today. Otherwise, I think chairs might be flying. And I think it's good having them on opposite ends of the world and keeping it online so no one gets hurt.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good show, Jono. Damn it, we should have had them both here. No, that would have been great. Darren, what are your thoughts there, my friend?
Yeah, I'm hoping for some aggro. I want to see some shouting, some yelling, fighting. I mean, we want exciting TV, right? But look, maybe it'll just be... I'm thinking they'll start off calm and composed, and then someone will fire up, and then it'll be on. And get the popcorn out, grab yourself a beer, whatever you do, and just enjoy the ride because everyone's really excited. This has gone viral on the internet. So many people are talking about this right now, and there's so many people here live already, and we haven't even started. So can't wait.
Yes, I must say, very interesting. So many people tuning in before the event. We put on a lot of events. We very rarely see that, so that's amazing. And by the way, do a thumbs up and share it out there because let's get as many people on this as possible. It's going to be a one-off. We may never see this again. This is a one-off. Now, we're getting very close to having to pause for 30 seconds and then bring these two champions on. Now, you two guys are going to come back afterwards, is that correct? And we'll have just maybe 10-minute chat at the end because the event will go for about an hour, I think. And then we'll come back and just have a quick debrief. So just before we go, Jonathan, who's going to win this bout?
Oh, look, as I said, Greg, I think it's going to be very close. It does depend. Has Peter done his homework? But even so, I don't think he's ever debated anyone with the likes of Richard Hart. Again, me being full on into crypto, I'm going to have to side with Richard Hart, but I do think Richard is going to have to work for it today. Absolutely.
Oh, there you go. Did you check Sportsbet? Was there any?
Next debate, we need Sportsbet on there for sure.
Yeah, they may too. Come on, Darren, what's going to happen?
I think Richard's going to knock him out. I'm just going to say it. I think Richard's got this, and I don't think Peter will be able to go toe-to-toe with him and, knockout blow.
Mate, I'm staying with the guy my own age, I think. I think he's classy, he's eloquent, he's intelligent, he has the battle scars, he's been there, he's done that, he's got the T-shirt. I think Peter Schiff will surprise everyone. So there you
We'll
go.
see. We'll know very shortly.
Now, I know that about 90% of the people here are all Hex fans, so they might be throwing things at the screen. But that's okay. I think Peter will hold his own. Okay, that's good. Any final comments from you, Jonathan?
No, nothing yet. But I'm really, really looking forward to it. I know we're just getting Peter online and set up, so we will be having just a short, 30-second break while we get Peter Schiff on the stream. But I got to tell you, I'm here. I've got my pen. I've got my paper. I'm ready to take notes and make sure everyone that's watching this on YouTube put in who do you think won at the end. I'm very, very interested to see, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what everyone else thinks, because if everyone's buying gold, gold's going up. If everyone's buying hex, hex is going up. So what really matters is what the masses think. And we're really, really interested to know who you think has won and who has got your vote of confidence for the future. So make sure you use the chat and let us know.
Good on you, fantastic. And Darren, any final words?
Not really. I mean, Jonathan said it all. Just make sure you guys let us know who you think won, and we will be jumping back on at the end, Jonathan and myself, with Greg to do like a post-debate wrap-up show. And yeah, we'd love to hear your comments. So don't be shy. Use that comments box below and let us know what you think. And we'll see you then.
I got my computer set up here and the comments are going so fast. How does one read all that?
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's amazing. So fantastic. Everybody out there, well done. Keep sending through your chats. We love it. Thank you for being part of the program. Just hang in there. Give us 30 to 60 seconds while we wire everybody up, and I'll be right back. Hello and welcome. I'm Greg Owen, the CEO of the GoCo Group. I'll be your host today. I've got to tell you, it has not been easy getting these two men together. This event's been on, it's been off, it's been back on, it's been off. I'm pleased to tell you it's on. We have two heavyweight champions in Richard Hart and Peter Schiff going head to head today. This may never happen again, so let's sit back and enjoy it. Let me introduce these two gentlemen to you. Peter Schiff. Peter is an American stockbroker, financial commentator and radio personality. He's a regular on television programs throughout the world for his economic commentary and opinion. Peter has been a financial commentator for over 30 years. This is when Richard was still wearing short trousers in primary school. Peter is a man who has seen all the major economic ups and downs. He certainly is a scarred economic general who has always been on the front foot of economics in the world. Peter has a reputation of going head to head with some of the most powerful people on the planet, and I can tell you he doesn't lose very often. Richard Hart. Richard's a bit of the flavour of the month. He's the creator and founder of the highly successful cryptocurrency HEX. He's said to have a very high IQ and extraordinary ability in mathematics. This man has a herd of people who follow him around the world. He's like a god. However, many call him a gunslinger, a scam coin owner, a Ponzi scheme creator who can be very rude, very abrupt, and very narcissistic tendencies. He's living somewhere in Europe, but nobody really knows exactly for his own safety. So, ladies and gentlemen, just before I do that, I want to say something. When I was a young boy, 16 years of age, I want to tell you a true story. Everybody loves a story. And I remember there was this fight taking place, 1974. And I was 16 years of age. And I huddled myself into this pub to watch this fight against a former world heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali. And he was fighting this new, young, brutal George Foreman. They called it the Rumble in the Jungle. I can still feel the electricity in that pub as I speak to you now as a young 16-year-old boy. There was George Foreman. He had brutally, viciously mauled everybody he came across. And he was the world heavyweight champion. But Muhammad Ali said, I'll take you on. All the critics said Muhammad Ali could not win it. He's too old. He's done. He's over. Now, you all want to know what happened in that fight, don't you? Well, I can tell you, I can still remember it. I don't need to read anything. I don't need to Google anything. Muhammad Ali came out and defended himself and didn't throw any punches from any part of the fight. And George punched himself out. And then all of a sudden, about the 8th round, Muhammad Ali let loose. And he knocked out this young 23-year-old world heavyweight champion, George Foreman, in the Rumble of the Jungle in Zaire. How will today turn out? Will this old fox win? Or will this young gun actually turn the tables and mow the older economic man down? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome, and I've got here Richard Hart and Peter Schiff. Are you there, gentlemen?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. Maybe you could just stop talking about how old I am. I'm not that old, you know. Plenty of people older than I am.
Well, we're kind of a similar age, mate. So I'm feeling, look, 60 is the new 40 or something, isn't it now?
Well, I'm not even 60 yet, so.
Well, I am. So
All right. Well, so you see, you're the old man here.
Steady. Anyway, Richard, it's good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, pleasure.
Good on you.
Pleasure. Love to be here.
Look, what I want everybody to know that how this event started is that Richard, he put a tweet out and he said to Peter, I challenge you. Would somebody take it up? We took it up and we brought you two together. It hasn't been easy, but we've brought you both together. So I want to thank you both for making the effort and giving us your time. Gentlemen, I have a series of questions. We'll run through them. Don't know how far we'll get with the questions, but I'll try and get as many done as possible. And you'll both have a chance to talk and rebuttal. Maybe if we don't scream over the top of each other, give each other a chance to explain what's going on. That'd be nice. Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
You both believe in your respective investment vehicles, and please, I'm going to read from some notes here, so please forgive me. Peter, Peter, you're about gold, and Richard, you're about cryptocurrency. Peter, where do you see gold going in the next 12 months? And Richard, where do you see cryptocurrencies heading in the next 12 months, including Bitcoin? So I'll start off with you, Peter. Where is it all going for gold?
All right, well, first of all, let's put gold in its proper context, because I'm not all about gold. I mean, I'm an investment manager, and I've constantly or consistently recommended that people hold maybe 5 or 10% of a portfolio in gold. But the remainder of the portfolio is in, income-producing assets, companies that I think have good fundamentals, that are growing their earnings, that are paying good dividends. I look at gold as a proxy for cash. A lot of people are talking about holding cash now, not for the yield, because there is none, but for the optionality, because if stocks go down or real estate goes down, you can use your cash to buy these assets on sale. Well, I do the same thing with gold. I would rather be holding gold, waiting for better buying opportunities in stocks that I like or real estate that I like, rather than fiat currency, especially in an inflationary environment where it's the fiat currency that could crash rather than the assets. But if you're holding your liquidity in gold, well, then you're protected from inflation. And so that's why I like gold. I mean, I like gold as an alternative to dollars, as an alternative to euros, yen, any of the fiat currencies, and as an alternative to any of these crypto fiat currencies. If you think stocks are expensive, if you think real estate is expensive or bonds are expensive, and you want to have dry powder, then gold is a great place to keep it. Gold is an excellent store of value. It's maintained value over the years, over the decades, over the centuries. It's been money for thousands of years. So I believe that gold is a good, it has a position in a portfolio to act as a as a store of value and as a source of liquidity. But over the long run, I mean, gold doesn't produce any income. It's not like real estate where you get rents. It's not like a stock that has earnings and pays you dividends. It's not like a bond where you can get interest, although today bonds pay very little interest, which is part of the problem. So over the long run, no, you don't want to just have all of your wealth in gold. You want to own other assets that will perform and deliver income. But over short time periods, if markets are expensive like they are now, and there's a potential for a rather substantial decline, having an allocation to gold makes a lot of sense.
Richard.
Yeah, everything he just said was very stupid. So this is going to be a very easy debate. I'm sorry for you guys that we're hoping for something very exciting. He just crushed his own argument in the first minute. I'm facing a guy that owns 10 to 20 times more not gold things than gold things, because he knows that those things are better assets. He says that gold holds value over time. It doesn't. Here's a chart of gold adjusted for inflation where you lost money for 40 years. 40 years you lost money. 40. If you had bought gold 10 years ago, you're down today. You lost money from 10 years ago, not even inflation adjusted. So for a guy that doesn't even talk his own book, literally starts the conversation with, I don't even like this stuff enough to own more than 5 or 10% of it, it's going to be a very easy debate to win. And the charts, the facts are on my side. I got good news for you. Just because gold is a terrible investment, I may even own more than Peter with my $250,000 gold watch or my gold trinkets. I understand what gold is supposed to be used for. Gold is used as jewelry for 50% of its market cap. Go on Wikipedia, look up gold. You'll see that 50% of the sales of gold is for jewelry. And what is jewelry? It's just vanity. And what could be more willy-nilly and prone to fancy than vanity? So gold that he doesn't even believe in enough to own more than 5 or 10% or recommend anyone own more than 5 or 10% is backed 50% by people flexing and looking silly. I look silly on purpose, right? So, I mean, you want to see the hex chart? You want to see what the hex chart looks like? It ain't looking like this. Here's what the hex chart looks like. Only up and to the right, forever. By the way, copper beat gold. You bought gold 5 years ago, you would have been better off with copper. Copper that you can actually use. Peter says gold, well, I don't want to crush all his arguments ahead. I could just beat all his arguments now. What he's going to say is gold has value, Bitcoin doesn't have value, which is instantly defeated by the fact that you can exchange Bitcoin for gold. I remember back when Bitcoin cost less than an ounce of gold. Now Bitcoin costs 20 times more. You could have bought, in the top of, I bought Bitcoin at 30. I mined it at 50 cents. In 2013, it went up to $1,300, which was the price of gold. An ounce of gold was worth less than a Bitcoin in 2013, 2014. Now, an ounce of gold is worth 20 times less than a Bitcoin. And so the fact that you can turn Bitcoin into gold at any time you want, I think his company even accepts Bitcoin to turn it into gold, disproves his idea that Bitcoin has no value. And I don't even like Bitcoin. Bitcoin destroys the environment just like gold does. 50 to 60 people just died yesterday mining gold. Yesterday. How many people died mining Bitcoin? So this is the reality that we live in. I've already won the argument. It's just a question to the audience.
If you're finished flattering yourself and congratulating yourself, first of all, yes, I just because I think that gold should be a small part of a portfolio doesn't mean I don't like gold. I just said that gold is not an investment. Gold is like cash. And right now, I think there are a lot of very good investments around the world that I want to own. Now, if I had a choice between just the NASDAQ and gold, I would own all gold. But those aren't my choices. If my choices were all gold or all Bitcoin, I would own all gold. If it was all gold or all hex, I would certainly own all gold. I would own no hex. I would own no Bitcoin. But when I look around the world and I see a lot of good companies trading at very low valuations and paying very good dividends, I want to own those assets. I don't want to have everything in gold. Now, if things were a lot more expensive, I might want to up my allocation to gold, but I would never include hex in my allocation. I mean, you want to talk about what gold's done over a particular period of time. Well, yeah, if you bought gold 5 years ago, you had a great return. It's up 90% over the last 5 years. Over the last 10 years, no, it's about flat over 10 years, but go over the last 20 years. 20 years ago, gold was less than 300, and now it's 1,900. So that's a pretty good return. Now, if you want to say, oh, what if you bought gold at its peak in 1980 at 800, you have a lousy return. Go back 10 years earlier, and you bought it in 1970 at $35 an ounce, and you had an incredible return. So you can always pick and choose whatever time frame is convenient for you. But the reality is you're so excited about how much hex has gone up. Hex is down about 70% from its peak. So there are people who bought hex who are down 70%. Nobody is down anywhere near 70% in gold. And the people who have made money in hex haven't made anything because they haven't sold, because they've locked up their hex in your scam of a CD. You've conned people into taking a worthless currency that you create for nothing, and they've agreed not to sell it so you can keep unloading yours to the people who are foolish enough to think there's a free lunch and they're going to get rich in your pyramid scheme, but they're not. They're going to go broke, and eventually they may come looking for you because all the money that your followers are going to lose is the money that you're making. And we'll see how the authorities feel about that, when you end up in a court of law, because I know a lot of the people who lost money are going to be looking to have to try to claw back some of their losses from your winnings.
So what Peter here is doing is called a parade of imaginary horribles. So to the best of my knowledge, no cryptocurrency founder has been imprisoned for creating a cryptocurrency. Satoshi, who created...
I didn't say imprisoned, but I think you will be sued. But go ahead.
Okay, so let me give you an example of a company that created a cryptocurrency and got sued. Unregistered security offering, Tezos, got sued, settled. EOS, unregistered security offering, raised $4.2 billion, settled for $27 million, and got a waiver to continue operating their business. And the reason the SEC is friendly towards and settles with these companies is because they actually do care about the investors, and the investors don't want their money back because they all made money. People that bought EOS at the ICO made money and are still up today. People that bought Tezos at the ICO made money and are still up today. And so this idea that people are going to want their money back is factually false, provably false by SEC jurisprudence, by SEC case law.
They're only going to want their money back after the coins crash. See, nobody wants their money back when they're winning. It's after they crash and lose their money that they want it back. So we haven't finished this game yet.
Right.
The air hasn't come out of this bubble yet.
Peter's talking about buying gold a long time ago. Gold was down. If you had bought gold in 1980, it dropped 70% until 2000. You were down
Because
years.
because the 10 years before 1980, it went from 35 to 850. So it had a spectacular rise, and it never went back down anywhere near $35 again. So you can't just look at these time windows and talk about, and I've already said, gold is not a long-term investment. I never recommend gold to anybody as an investment. It is a store of value. It's cash. Instead of sticking dollar bills under your mattress, you can have gold coins. They are much better to hold than fiat currency. But over long periods of time, you want to invest your money and let it grow. Gold doesn't grow. It just holds its value. It doesn't accrue value. It doesn't gain value. But it doesn't lose value.
You're down versus 40 years ago, inflation adjusted. You're down versus almost every time frame. Coins made.
No, you're not down to it versus. Gold is up this year. Bitcoin is way down. Your hex coin is down this year. Gold is up year over year. Gold is up
this year. No,
yes, it is
up this year. No, it's not.
What did it end? What did it end last year? I saw it was as high as like 49 cents, and I just checked it. It's 15 cents. So where did it end last year?
Hex went up 1,000,000%.
Where did it end 2021? Where did it end 2021? December 31st, 2021.
Here's the hex chart. December 31st, 2021 was 6 cents. Actually, half of a cent. Actually, based on
it went down from 49 cents to 6 cents, and then it snapped back up to 15 cents.
No.
Well, I just looked at the chart on CoinMarketCap. I don't know. Is that not the actual chart?
It's a good site. Yes, CoinMarketCap actually has an accurate price chart, but you have to click log in the bottom right corner, or else it doesn't make sense. So when you compare an investment that isn't even an investment, Peter just told you not to invest in gold. It's not an investment. It's just a risk-off asset to just sit in until you get into.
Well, it's a store of value. It's a monetary equivalent. It's like holding cash, except instead of dollars or euros, which are just fiat, creations of a central bank, you can hold real money, which is what central banks used to hold. All these currencies used to be backed by gold and redeemable with gold. But the world has moved off a gold standard to a fiat standard. But if individuals prefer the gold standard, they can do it themselves. They don't have to hold government paper as money. They can hold the real thing. They can hold gold.
But the thing is that you suggest people do hold government paper. You just may not be aware of it.
When do I suggest that?
You'll see. I'm going to show you. Peter and I actually agree on some things. We both think that the government printing money left and right forever is disgusting and steals from savers. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. We both think that the value of the dollar over time is going to zero, literally zero. Charlie Munger agrees with us on this. Do we agree on that?
Well, it may go to zero, but it may approach it. It's already practically zero based on what it was worth in 1913. So,
I think Peter and I both agree that we like people to self-custody their funds so that they can't be robbed by their banks. So there was some political activity going on in Canada where if people even sent money to other people so that they could buy food and eat, their bank accounts were seized under emergency action, as though there was some giant emergency, like a war was going on. Everyone else has it bad everywhere else in the world right now, and yet there's no emergency actions in those countries, but Canadians are having their bank accounts seized, and I don't think Peter likes that. You don't like that either, right? That sucks. We agree on that?
No, I do not like what the Canadian government is doing. Not at all.
Yes. So Peter and I are both for self-sovereignty. We're both for people not being robbed by the government by holding the government's dollars. By the way, Peter's camera's frozen, so if you want to pan to me, my camera's not frozen.
It doesn't look like it's frozen to me.
Oh, you just came back on. Yeah. Okay. And then, well, it's just when I'm talking, they're showing you. It's weird. No one sees me talk. Unless they're seeing something different on YouTube, whatever. So the point is, there's things we agree on, right? And we both agree that stocks have been wonderful investments, which is why he promotes them. But there's a trick to stocks that people don't understand. When you used to buy stocks, you used to get shares in companies, and they were physical printed shares. And now when you buy stocks, you don't get the shares. Your broker gets them. But guess what? He doesn't even actually get them. A giant company in New York called the DTCC actually holds everybody's shares.
And every once in a while, they do an audit and they discover, oops, people have been trading shares that didn't actually exist because neither you have the real shares nor your broker. And then the DTCC, maybe they have them, maybe they don't. And it's a giant house of cards. And you just hope that if when you go to get your money, they don't give it to you, now you have to sue them. And you're basically relying on the government to handle custody for you. It's very similar to gold. I've got $4 million of watches. They're mostly gold. I know that platinum's a better metal for making watches from because I can use 95% platinum to make a watch, why it says 950 on it. But on a Rolex that has gold, it's only 75% gold because they have to alloy it with actually more useful metals to make a watch out of it.
They're not more useful. They're just, they have different properties. They're not more useful than gold. And by the way, if you have $4 million worth of watches, maybe in those watches there's $40,000 worth of gold. I mean, it's maybe about 10%.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's not, they don't, so you don't have
and they
most of the
depreciation of gold as well.
But most of the value in a watch is due to the craftsmanship, the making of the watch. The gold is used because of its properties that make the watch better, that make it last longer, that make it look prettier. You can go swimming with the watch. It's like, it's going to resist the water. There are a lot of characteristics of gold that make it appealing in jewelry. It's not used in jewelry by accident. It's used because it's very good.
Than you do. Like literally.
Who cares?
Own more gold than you.
I don't know. How much do you own? I don't know. You talk a lot. I have no idea.
Right now, if you go on my website, any of my YouTube videos, and you scroll down to the info, I have the model numbers and prices of all the watches I own.
Well, who cares about how many watches you own? I got gold watches too. Who cares? I don't splash them all over my website. I mean, I'm wearing one. Here, I'm wearing one, but I don't like flash them on my YouTube channel to show everybody that I got gold. But I wear them.
Okay, well, I've got another question or two.
I don't have a big gold pendant around my neck.
Let's move to the next question, gentlemen.
You know what? Why don't you wear some hex? Where are your hexes? Get yourself a watch made out of hex or Bitcoin.
Cryptocurrency was invented to solve custody.
Peter.
Because right now you don't have custody of your shares. The DTC.
Yeah, but when you have custody of Bitcoin, you have custody of nothing. So what? Who cares when you're custodying nothing?
Peter, I've got a question. I've got a question for you, Peter.
You can only sell it because there's a fool who wants to buy it. But eventually the fools will run out of money, or you'll run out of fools.
Gentlemen, let's get out of the jewelry shop. Let's have a chat about a few other things. Peter, can you keep ignoring the mass adoption of cryptocurrencies? We've got big institutions getting on board. Countries accepting Bitcoin as legal tender. You've got Bitcoin representing the fastest adoption of any technology recorded in human history. It's growing at 113% a year. Peter, do you feel you missed the boat and regret
first of all,
not investing in cryptocurrency?
Okay, so first of all, as far as ignoring the mass adoption, I don't have to ignore it because it's not happening. There is no mass adoption of Bitcoin for anything. You're talking about countries accepting it. Okay, El Salvador is trying to experiment with it, but that's one little country. You can't say that that's some kind of wave of countries making Bitcoin legal tender. Is Wall Street in it a little bit? Sure, because Wall Street thinks they can make a buck on it. I mean, they don't give a damn. And most of these big investment banks that are allowing their customers to trade, they don't trade it themselves. I mean, they're just trying to make a buck. They're operating the casino, and if people want to gamble, they're like, well, we're going to let them gamble at our casino because they may gamble at someplace else. What I will concede is that there are a lot of people that are gambling on cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin being one, but there's almost 18,000 others if you count all the altcoins, and then you can throw in all the NFTs. But what Bitcoin and other digital assets are used for is gambling. People buy them because they think the price is going to go up. People don't sell them because they think the price is going to go up. So it's all a bunch of trading. It's not being adopted for anything. That's all pie-in-the-sky hype to try to justify the appreciation that all the pumpers are claiming is coming, and that's why people are buying it and holding on to it. Or in the case of Hex, they're getting paid to hold it and penalized if they sell it. As far as regrets, do I regret not buying it? Well, look, obviously I'm not an idiot. I mean, there are a lot of things with the benefit of hindsight. You can look back now that you know everything that happened and say, well, I could have bought this and made all this money. Of course, I could have bought Bitcoin when I first learned about it. I don't even remember where it was. I'm pretty sure it was below $10. I don't think it was below $1, but who the hell knows? It was so long ago, it's hard for me to remember. But all the problems that I had with Bitcoin when I first noticed it, I think are all valid. I mean, in fact, one of the things I didn't like about it, I said, well, what stops somebody from coming up with another cryptocurrency? And of course, nothing. And that was part of the problem. I didn't see any real scarcity in an asset that had no intrinsic value and anybody could replicate. I also didn't think it was particularly scarce just because there was 21 million of them. 21 million is simply an arbitrary number of Satoshis. There's 100 million Satoshis in each one. And I know people say, well, but you can break a gold down into little tiny grams, and that's true, but they're no good to you. I mean, if you want to make a watch, you need a certain amount of gold. A little speck isn't going to do anything. But as far as Bitcoin, whatever I can do with a Satoshi, I can do with 100 Satoshis or 1,000,000, because I can't do anything with one, so I can't do anything with 1,000,000. So I never bought that there was any real value. What I missed was that this would become like tulip mania, that this would actually catch on and become a massive speculative mania. I did not have the foresight when Bitcoin was, $10 to see this happening. But when it did get up to 1,000 and then it pulled back for 200 or 300, I looked at it for a while and I thought, should I buy this crap? It may have a big run. I could see all the hype and all the nonsense that people were saying about it, and a lot of people were actually believing it. But then fundamentally, I still couldn't get it. And I knew that I could never advise other people to buy it. That's what a lot of people do in crypto. It's all pump and dump. You just get in it, and then you pay celebrities to promote it. You give away free coins. Hey, pretend you want your salary in Bitcoin. It's all hype, because the only money that is made in crypto is the money that's lost. Somebody has to lose money for somebody else to make it. It's a zero-sum game. In fact, it's a negative-sum game when you figure out all the other costs, the trading costs, the marketing costs. Think about all the money that was spent last year advertising Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. They spent a fortune pumping it up, yet everybody who bought is way down. I mean, the market's been killed despite record amounts of publicity and advertisement for Bitcoin. Now, so do I regret not taking advantage of other people's greed and ignorance? Yes, I could have made a lot of money had I bought some Bitcoin and sold it. I have no idea where I would have sold it. Had I bought some years ago, you don't know. Would I have still held it if I bought it at $10 or $20? Would I still own it at 38,000 or 37,000, wherever it is right now? I have no idea, because I didn't do it, right? And there's a lot of other speculative investments that I didn't make. That I could have made a lot of money on. Fortunately, there are a lot of them that I did make. I mean, I've made money in other things, and I've done well on other investments. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin would have been the best investment I ever made had I bought it at $10 and sold it at 69,000 at the high, sure, or even if I sold it today and bought it at $10. But I didn't do that. But what's going to happen to other people, what they're going to regret is not selling, because that's one regret I'm never going to have. But a lot of people are going to watch their paper fortunes completely evaporate. People are going to go from millionaires to nothing, and people are going to have a lot of regrets over the paper profits that they never realized.
To that, are you okay?
Am I in the video when I talk? Do I show?
No, it was my question. So.
Oh no, but I never see myself on this feed.
Oh.
You guys never switched to my camera or what?
Shine, Richard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And can you bring the mic closer? It's just crackly.
It's going to clip more if I bring it closer, bro. I'll try and talk quieter. I'm clipping it by talking too loud. So, first of all, Peter describes a problem that people do have in cryptocurrency, where they sell on a 1x or a 2x or a 3x and think that they're smart, and then it goes up 69 million X. So you could have bought Hex on January 5th of 2019 and sold it when it doubled, 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 when it doubled again, when it doubled, when it doubled, when it doubled, when it doubled, or when it doubled. It doubled 13 times in 2 years. And so you could have hopped off the magic carpet ride at any time that you wanted with insanely mad gains, and you could have been one of those red candles everybody hates so much. And people run into this problem when they reach cryptocurrency, they're not used to seeing millions of percent returns. Hex did 1,000,000% return from the bottom of the top, 623 days. And that's without staking. If you'd staked, you would have made 2x. If you'd staked longer, you would have made less if you staked for shorter. He describes a problem where he wouldn't have known whether he would have held or not. And Hex specifically stopped him from his own weak hands selling his future gains. And this happens to investors time and time again, where they try and time the market only to discover that what matters more is not timing the market, but time in the market. Time in the market with markets that have product market fit, they're on-ramping new users, they have a durable walled garden. Peter seems to think that you can copy paste a coin and instantly it's valuable. It's not true. When you copy paste a coin, you have a different ticker symbol, which means you have a different order book, which means you have different liquidity, which means you have different exchanges that it's traded on. The things that affect the price are wildly different. Now, look, whether you like Hex or not, fine. I'm also solving a lot of other problems. I don't like how electricity is destroying the environment. I used to mine Bitcoin. I used a lot of electricity to do it. It wasn't renewable energy. I think Bitcoin destroys the environment. I think gold destroys the environment. I think Ethereum destroys the environment. And I've already solved that. PulseChain.com gets rid of all the proof of work destroying the environment to maintain a consensus network and just uses proof of stake. The same way that Hex doesn't require you to destroy the environment to earn inflation rewards. It just requires you to delay gratification to earn inflation rewards. So we have less negative externalities, which is why we have a superior price chart. This is gold versus Bitcoin. Gold goes up, or gold goes up a little bit, Bitcoin goes up a lot. This is Hex. It just basically looks like a giant up and to the right. You got to click log for it to make sense, or it just compresses everything into a flat line here, which is useless to reason about. A flat line isn't helpful in a chart. Now look at from launch. He wished that he had got in early on Bitcoin and Ethereum because he would have made hundreds of thousands of percent returns. This is Hex versus Bitcoin and Ethereum from their launch. This is the hardest possible time to try and compete with those currencies. This is when they had the maximum appreciation, the maximum up and to the right. We're beating both of them today after a 66% or 70% dip. When you zoom in, it looks like this. This is on a log scale. These are really big numbers. And so, you know, we're up versus Bitcoin at the top, 500x. That's 500, it's 532,000% versus Bitcoin at the top. Now we've dipped. We're only up 150x now, 1500x. That's why I bring charts, right? We did the same thing versus Ethereum, but Ethereum pumped harder than Bitcoin, 3 times harder. So our gains versus Ethereum are about 3 times less. I have to hide my eyes from the camera. And then this is us versus the dollar, about 1,000,000% versus the dollar. Now he's going to tell you these numbers aren't real, but guess what? They are real. When you create those red candles that everybody hates, that's you cashing out. And then you could go buy whatever Peter does like. He likes stocks that you don't own the shares to. By the way, as far as the utility and stocks go, you realize that if you get a 40% share of your local Burger King, you can't change the prices. You can't change the hours of operation. You can't add an item to the menu, and you can't pull cash out of the register. And so this concept that somehow owning shares in a company is somehow more wholesome or better than owning part of a cryptocurrency, which may give you rights to control the consensus of the network, which may issue you trustless dividends with no middlemen whatsoever. And so I created something that solves a lot of problems that Peter hates. Peter likes self-custody. I solved it. Peter likes yield. I solved it. Peter likes delayed gratification. I solved it. But he just doesn't realize I've solved the things that he cares about. So I'm making people literal millionaires. And he says other things which aren't the case, such as some people have to lose in order for other people to win. It's not true. It's 100% not true. When your house goes up in value, who loses? When your gold goes up in value, who loses? When a baby is born or a tree grows, who loses? They're created out of thin air. Trees are created out of thin air.
All right, you've raised so many things that I got to talk about. I mean, first of all right, when I buy a house, I'm buying a place to live. It's not about winning or losing. I get to use the house. I get to live in the house. It's a place of shelter. I can raise my family. And so, you know, the price is going to be what the price is, but the value of the home is the utility as a place to live. You know, when someone buys gold, you know, whether they bought it at a higher price or a lower price, you know, people buy gold and they use gold, right? There's a use for it. When you're talking about something like Bitcoin or Hex, you don't do anything with it. The person who owns Hex doesn't get any enjoyment out of the Hex while they own it. It doesn't throw off any income. It doesn't pay dividends. It doesn't pay rent. You can't turn it into a watch and wear it. All you can do is hold on to it. And so the only reason somebody would buy something like Hex is because they think the price is going to go up. There's no other reason to buy it other than the fact that you think the price will go up. And the only way the price is going to go up is if someone comes around and pays a higher price. And why is that person going to pay a higher price? Because he is of the same opinion. He believes that there'll be somebody else to pay a higher price. But that doesn't work. That dynamic, that pyramid Ponzi chain letter dynamic, does not work. It has never worked. I don't care if you put a chain letter on a blockchain. It doesn't make it work any better. And you can go backwards and you can say, yes, look at all the money people have made in Hex. Yeah, this is money on paper. Most of the money has never been realized. It's just still sitting there. And what you do is you keep inflating the supply of Hex, creating new Hex out of thin air, which costs nothing, and then you give all the people additional Hex. You don't give them additional money. They're not earning interest the way a CD because you're not making loans and earning anything. You're just creating more Hex. I agree with you. I don't like the whole concept of proof of work for Bitcoin. It is a waste of resources, a waste of energy. It's like digging holes and filling them back up again and claiming, well, I worked. Yes, you worked, but you produced nothing. What's important is not that you worked, but what you produce. When you mine an ounce of gold, the world actually has an ounce of gold that it can use for something. Gold is a very useful metal, and when you mine gold, you are helping the world because you're giving the world a metal in a form that it can be used. When it's still buried beneath the Earth's surface, mankind has no access to that gold. But once you bring it out and you refine it, and you have it in a way that you can add it to those mirrors. We just launched the biggest telescope into space, and they were able to coat the mirrors with gold so that they would work a lot better. Gold has a lot of value, and it's worth the resources that we expend to get it out of the ground. And you're talking about stocks and saying, oh, there's no difference between owning a stock and owning Hex. When I own a company, I own a piece of a business that I like, and I'm entitled to my share of the profits of that business. Now, I agree in this casino of a stock market that the central banks have created, you have a lot of people that are not buying stocks for the same reason I'm buying them. They're just buying them because the price is going up, and they think the price will keep going up, and they ignore the fundamentals. They ignore the losses. They ignore all the things that I pay attention to because I'm looking for value. I'm not just buying hype. I'm not just buying momentum. And in case you haven't noticed, that bubble has popped. The momentum is left all these stocks. They're imploding every day, and the same thing is happening with cryptocurrencies. I think what you're going to see in the world of crypto is people selling their fool's gold and going into real gold, which is why the price of gold keeps going up as Bitcoin and other currencies keep going down. There's now actually a negative correlation between Bitcoin and gold. In fact, you can tell what gold is doing on any given day by looking at Bitcoin. If Bitcoin is up, gold is down. If Bitcoin is down, gold is up. That's how it's trading. So it's clearly not digital gold when it's the mirror image of gold. It's fool's gold. It's anti-gold. And the people who think they're holding digital gold are going to wake up and realize they've got nothing.
Gentlemen,
Yeah, so
I will go to the next question, but thank you for that. Listen, just from a technology side, there's a bit of a sound issue. Peter, can you turn your sound down a little bit? Can you ask your people to do that?
Am I too loud, or should I lower my mic?
It's a bit too loud and it's interfering on either side. And on the other side, Richard, is your volume able to come up a little?
Sure, but I am already clipping.
So
he seems pretty loud to me. I hear him pretty.
I am clipping, so I don't think
okay.
you want me to be any louder.
Just Peter down a little bit. Richard's good. That's what technical people are saying. Okay, I've got a very, very important question for you, Richard. I want you to listen to this very, very carefully. Hex has been called the fastest growing asset ever, but also been called the greatest con of all time. Richard, you have a lot of loyal evangelists, but you also have a lot of detractors, and people calling you the biggest scammer of the century, running the largest pyramid Ponzi scheme in history. How can we believe you're not the greatest scam artist to ever live? And I want to add one other thing. Richard, I'm an old financial planner. And I've sat around the family kitchen table with the mum and dad in the suburbs of Sydney after there's been a market downturn. And I've seen the wife cry, And I've seen the fear in the husband's eyes when they've had their superannuation wiped out. I've seen the darkness and I've seen the pain. Richard, do you understand the responsibility you have to people around the world with what you're putting together?
Yeah, what you just described is called a security, and that's a regulated activity. So when you put your money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, or there's critical entrepreneurial or managerial effort, you have a regulated activity. That's called a security. Hex is the opposite of that. If I die right now and Hex.com goes offline right now, it doesn't affect anybody. You mint your own rewards using your own labor, your own effort, very similar to what a Bitcoin miner does, except instead of destroying the environment, you just delay gratification and wait a little while. You mint your own rewards in Hex. No one else gives them to you. So I don't do any work for you, none whatsoever, which is why you don't see me doing the things that other cryptocurrency founders do, talking about fake partnerships, like they shop for their employees at McDonald's, and then they say, we're partnered with McDonald's. No, you're not. You're scamming. Or they say, oh, we're going to add these features, Litecoins, like, oh, we're going to add confidential transactions. Never happened. Scam. And then you go look at the wallets. Vitalik sells Ethereum. Chainlink sells Chainlink. Charlie Lee, Litecoin, sells the top, right? Makes the top. Both Vitalik and Charlie have sold the top on their respective coins. But then you look at the Hex market and you analyze all of those coins that were tied to the origin address, and they've never been sold on market, never. And so everything that we do in Hex is better. We have a 100% uptime. Does your bank have 100% uptime? No, it doesn't. Does Visa and MasterCard have 100% uptime? No, they don't. And cryptocurrencies obviously have value because they replace payment networks like PayPal, Visa, MasterCard that you are slave to, that if they don't allow you to transact, you have no more freedoms. The freedom of transaction is the basis for all of the freedoms. You don't have freedom of speech if you can't drive to where the speech is happening. You don't have freedom of assembly if you can't drive to where the assembly is happening. You don't have freedom of movement if you can't pay for them to print your passport, which is getting more and more expensive. If you don't have the freedom to transact, which less and less people every year, all of us are nearly banned at every moment. You say the wrong thing on social, you're banned. You say the wrong thing in Canada, they come to your house and knock on your door and beat you up about it. And by the way, in Canada, did you know that if you try and buy gold, you have to pay GST? And there's only a very, very, very minute subset of gold, which is finer than 99.5% pure, which is exempted from that VAT or GST that you call it. But when you buy cryptocurrency, does the government beat you up for 20% on the in? No, they don't. No, they don't. Because cryptocurrency is a superior product. And Hex monetizes time. Pulse Chain removes all the destruction in the environment as the world's largest free airdrop. A lot of people forget Hex was given away for free. If you had Bitcoin, you were given Hex for free. And at the top, it would have increased the value of your Bitcoin by 20%. 20% free extra Bitcoin. And Bitcoin ran up 15x from the COVID dip. Ethereum ran up 50x from the COVID dip. Hex ran up hundreds of x. We're outperforming everything. And that's just one of my products. You know, the Hex chat room's only got 40,000 people in it. Pulse Chain's got 65,000 people in it. Over $1 billion has been sacrificed to support freedom of movement, freedom of speech. And we just do absolutely everything better. And at some point, people have to realize it and recognize it. I have invented solutions to things Peter cares about: self-sovereignty, removing middlemen, efficiency, getting rid of environmental destruction, giving people yield, getting people to delay gratification, putting people in charge of their own finances where no one can stop you from paying yourself your own rewards. I have solved all these things.
Richard, you solved the problem of how to make yourself richer, but you haven't solved any of the problems that I'm concerned about. And you know, I agree. You know, you're defending yourself by stating that based on the Howey test, hexes are not a security, and I agree with you. I don't think you're selling unregistered securities. But what you are selling is a pipe dream. What happened was you gave away a bunch of free hex, but the majority of the supply of hex were retained by you. And what your goal was to get the price of hex to go up so that other people would buy the hex that you want to sell. And you know, you've done a good job of promoting the coins that you want to unload. It's basically a pump and dump. You want to pump up the price of hex so that you can sell. But of course, you don't want competition. You don't want all the people who got free hexes to sell theirs, so you convince them not to sell by promising even more hex if they wait. Well, while they're waiting, you're selling. and eventually they're going to get left holding a bag of worthless hex because the supply is going to keep on growing, and they're going to keep on holding and hoping, and one day people are going to want their money, or they're going to need their money, and they're going to try to sell, and all the paper gains are going to evaporate, and the only people who would have made money were those who didn't wait, those who cashed out earlier. And that was the point I made earlier.
I wanted to agree. Like, I used to feel the same way Peter does. I really did. I was a Bitcoin maximalist. I was like, you know what? There's going to be, everyone's going to fall into one thing. And then reality proved me wrong, and I had to change and update my worldview. In fact, the more altcoins there are, the more useful, fun things there are to do with your Bitcoin, then it just stays in the ecosystem. So like when you go to a casino, they never show you the clock because they want you to stay and keep playing. And so designing systems which accrue value for shareholders is very similar to designing an economy or to designing a cryptocurrency. And yes, I appreciate your compliments that I've designed something that is extremely sticky, that gets people to delay gratification, that gives people hopes about the future, which is why I have seen people whose lives have been saved by hacks that I couldn't save with my self-help books. I give away.
Well, how many hacks have you sold personally?
If you look publicly, it looks like 0, but I can't tell you because how
so
tests, right?
No, that doesn't.
And you follow the OA wallet, it appears to have never sold anything. But
so you've never sold any. You've never sold any hex and taken any cash. You just have all the hex you started with that you still own.
Let's go over the rumors. Let's go over the rumors.
I'm just asking you a question.
I'm answering your question with more words if you relax. When Hex launched, you used to be able to turn Ethereum into Hex directly in the contract. There's a rumor that there was like 1 million Ethereum generated. There's also a rumor that I got all that Ethereum. There's also a rumor, which I can agree with this one, that I've been mining Bitcoin, or was a Bitcoin miner back when it was 50 cents, and mined full 50 Bitcoin block rewards more than once a day by myself with no pool, because that's how easy it was back then. I've also been a retired multimillionaire for about 20 years now, having a 150 employee marketing company in the United States, where we sold mortgages, miracle cleaners, sex toys, cash advance loans, you name it. So
what does that have to do with my question?
Well, your question is, have I ever sold? And what I'm telling you is, if you look at all the coins that were associated with some type of founder thing, none of them were sold.
So your answer is no.
Question as close as I can to getting.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
Howey test. I can't tell you.
No. The Howey test has nothing to do.
Of value based on what I do. No, if you think.
No, but I'm not asking
what I do. It's an expectation.
No. The Howey test has to do with work effort that you are expending on your part. If you simply tell people how many of your own, but if you just simply
giving people
admit
assumptions about your future behavior is
I'm not
fucking bog standard.
I'm not asking you what you're going to do in the future. I'm just saying, have you sold any of the hacks that you created and gotten cash for it, or some other cryptocurrency? You know, it's just a yes or no question, and you're not violating the Howey rule by telling me. No.
So you think the price went up 1,000,000% because I was dumping my bags? That's what you think? Because you
I think personally,
you said that I wanted the price to go up. So you say
so you can sell. You want the price to go up so you can sell. Why else would you want the price to go up?
Why would I sell the world's best performing asset when I own other?
So you can do something with it. You can't do anything with Hex. Obviously, the people who are buying
$7 million for charity.
Why? Good for you.
Wonderful reputation.
The people who are putting their money into Hex intend to sell one day. They want to buy something. They want to buy a house. They want to buy a car. So they have to do it. But you're telling me you haven't sold any. You don't want you just have all your Hex.
I've been retired for 20 years, bro. This for me isn't about the numbers. It's about doing more. I want to change the world. I want to make the world a better place.
Well, I don't think you're going to make it a better place by conning them into buying Hex.
Because you're the guy that's been wrong for 20 years. You've been wrong.
I haven't been wrong.
20 years.
No, I haven't. I've been right. I've been right a lot. I've been pretty right over that time period. You know, have I gotten everything right? Have I gotten all my
20 years ago, you're still breaking your balls. Okay, I have more money. I've been a success. I've been a larger success than you.
If you don't count your Hex, I don't know that. I don't know if you have more money than me or not. I'm not counting the value of your Hex.
Let me know when you raise 27 million for charity. Listen.
What 27
million? You don't even
million?
understand how Hex works. Hex is virtual lending, but you don't understand that it's virtual.
No, there's no lending. Who are you lending to?
Yes, there is. Listen, when you lock up your coins, do you think that value just disappears? No. That value is transmitted to the only people that can harvest it, which are the people that aren't staked. And the people that aren't staked get diluted, a form of payment, a form of interest.
Right, but they can sell. No, they can sell.
That are staked. Correct.
Yes, but it's you're just transferring. It's a transfer. That's what I said.
Correct. That's what lending.
You're transferring it.
Yes.
No, but there's no real value being created. You're just transferring it around among the various people who own it.
Why don't you understand that your virtual concept of value in your head is not as real as the price that you can sell things for?
No, because you're
price
confused.
Chart is real. Your fantasy is not real.
There's a difference between price and value.
That's right.
Price is not value.
Value is what you get.
Right, and when you buy Hex, you pay a price, but you get no value. There is no value in Hex. There's no value in Bitcoin. But there's a price because there's somebody willing to buy it, sure. But that price might not exist tomorrow when people no longer want to gamble, when the illusion wears off. I mean, at some point...
I called the top on the day. I called the Bitcoin top on the day, and I've done this 2 cycles in a row. While everyone else is telling you about $100,000 Bitcoin, $1 million Bitcoin, I'm telling you that this is the top, and I published the chart. And I've done that 2 cycles in a row. You call the top every single day because you're a noob speculator that doesn't know about technical analysis, that doesn't know about fundamental analysis.
So where's the bot? Okay, so what's
business is me?
All right, so you okay? So where's the next low then for Bitcoin?
Traditionally, Bitcoin dropped 85% after a parabolic blow off top. This cycle,
so it's
because the government, it should go down to about 11K.
All right, that's a reasonable expectation.
Agree. And yes, because it's what it has been doing for decades.
And what's going to happen to Hex? What's going to happen to Hex?
Well, Hex continues to have giant dips like it always has, but it also makes new all-time highs. You got to what if 80% dip only cancels out a 5x pump, and when you have 1,000,000% pump, you would have to drop 999999999% to cancel it out.
But just because Bitcoin or Hex has come back from a previous crash doesn't mean it's going to come back from every crash, because one crash may be the final crash.
There's scientific.
So you're saying that so Hex is guaranteed to go up?
No, it goes up and down all the time. It just tends to go up more than down. It's
right, but it
like 5 or 6 times.
But it could drop 95% or 99% or 100%, can't it?
Yes.
And it may never come back, right?
Literally. It's unlikely, that last part. The last part's unlikely.
Well, yeah. Well, what are the odds? I mean, I think it's more likely than not. Well, very low. Well, based on what?
Well, I'll tell you. There's a coin that was literally made as a joke in an afternoon that is inferior technology called Dogecoin.
Yeah, I heard of it.
Dogecoin is a copy of Litecoin, and Litecoin is a copy of Bitcoin. And basically, the difference between Litecoin and Dogecoin is they changed the logo, and they made it inflate more. And it's actually, they don't even have their own miners. They're merge mined with Litecoin, and Litecoin's trash on its own. So it's a copy of trash. And I don't even like Bitcoin that much. You know, people say Bitcoin's never been hacked. Yes, it has. The network was forked once. Somebody printed 6 billion extra coins. There was another hack that could have been executed 2 years ago where anyone could have minted as many free Bitcoin as they wanted, but the developer responsible disclosed it instead of just minting all the free Bitcoin. I tell people the truth about the prices, that every cryptocurrency drops 85%, more often than people wished, except for stable coins, and they have huge counterparty tail end risk. I'm very honest about the price risk. I'm very honest about what these things can and can't do. Bitcoin's trash technology. It has very low throughput. You can never do all the transactions of the world on it. It has a very conservative roadmap. They almost never improve it. The price performance is garbage. So from the COVID dip, Ethereum outperformed Bitcoin by 3-fold. And Hex outperformed.
So with all those flaws, why do you maintain it's better than gold?
Well, because the price chart of gold sucks. And the problem with gold is...
No, you're just looking at a 40-year price chart. You know, so why don't you look back at...
40 years old, bro. How far back should I go?
Well, if you were my age, you could go further back and see gold. When I was born, gold was $35 an ounce, and now it's $1,910. So it's done pretty good over my lifetime. No, I'm not.
You can't start
but you know what?
By saying, I don't suggest anyone invest in it, and then come hard later.
No. I'm not. Gold is a better store of value than fiat currency. And so if you want to save, I recommend saving in gold. There's a difference between saving and investing.
An investment... a weaker opponent than fiat. That's the weakest comparison imaginable.
Well, that's what gold competes with. It competes with fiat.
40%. Used cars are up 40%.
But you know what? Gold, to me, I think gold is actually pretty cheap right now, which is why I have about... Well, that may be the case. I mean, platinum is normally higher than gold. Platinum, I agree, platinum looks pretty cheap. But I think gold is...
There is.
I think gold is so low right now that, in my personal portfolio, about half of what I own is in gold and silver mining stocks. So I have made a big personal bet. I think gold is so cheap right now, I'm investing in the companies that own it and mine it. And I do think that a mining company that owns gold and mines it and pays a dividend, that is an investment. Now, over time, gold mining companies are not the greatest investments to hold for a lifetime. But if you think there's going to be a big bull market in gold, which I do, I think over the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to have some spectacular returns in gold mining stocks. And so I have a much bigger allocation there than I do to the physical metal, which I just regard as savings. And then my other allocations, I have overweighted other hedge areas. I have my second biggest allocation is to the energy sector. So I have a lot of money in that sector because I'm particularly concerned about inflation and about what that does to the value of fiat currencies and the impact that has on commodities, all commodities, not just gold. And so I want to own companies that are positioned to benefit from a huge bull market in commodities.
Let me just jump in there,
I agree with much of what you said,
gentlemen.
I think inflation's terrible.
I think we should just change gear a little bit, and I want to apologise to everybody. The sound quality is not great at Richard's end.
Really? Is it too quiet?
At Peter's end, is it? I do apologise. So it's a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic down.
Turn your.
No, he said it's on my end. I don't.
This is too loud.
Peter's too loud.
I mean, I see red bars. I know a clipping.
Well, I can move my lapel mic lower on my lapel. Does that help?
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. Maybe do that.
Yeah, I just did it. Yeah.
I'm not clipping now. Am I good now, guys?
Okay, Richard's good. A little bit of a challenge with Peter, but thank you for moving it down. I asked both of you to submit a question to the other person. And so here is that question that you both asked each other. And first of all, it's Richard's special question to Peter. Peter, have you ever thought about how much money you've cost people that followed your advice over the years? Or the kids that didn't get to go to college? Or the bills, medical bills that were not paid? And the loss of lifestyle because of your bad advice?
Well, I don't think I've been giving bad advice over the last 20 years, so the answer to that question is no. I haven't thought about that. Over the course of 20 years, have there been investments, individual investments that I've recommended that didn't work out? Of course, there have been. And there have been that have worked out spectacularly well. Over 20 years ago, what was I investing in? I was investing in, energy stocks when oil was under $20 a barrel before it ran up to 150. I had a lot of gold stocks when gold was under 300 and went up to 1900 by 2011. I had big positions in emerging markets. I avoided the entire dot-com collapse. I spent most of the late 1990s convincing people to sell their dot-com stocks, and I built my initial brokerage business based on getting people to get out of the dot-com bubble. I saved people a fortune. You should see some of the letters I got from clients who would have been wiped out, but I got them out of the stock market before it crashed, and I got them in to foreign markets. I got people out of the U.S. dollar when the dollar index was about 120, and then it went down to 70. And, we had a tremendous, remember, for the first decade of this century, 2000 to 2010, it was a lost decade in the U.S. stock market. And so we were able to make a lot of money by avoiding U.S. market. And in the middle of that, I helped set up a hedge fund to short the subprime market in 2006 that paid off, more than tenfold in 2007. Not that many advisors were shrewd enough back then to understand the problems in the mortgage market and to have positioned people short subprime. So I've done a lot of things that have been right. What I got wrong was the decade from 2011 to really 2021. I had assumed when I was forecasting the 2008 financial crisis and warning about the housing bubble, I thought that after all my forecasts came true, that we would see a drop in the U.S. dollar. And so I built stock portfolios that were based on a weak dollar, and we didn't get a weak dollar. We got a strong dollar. I knew that the Federal Reserve was going to try to reflate the bubbles that popped in stocks and real estate. What I didn't know is that they would succeed. I thought the world would see through what they were doing, that it would see QE for what it was, debt monetization, and we'd have a dollar crisis. Now, I still believe I'm going to be right. And in fact, my investment strategy, which didn't do very well from 2013 through the end of 2015 has outperformed dramatically since the end of 2015. So from 2016 to today, I've done much better than any of my benchmarks, and I've beaten them by very, very wide margins. But I think my clients and myself are very well positioned now for the ultimate dollar collapse that I did prepare people for, albeit a decade too early, but we are well positioned and we've had good gains over that decade. Could we have made more money if we were just in, some NASDAQ stocks? Well, up until a month ago, yeah. Now I'd have to check again because we've had some huge declines recently. But I do believe that ultimately the people who have followed my investment advice over the years, no matter what time frame they picked, even if they happen to adopt my advice at the most inopportune of times, because a lot of it depends on when you start getting into foreign stocks and when you start getting into the gold stocks. You can get in at different times. But I think ultimately it's not going to matter when you got in. I think the people that follow my advice will be in much better shape financially than the people who ignore my advice. Sure, would people have made more money had they just bought Bitcoin 10 years ago? And sure, of course. I mean, it's obvious that's the case. But most people didn't do that. Most people who bought Bitcoin 10 years ago only put in a small amount of money because they recognized that it was a gamble. They only put in more money recently after the price went way up. And so a lot of those people are now down overall on their Bitcoin, even though they have profits on what they bought originally. They have bigger losses on what they bought more recently because they put larger sums of money. And ultimately, I think people who follow my advice on Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are going to be much better off than the people who ignored it because the losses are going to be staggering in crypto. People are going to lose a tremendous amount of money. Most people are not only going to lose their paper profits, but they're going to lose what they originally started with. They're going to lose their principal. The only people who are going to end up making money in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are the people who sold. And then, of course, they're going to have to defend what they got away with in court because just like when Bernie Madoff blew up, all the people who lost money were looking to claw back money from the people who gained. And I think the same thing is going to happen. Not that I necessarily agree with it or not, but I know how the world operates. And there's going to be a lot of people pointing fingers. And unfortunately, after the horses leave the barn's door, after the horses leave the barn, the government's going to try to close it. I think a lot of regulations are going to come, unnecessary regulations in the legitimate part of the financial industry, because so many people are going to lose so much money in crypto. It's going to give capitalism another black eye that capitalism doesn't need. And it's going to allow the government to say, you see, look what happens with capitalism. People get conned, people lose all their money, and they're going to say the solution is more government, which of course is not. That is simply going to make the situation worse.
Peter, you're still going to stand by the fact that you were stating very publicly that crypto, Bitcoin, will go to zero. Are you standing by that?
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. Eventually, sure, it's going to go to zero. It may take a while to get to zero, but there's not going to be much of a difference if Bitcoin goes to 100 than zero. If you bought it at 40 or 50,000, if it gets anywhere near zero, it's going to feel like zero.
Richard, did you want to respond to that?
It's very simple. Peter has a lot of parade of imaginary horribles. Everything's going to go wrong. You could listen to Peter, or you could just look at the chart. Does this look like everyone lost their money? There's dips. Those are people taking profits. Those are guys getting cashed out. Those are guys getting rich and buying yachts and golf courses and jets and Ferraris and Lamborghinis and you name it. That's what those dips are. And these are big dips, guys. These are 60 and 70% dips hiding in here. But 60 and 70% dips don't matter when you overcome them with 500 and 600% gains. Cryptocurrency is the world of free money. Free money. As a Bitcoin holder, you got hexed for free. When I mined Bitcoin, it was free. I double-clicked an EXE on my computer. As a hex holder, our community received free Uniswap token, free 1-inch token, because we use these products and we were just given the coins for free. We received free Gitcoins. We received tons of free coins out the yin-yang, literally free money. And here's what's weird about crypto and about me as a person. If you see a guy drowned in jewelry and covered with all this spectacle, your brain would be right to say scammer. When you see charts of 1,000,000% returns in 2 years, you're right to think, oh, it's got to be a scam. And you'd be 99.9% right. It would save you a lot of money and a lot of horror, and it would save you a lot of pyramid schemes and a lot of scams and a lot of Ponzi's. It would save you all that. but you would also miss that one rare little sliver of world change that actually happened. Amazon dropped 95% in the year 2000, 95%. You could have pointed at it and said, look, late stage capitalism, Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme, greater fool. What can you do with these shares anyway? You can't do anything. You can't affect the company. You're just hoping to sell to the greater fool, which is all the shares, by the way. And guess what? They're over half of all the commerce in the United States on the internet now. Over half of all the money made on the internet goes directly into Amazon's pockets, even though it dropped 95%. And so this new paradigm of massive drops with massive gains is what the future looks like, particularly when the money is more and more fake. The reason all these charts are so easy to get to go up and right is because they're priced in the dollar. And the dollar just gets worth less every day. The dollar is mostly garbage. You only occasionally see it go up in value right when the stock market crashes. And the stock market used to crash every 10 years, but they decided to skip a cycle and just print their way out of it. So I've created something that is one of the few things in the world that can change man's relationship to government. You don't have to beg the government to give you their fake inflated money. You can use your own money that's peer-to-peer. You can trust math instead of
you can
men.
use your fake inflated money instead. But you know, you gave away
It's
a
like you
lot of
can't read a
coins for
chart.
free. Right, I can read the
Why
chart.
don't you make a crypto then, bro?
The chart's
See how it
not
does.
over. Wait till it ends.
Go make a
Because I don't
crypto.
want to scam people. I don't want
Right.
to take advantage of people. I don't want
That's why you don't
to
have any
make
gold
money
prices
at
on
their
your gold
expense.
website. So let me ask you a question. Since you're such a nice
But
guy,
let
when
me
I go to
finish.
your website,
You
you
can
don't
ask
put
me a
any
question in a
prices.
second. Let me just ask you this, or I want to make this point. You gave away a lot of free hex, but
Yes.
the reason that anybody made money in hex is because somebody came and bought
Yes.
it. There are
Yep.
people going into the market buying hex with actual money or fiat currency, whatever they're using, ether, whatever it is. And the only reason some people who got free hex were able to sell any and buy a yacht or a mansion is because some other fool bought that hex from them. That's the person who's going to lose money. They put real money into your fake coins and they're going to lose because that person thinks he's going to sell his at a higher price at some distant point in the future. But the reality is he's never going to sell them. They're not going to be worth anything because nobody's going to want to buy them.
Gentlemen.
Says the guy that's always been wrong about it.
Okay.
The chart doesn't lie, bro. The math is real. You can.
No,
If you
I'm
don't like
not
crypto, sell it for
saying.
gold.
I'm not saying that hex hasn't gone up from the day you created it until right now.
So,
But let's
we've
see
got
what
like
that chart
100,000
looks like.
stakers. You don't
Let's
think
see
we're
what
gonna have
that chart
200,000?
looks like 10 years from now. Let's see what it looks like. You know, I mean, because
Wait till
obviously,
all the opportunity's gone. There you go. That's a good investment strategy.
Yeah,
Great
you could have
speculating.
shown me a chart of Beanie Babies at the peak. You could have shown me a chart of tulips if we were in Holland and said, look, tulips never go down.
Yeah.
Look at this chart. The chart doesn't
Did those
lie.
bubbles come back?
Right?
Did those bubbles come back? Did
Tulip
those bubbles
bubble?
come
No,
back?
it didn't come back. And
No.
the crypto bubble's not going to come back either.
I've
Once
got
it pops for
It's
good.
come back 10
Gentlemen,
times.
No,
It's never going
it
away.
never went away.
We're
It just
running
had
out of
big,
time.
big peaks and troughs.
We're running out of time, and I want to get this last question in. Peter's special question to Richard. Richard, how can any non-backed cryptocurrency be a long-term store of value if it has no underlying value to store? How are any cryptocurrencies really scarce when there are already almost 18,000 different coins to choose from and the supply grows every day?
Right. See, this is what people get so backwards. People think that inflation is always bad. It's not true. Bitcoin's greatest gains were when it inflated the most. As the inflation of Bitcoin has gone down, the gains have gone down. And so what matters isn't just looking at the demand side. You have to look at the supply side and the demand side both. And so when you look at altcoins, as a maximalist, Bitcoin maximalist, old one, I would say, God, all these altcoins, they're going to destroy Bitcoin. But then in fact, the altcoins and the Bitcoin went up and down together. And the more altcoins that existed, the more valuable Bitcoin began. Because they're not replacement products, they're complementary products. They amplify each other's utility in many cases. And so history shows and proves, by the way, as you add more stocks to the stock market, as the value of stocks going down, look at how many stocks you can create. It's going to drive all the other stocks down. It's the dumbest logic I've ever heard of. Here's other
They're
things, right?
different companies with different
That's right.
businesses,
That's right.
different
That's
revenue
right.
sources.
That's
no,
right.
but all these
Agree.
cryptocurrencies are the same. They're competing for the
Wrong.
same market share.
Wrong.
Yes,
Wrong.
yes, they are.
Wrong. No, you're 100% wrong. Bitcoin doesn't have stable coins. Bitcoin doesn't have smart contracts. Bitcoin doesn't have NFTs. Bitcoin doesn't have options. Bitcoin doesn't have leverage trading. Bitcoin doesn't have the ability to log into other websites. Bitcoin doesn't have play to earn games. Bitcoin doesn't have anything, which is why Ethereum outperformed at 3-1, and why I'm making a copy of Ethereum where you get all of your coins copied for free.
And how many other coins can do what Ethereum does?
And the value will keep going up because you think they're replacement products, and they're not. As more stocks and more companies were added to the exchange,
as you said yourself, they started Dogecoin.
Bitcoin went up.
They started Dogecoin as a joke, and look what it did. Doesn't matter.
What it did. It beat Bitcoin. It beat Bitcoin.
Yeah, that just shows you how ridiculous it is.
Bitcoin.
No, because it's all a joke.
You have to learn.
That's the joke.
That's why you have to learn from the market.
There's no serious coin. The joke is on the people who are owning these things, who are hodling these things. They're going to wake up to a stark reality.
The joke is the dollar. The joke
is
flawed. The joke is your bank. Everything's a joke now. Do you want to play the jokes that make you money, or that you can complain about all day while everyone outperforms you? Everyone's outperformed you. Coins started as a joke, outperformed you.
No, they haven't.
And join us.
Yes, they have. Most people who bought Bitcoin are losing money. That's
Elon Musk owns more in Dogecoin than your entire net worth. Please be quiet. Elon Musk also owns, the richest guy in the world, also owns more in Bitcoin than you own.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe he did it as a joke.
He's smarter than you.
I'm not claiming to be smarter than him. But you know what? He probably doesn't give a damn if Dogecoin goes to zero or Bitcoin goes to zero. But a lot of other people do. I wish that he would stop
promoting Dogecoin because I feel it is inferior technology, whereas I have designed superior technology. Dogecoin is still proof of work. Why are you just destroying the environment when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, proof of wait means nothing. There's no value to just waiting.
Yes, there is.
You're waiting for nothing. No, there isn't. Nothing's happening. The reason that there's value in savings is because you're delaying gratification and you're making your savings available to entrepreneurs who can invest it in capital formation and growing the economy. There is nothing that gains. When people sit there and hold on to their hex coins, there is no capital investment that finances. Nobody benefits because somebody is holding on to hex except the people who sell.
Yeah. So Peter doesn't understand how banks work. Let me prove it.
Sure, I do. Yes, I do.
Peter, when you deposit your money at the bank, what happens to it?
Well, the banks. Well, I put my money in the bank. Now the bank can lever it up, and they can make maybe $10 worth of loans or $100 worth of loans for every dollar. I put
he's changed his answer. He's been doing some debate prep. You're not giving the same answer.
I didn't change my answer.
So your usual answer is that they lend it out, and then you make interest on it.
They lend out a lot more than you deposit. We have a fractional reserve system.
That's right.
Yes.
So what's funny is Peter must have prepared for this debate because usually he says gold's useful in times of strife like war. We didn't hear that argument, which I'm ready to crush immediately. He usually says that when you give your money to the bank, they lend it out, and that's the reason you make interest. But now he's saying they lever it up. He's changed that answer.
Well, but because they lend it out, they can pay you interest. That's where the interest comes from. But they lend it out.
The interest comes from is inflation. So your money never gets lent out. Your money stays at the bank. You give your money to your bank keeps your money, and it sits there, and it never gets lent out. And instead, what they lent out is inflation that the government gives them for free because you met their virtual fantasy rule of some reserve that they change.
Yes, you provide the reserve, and then they can lever it up. Right. Yes, I am not a fan of the fractional reserve banking system.
Exactly.
I've been a critic of
it. That's right. So we agree on this. Watch this. We're going to agree on this. The yield that you get from your bank is from the inflation that the government hands them. And so your yield at your bank account, which is pitifully low, is from inflation. And guess who else gets rewarded inflation? Bitcoin miners for destroying the environment, Ethereum miners for destroying the environment, which also luckily maintains the consensus network. Yeah. And
that's why I don't keep a lot of money in my bank. I recognize that. I don't want inflation to rob the value. I'd rather own gold, but I'd also rather get good dividends on companies that I think are good investment values.
So when your stocks go up in price, who are these greater fools buying your noob stocks that you don't even actually hold the shares?
Well, I don't even have to sell the stocks. I just collect my dividends. I get my share of the profits. The stocks I own.
Where do the dividends come from?
From the earnings of the businesses. People buy their products.
Greater fools.
Use their services.
People buy
they're not fools. They need the products.
Free, right?
So if I own stock,
there's no value.
Let's say I own a chain of supermarkets, and so I make money selling people food. You're telling me the people who eat the food don't need it? They don't want that food?
The reason people want food is because they don't want to feel hungry, and the reason people buy gold is because they want people to like them, and the reason people buy
gold
is because they want to have freedom.
Right? They buy food because they don't want to starve, and they buy gold so they can buy food in the future.
You can just
because
starve.
You can't store
to eat. You can just choose to
starve. You can't store your food, it's going to rot. But you can store your gold and use that to buy food in the future.
Gentlemen.
But
you could also store iridium.
Gentlemen,
like
it is time. I'm sorry to stop you. I was hoping you could punch out. It was very nice. Richard and
we should
Pete,
show our stuff. We should say where people go. He's going to tell you to go to his website and buy gold medals, and I'm going to tell you to go to my website.
I don't think so. But listen,
I'll do it for him.
Oh, gentlemen, thank you. This has been a wonderful event. I loved it. I hope we can really do it again. You're both gentlemen. You're both tremendous in the way that you handle yourself. Congratulations to you both. It was a pleasure to work with you both, and I hope we can do it again. It was outstanding. So I'll let you both go, and thank you again, and goodbye from us now. We're just going to have a little bit of a chat afterwards, so I'll let you two guys go.
We'll high-five each other when Bitcoin's 11K. Me and Peter will be like, high five, 11K Bitcoin. We knew it.
On that we agree. It's going to 11K, and then it's going a lot lower than that ultimately.
I think it bounces.
Okay, fellas, we'll see you.
Well, it might bounce from 11 to 20 and then go to 5. You know, who knows?
Fellas, the fight's over. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
That was fun.
Right. Thank you so much. As I said, I'm going to bring Jonathan and Darren back. That was fantastic. That was 15 rounds, great punch. There was great information. I loved it.
I am disappointed.
Let's hear the echo.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So that was something. I don't understand this guy's debate. The guy literally does not know what the hex is. But it's okay, man.
Did they touch base at all on the fact that gold has been manipulated for so many years?
I guess the guy had to go to bed, man. The old Aussie had to go to bed.
Man, it was his medication. It kicked in. He had to go to bed.
I really want to see how much he actually gets as clicks. But they got a voting poll going on?
Hey, yo, Hex is the way. Who's your real profile? Because you always throw me off.
Peter's going to end up buying Hex by the end of the night. I see Richard talking to him already.
Well, look, we'll definitely
Yeah, I guess if you could shorten it Hex Way instead of Hex is the way, you could say Hex Way, just Hex Way real quick if you really want.
Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to crack open my can. Like,
I'm gonna make a poem for this debate, and I'm gonna make sure to mention Richard Hart in his charts.
I wonder if it's not lost on them that there's nobody supporting gold in these YouTube chats.
Okay. Yeah, I think Peter interrupted Richard too many times. He raised his voice, which is very unprofessional. He had his company logo shown in the background. Richard didn't show any logos besides his chain, and no advertisement for any websites. But I don't know. What was your take?
Moderator was shit. I think the moderator fucked up the whole game.
I think the whole event was crap.
yeah, it was not good, honestly.
I
Like,
They should have had
absolutely
a good.
loved it. Did you not see? Did you not see Peter at the end? He was actually learning and watching and listening and observing, and I almost thought he was gonna sack his money for Hex and put that in his new bank account. Like, I'm not even joking. I was at the end. There was so much comparison to what they like. Richard took this completely different route because at first I thought he was just gonna just go off. And then it was comparing and emotional stuff and trying to create the common bond. So how can Peter not want to look into it after that? That's kind of what I took that from.
Gamer, yeah, I feel you. You hit it on the head. You hit it on the head.
Yeah, that's a good point. I honestly, like, I wish they would be willing to do like a live stream together to have more free form.
I still think the organized event was not that good.
Yeah.
But the thing I was looking for in this whole thing was a chart. I wanted Richard Hart to bring out a chart, and that's what he did. So to me, it's a success because people, blah blah blah, they can talk all they want. The hex chart, you put it up there, and it's like, wait, what is that? Let me look up hex.
A billionaire printing out 100 charts. Oh my gosh. Saw this dude blasting the paper, and I'm like, oh, great. You care about the environment and you're killing them trees, bro? Come on.
Yeah, but Peter Schiff's son himself owns Bitcoin. That's public. He's a Bitcoiner. But I think, I mean, I really, I just think that based on the mediation, like it just didn't flow. You know what I'm saying? Like I like what they both said or whatever, but I think on both sides, like the mediator missed opportunities to actually escalate the level of intelligence of the fucking debate. But that's just my perspective.
It seemed like they were kind of biased in general. I mean, Grandpa up there, as good as he is, if you noticed, very traditional, and he gave Richard the opportunity to debunk all of the scam and all of that stuff, which he did very well by talking about not being a security, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I really wanted to have a younger debater kind of in there. So like that partner that he had, I really wanted him to interject a couple of times because eventually it just got to be like when we're in here and three people are shouting at each other and we need someone to mute us.
Hell yeah.
They should have had Sequoia in that motherfucker, son.
I was about to say.
I think the setup was done terribly. Like I can't believe that these companies, like I guess they make good money,
I
right?
agree
Like
with you, man.
hiring a sound out engineer,
It's
buddy,
just they
it's
could
gonna
have done
cost
better
you like
with
10
Discord.
grand, 10 grand for the whole session just to make sure it's flawless. It's beautiful, it's awesome, it's right on point, right? You pay that money, you get quality. I don't know, like I didn't understand why the mics were clipping, the guy was yelling, nobody like, no structure to the debate. Where somebody intervened and said, "Hey, Peter, like Richard is talking. He was trying to answer your first question, and you keep rebuttaling with a bunch of questions, and he doesn't get a chance to give you a full answer to your first question, right? Like stuff like that. It was just like a little bit amateurish."
And I really thought that Peter would have been a little bit more mature towards the beginning, but I guess it would have been a little bit harder too when, I mean, as soon as I saw Richard start laughing, I'm like, oh no, what's the first thing he's gonna say? And then when he said it was stupid, I thought it was just gonna go downhill from there. But it really did. I thought the two people debating, Peter and Richard, they basically moderated themselves.
Totally.
Bro, I was laughing the whole time, bro. This was funny
That
as
was
hell.
awesome, dude. I fucking love it. Basically, Peter Schiff, like, I love Peter Schiff, dude. If I don't follow him, I'm definitely gonna follow him. I love Peter Schiff. I love his whole thing. Like, now I totally understand him. I'd never watched any of his videos, for the record. Like, this was the first time I'd ever seen him. I'd seen him tweet, but I'd never watched any of his videos. And the dude, like, has a great point. He just has this, like, fantasy that, like, because cryptocurrencies, like, aren't physical, that they have zero value. And,
He
he
doesn't
has this,
understand
like,
liquidity.
fantasy in his head
He
that,
doesn't
like,
understand
yeah,
liquidity
you
pools.
understand. It's like the liquidity pools, like, prove that, like, liquidity is, like, value that you can actually measure. Like, we have all these metrics, right, to, like, show that you can, how much money you can take out of a cryptocurrency. Like, we can totally quantify that. So, he just, like, doesn't understand how cryptocurrency works at all, like, let alone how Hex works. But all his points about, like, Bitcoin and stuff, a lot of his points are very valid. And it was very interesting to hear him at the end talk about, like, I loved Richard's question. Like, I don't know why Richard's got to be so mean, dude, at this fucking question. How they had, like, each their special questions. But I was awesome to see Schiff refute that, and, like, talk about how all of his calls, that were good, and then admit one of his calls that was bad, and it was cool. It was kind of similar to a recent onboard that I had with somebody that also, like, it's like multimillionaire, and they were talking about too. They're like, okay, yeah, crypto is like .com bubble, and I'm like, yep, like it is. Like all these cryptos are gonna crash, and he's like, yep. And so it's like the fact that I agreed with him, he like trusted me more, and I was like, yeah, dude, like Hex is gonna be the only one left. Like it's just gonna be a big shakeout, and like even
Yeah.
Bitcoin. I really
Yeah.
wouldn't recommend any cryptocurrency to somebody except Hex. That's the truth. Even though
Yeah.
I own other cryptocurrencies that I don't even need to tell you about. Like, I only talk about Hex because it's the safest one. Like, that's the truth. Hex is the safest cryptocurrency. It's the only one that's done. And Peter Schiff, of course, doesn't know this. So it's like, but he made all these points. He made all these great points that were, like, positive for Hex that I can now reference. That we're now going to be able to reference in our spaces. And I think a lot of people in crypto know Peter Schiff. A lot of people follow him just because he's anti-crypto. And so people come to the spaces and we can be like, hey, do you know Peter Schiff? And then we can be like, okay, like Peter Schiff said this with our founder. I mean, this is it was a great debate, guys. I'm feeling really, really good now.
I learned a lot about how to talk with someone who has an opposing point of view with you. If you notice the few times Richard would have to line out what they agree on. Yesterday, I was in a space, and me and a buddy, we kind of disagree on some things. And whenever that gets to be a point where you just keep disagreeing and disagreeing, sometimes you have to find a common ground so that way there can be growth in the conversation. So it really was interesting to see how much the two had in common. And that's something that I'd kind of like to look back on myself at any future venture of conversation that I have with someone, that whenever there's so much division between you and someone else, kind of try to find that common ground, because there might be more common there than we understand. And I really didn't think that Richard and Peter would have anything in common. But by the end of it, I was honestly wondering why Peter doesn't like Hex. Besides the fact that he does not understand cryptocurrency, or he hasn't put the time in to
How can he
understand
like it if he
blockchain and
doesn't
crypto.
understand it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because it's
exactly.
like the right mindfulness where it's like, who knows what his first impression was with Bitcoin? He probably dismissed it the first time, but like even the second time and the third time, hearing about people losing their money or whatever, like people make decisions really quick. So I've talked to so many people, and I'm sure you guys have too. When you talk to somebody, a no coiner about crypto, they'll be like, oh yeah, like so and so, they like got it, but they got wrecked. Like, it's a scam. They like think it's a scam because they did lose a bunch of money. Because yeah, cryptocurrencies are volatile as they get. So of course you can lose money. Like that's the whole thing. It's just cycles, and people have an opportunity to lose all their money every cycle.
Richard uses that a lot, though, doesn't he? In his, you watch a lot of his sort of interviews, his live streams and things. He always tries to
Yeah,
find
because it's
common
the
ground.
honesty. It's like, yes, this is
Yeah.
going down and it's going up. It goes in both directions.
He finds common
believe
ground.
it or not.
The first thing he does in a lot of his things is he finds a common ground, what they agree on, and then
it's so smart.
It is. It's yeah. It's a good tactic.
Because now we can just reference all these points.
You get them on side, give them a false sense of security, and then you'll eventually.
That's a little bit malicious way of thinking. I don't think it's trying to trap him or anything. It's just like making sure that they talk about the same thing, right? Like that's what I picked up when they were talking. Richard wanted to reconfirm that they're talking about the same subject, right? And that they both agreed that something is not good or something is in a certain way, shape, or form. And once they agreed upon it, he just pulled the curtain and said, look, since you agreed, let me show you what I've built, right? And this literally takes care of the concerns that both of us have, right? It was just literally more like showcasing and building up the conversation in order to pull the curtain, which was pretty cool. Like the tactic, the strategy, Richard was very, like what I've seen during that conversation, he kept his cool. He got interrupted several times. Like I would have lost it. Probably like, I don't know, after like the 10th time, I would completely snap. Be like, dude, I'm talking. I let you talk. I don't interrupt, and you keep interrupting me, right? Like stuff like that. He kept his cool. He had a strategy. It was build up, pull the curtain, show him what it's all about. Same scenario again. Build up, agree on things, pull the curtain. Let me show you what it's all about. That's what I saw.
100%. I completely agree with that, and I was saying there was any sort of negative tactics in that way. You watch a lot of Richard Hart interviews and things, and he finds the common ground first. And I'm not saying it's a great tactic because you get talking to the person on the same level that you're thinking, and then you look to discuss your disagreements. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing on both sides. Yeah.
But that interrupting, that just blew my mind the whole time. I'm like, dude, you're like you like his there are like two different audiences, right? I come from marketing and background is out on engineering, but I've been like doing marketing on the side and now like completely focused on it. And you got to understand that both candidates have different audiences, right? Both candidates want the opposite audience to come towards their way, right? And looking at Peter, the way he approached it, he had his company logo in the back, right? And he tried to dominate the conversation with his raised voice and interruptions and trying to like play the alpha game. I'm the alpha male here. Like you gotta be quiet when I talk. Like, and then he was put in his place by Richard a few times, and he was even, if you paid attention, you saw it. Like Peter kept looking to his, like on the screen, he was looking to the left. Somebody was telling him, dude, you got to be quiet when the guy talks. It looks bad for you, right? And you could see it literally how he like became humble became quiet again. He lost it completely again. Like down the road, he kept interrupting, and yeah, it was just a little bit nasty there.
Definitely, mate. And I think that's one of Richard's biggest strengths. You see people like going at him, and he literally just sit there, and yeah, you might roll his eyes and laugh and things, and but he takes it all in. He takes it in, and he listen, and then he'll come with a counter argument. And there's not a lot of people out there, and I think that goes back to his sort of his intelligence. He'll sit there, he'll take it in, and he'll come back with a counter argument. And then not a lot of people have got that in them, that they'll just sit there, listen, take it in, and then come back. And it all goes back to like composure, doesn't it? He's such a composed person when people are going at him. And then like Peter, you could see him getting irate, couldn't you? Raising his voice. And for me, that's when you lose it. And it's just like you're coming across not very well. And Richard was just sitting there, just milking it in. Okay, thinking about what he's saying, and I've got the perfect counter argument for what you're saying. And he's a genius at that. Everything I've watched on him, he does it all the time, and I love that.
Good. One of the things I wanted to mention real quick was, even though Richard was the third youngest person there, probably, because I think that other kid was pretty young too. The amount of knowledge from this guy is amazing. And I think I want to bring this to all the young people in cryptocurrency, because I'm still kind of a little bit young. But one of the things is, you get criticized for how old you are. You get criticized for not having enough experience. You get criticized for all sorts of things. And if Richard was probably 40 years older, I almost wonder if anyone would be asking the same stuff or saying the same stuff. But he's a dude that retired in his 20s. He's a dude that's 40 years old and has more money than most people could want to have. So when you have that sort of influence and you have that sort of time frame, it's natural to have this sort of pushback. It wasn't until I started to be in my 30s that people started to listen to me. And even then, people don't listen to me because I'm still too young.
Yeah, dude, does anybody else famous use their hand? No, I'm kidding, dude. Keep going.
Damn.
Famous is a young mug, man. You got me. You got me, bro.
That's funny, dude. Keep going.
But it's just we got we got a bunch of kids in cryptocurrency, and we have this network of influence. We have all these older individuals. We have younger individuals. And that tweet that Richard posted the other day was, I like going into these spaces because I learn so much from you people, because you come from different walks of life than what I've come from. So just keep pushing, keep learning, and keep growing. And as long as you keep growing, don't fear what any of us old fuckers say. Like, seriously, we're going to start smashing you down all the time. All the time.
I love you guys. I love the haters. Please come at me. I'm begging you. Come debate us. Seriously,
yeah, it'll
haters.
happen.
I really love the haters. I'm not even.
I
don't know how much more I can prove it. Like, I told people to leave the space. Like, I told people if they don't follow us, we'll kick them out. Like, we still have 53 people in here.
Jay, I do it with my dad every weekend.
I don't know why you guys won't just go away, frankly.
Over Sunday dinner.
Yo, Jay Future's backseat driving.
No, it was an awesome debate. I'm just, go ahead, Gare.
Sorry, man. Sorry. No, I'm just like responding to what the guy was saying. Like, I do it with my dad every weekend. I keep telling him how great this is. You need to come in. This is why. And he's just a dinosaur, mate. He don't listen to us young guns. But he has invested, and when he sees his return, he'll eat his words. But it is difficult when you're trying to onboard and preach to the older generation who don't understand it, don't understand the technology. And I think that's where it sort of falls down at the minute, because it's quite difficult for the older generation to get into and get their head around. Like, they can all go to a bank and take money out, or go to a bank and tell their accountant they want to invest this money. But yeah, he'll get there. It's just, you've got to be persistent and keep giving that message, and like showing them how easy it actually is when you know how and what the benefits are. But yeah, I have that debate with my dad every fucking Sunday, and he's a fucking dinosaur. He doesn't listen.
Damn, dude. Yeah, dude. I wish my grandfather was still around to talk to him about cryptocurrency.
As I'm an old dude, I can talk about this shit. It's not about the age; it's about the attitude. If you stick with the old and don't have an open and flexible mind and understand the rules of the financial world that we've been running in and how it really works and how it's set up to shaft you as much as possible, then if you don't understand that, then you can't understand how cryptocurrency is changing anything. The older mindset hangs on to the Peter Schiff mindset.
And what is that mindset? Is it security, or is it stability, or is that like a conservativeness?
It's a belief that
I think it's more.
It's a belief that currency has value. We've been
not currency.
Nah, I think it's
The
familiarization.
thing about the older generation is that they don't understand innovation. They didn't
Guys, it's
understand
called.
innovation. They didn't
It's called.
understand innovation with the email. They didn't understand innovation with the web. They didn't understand innovation with Uber. They didn't understand innovation with Amazon. They won't understand innovation with cryptocurrency because they're from a generation that does not have innovation. They grew up with.
Real quick,
So
can
in short, it's called paradigm shift. The paradigm shift has happened to a lot of people, and some people just didn't have that shift. They're still stuck on the old roads. They're still stuck on the old system.
Yeah, but over time, I understand
that
it, and
famous-
I know about the paradigm shift and things. Over time, that does shift.
I'm a shift the paradigm of all my closest friends. I think
It
I
does.
already have. And I'm a shift your paradigms if you hang out with us.
It does. Like, you can take the typical example. I just spoke about my dad. Like, fucking 10 years ago, he didn't know how to send an email. And now every day he's sending an email. So in time, it will come, and cryptocurrency in time will become the norm. I believe. And I think it's just what is familiar to the person at that time, and what is promoted at that time, like using your banks and different savings accounts and things like that. That's just what they're familiar with right now. In 10 years' time, they'll be familiar with something else. And I
But in
think
10 years' time, there's going to be less people that are going to have that mentality to buy. The thing is that we have, 20, 30 years until that mentality that we keep hearing that's stopping us from flourishing is not going to be there no more to have effect in the market. The thing is that if we just wait, then it's inevitable. But the thing is that how we have to look at it is how, at this moment in time, can we switch their thinking and show them that no matter what you think, no matter how you think the next 20 years are going to play out, it's inevitable that we will make this the almighty finance. Because I don't care about a 0.02% savings account. I don't care about a nice little high performing mutual fund that does maybe 10% and it's going to crash maybe 10 years. I don't care about mining all these medicine shitty pharma companies that are trying to kill us and stuff like that. All these media companies, all these transportation companies that are thinking that we think they're going green, but they're actually not. Like, it's all lies. This whole normal system that we've been born in is lies. And now we have the logic, we have the ability to go against it, we have the ability to say, hey, this is not the way it works. That's how we've been grown up. But the thing is that what we need to stop arguing about is how do we change their mind? Because it's inevitable. We're gonna win. The old people think they're gonna win. It's not gonna happen because they have 20, 30 years left. They're not the ones at 20, 30. They're not the ones at 16 that are constantly on their computers, constantly this, constantly that. It didn't make sense. When I was 5 years old, I knew more than what my father knew on a computer, and I was 5 years old. It's the way the life goes. We have to see how we could change their attitude, and their attitude is stability. And the only way to do stability is what Hex does, which is delay gratification. If we continue on course, we're gonna make it. You can't fucking freak out in the middle of the ocean when you're literally halfway through the course. It doesn't make sense. You have to freak out if at the end you didn't make it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo, but
100%, man. I think.
Yeah, no, well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go on, Black one.
First of all, Robert Kiyosaki is way older than Peter Schiff, for one. And I think that Peter Schiff is being kind of disingenuous when he pretends that he doesn't understand where cryptocurrency gets its value from. You know, because if you understand, if you take fiat and you exchange it for gold, then that value is transferred to the gold. If you take fiat and exchange it for a car, that value
Yeah.
is, you know what I'm saying? So how can you
Suddenly
not
the rule
understand?
applies to crypto. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
because
yo,
it's
how can you not
crypto,
understand we're
suddenly you
taking this
can't
fiat
exchange it.
currency?
But they
Like
don't understand that
how many
because the
houses do
thing
we have
is
to
that
buy? Like, are you
the most
serious?
important part for our adoption, guys, is fucking education, and no one realizes it. The only reason why everyone goes crazy about the normal finances is because it's all about education. Everything in education has to do with the finance, macroeconomics, anything. We could start naming all the courses that you could take in university to be a businessman or to be this or to be that, a CPA or whatever. It's always finance, and there's education that surrounds it, so people understand it, and that's why you can make money off of things, off of knowledge. You can't make money if there's no knowledge. So what we need to do, what I've always said, is that if we create education surrounding cryptocurrency, people will understand it better. It's not just giving them content, it's creating something in the real world that's tangible, that says, hey, this is valid. This is valid information. Don't just go on Wikipedia and research it. Don't just go on CoinMarketCap. Is CoinMarketCap reputable? No. As soon as education comes in where crypto and blockchain is going to come in, that's when these problems are going to be solved. Until then, it's just a numbers game. It's literally a numbers game because you can have all the content in the world. Who are you to tell me what it is? Even if you are a multimillionaire in crypto, how the fuck do you know how this works? Did you make
So
it? Did you
famous
create it?
to continue on that. One of the things you mentioned was that older people don't understand innovation, or they don't grasp the innovation. That was one of the things you said,
I
and
said
that
they
you.
don't come from a time of innovation. They're like
Oh, okay,
right now we're in a moment where like I don't know what
okay,
the actual age is, but if they were like what are they, boomers, or like let's say my parents' age, they're literally the last of a generation that comes from a certain long line of stability. That listen, this is the way it worked, passed on down to family. If you had the chance to
perfect.
get the education, it was noble. Only certain people, certain this stuff, And now we're part of a generation where we were at the end and we were right at the spark, where let's call it the big bang of innovation, right? Because we're called, what are we in we're not in the industrial, we're in the technological era. So I don't consider the older generation part of the technological era because they bought the books, dummy, how to use computers for dummies. I don't know
But
anyone
I
my
think that
age that
that's a
bought
little
the
bit
book.
disingenuous saying that they didn't come from an innovation of technology because they've gone from not cars to cars. So let's look back at ancestors. We've had ancestors that had sacrifices. Were they dumb?
No.
No,
But I'm
they
saying,
ended
okay,
up real
let's
quick,
say the
famous
last 120
famous.
years.
Please, can you
120
real
years.
quick? I'm trying to link this together, okay? And then I'll let you continue with this. So if ancestors were sacrificing so that way they could get rains to get bountiful harvests, and they sacrifice a virgin, and then rains come. Then the next year they do the same thing, and rains come. It's logical to assume that at that time, with their lack of innovation, their lack of intelligence, that you sacrifice someone, the rains are going to come. So this creates that habit. So now we have hard work. We have them doing that. So now we come from our generations of families that have hard work of, let's say, farming or gardening. So they continue to grow. They continue to make their own food. Now we have innovation. Things grow. We have supermarkets. Now their kids don't have to garden. Their kids don't have to hunt. Their kids don't have to do anything. So we're more technologically savvy. We now don't have to go garden. We don't have to hunt. We don't have to do anything. But this also is a different level of innovation. We know something less than what the previous peoples do. So I just think that we kind of have a different sense of innovation. So could it be more that they're more risk averse than the younger crowds are?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was really like comparing it to was maybe the last 100 years on that curve of innovation. Because if you want to compare it to like the last 2,000 years, right? Obviously, we're way like you can't even say that like we're my parents or even my grandparents are anywhere near those people. I completely understand. But when we're thinking about, like, let's go by centuries, right? Every
Okay.
century there has been a certain type of war reset where people had to put their resources into something that, in my opinion, nowadays is not necessarily the same. And it's due to the fact of technological innovation. It's due to the fact that we're able to go all over the world. It's due to the fact that there has been a lot of fucking immigration in the last 100 years. So if we compare the centuries, you know, the 21st, the 20th, the 19th, the 18th, there was a certain stability where certain empires roamed, or, you know, like whether it was the Spanish, whether it was Portuguese or the French or the English relation, if we always go look at it, they always ruled for a certain amount of time. And the thing is that you always had to collect resources, and then with your resources go somewhere and go and get more resources, because your resources are going to get depleted because you don't have the technology to continue getting those resources. Now, the fact that our parents were born in an era where there was cars, planes, more boats were able to carry bigger loads. It's an industrialization, but they were put into it, but they didn't understand it until they were like in their 40s, 50s. They didn't touch, you know, technology. I could speak for a fact from what I've
I
heard
gotcha.
from
Yeah.
the older generation. They still understand what it means to, if you look at it in the 50s, the 40s, what happened? The war. There's a lot of immigrants in the United States, in Canada especially, you know, and, you know, maybe Southern America, there has been, you know, whatever, but there has been a certain way where that was basically the last time we said, we're not going to continue this fucking pattern where we're going to have to always reset populations and empires and where everything works. So what we're going to do, and I guess the UN was created or some bullshit like that. So now we're basically a whole world, but in a different type of, and now we're divided, but we're still working in a whole world where it's like innovation rules. And you can't really, there's cybersecurity, there's this, like, our parents maybe had a TV, but how long did it take the black TV to turn into the color TV? Now we're getting TVs that were the size of a fucking 12-inch speaker, and then you're going to 27-inch, then you're going to 50-inch, now you're going to projector 4K. Soon we're going to have things that are going to be implemented in our eyes. We have glasses, VR. Like, this has happened through all my lifetime. I remember I was in my kitchen. I had a little fucking TV. A little ass TV that you had to have the antennas. I remember that. I remember the internet.
I remember that, man.
You know, I'm 30 years old. I'm not old. You know what I mean? I remember, you know, having to, you know, the gas. I remember the cheapest I've ever seen gas was like, what, 50 something cents Canadian or something like that in my head, for what I remember, 60 or something like that. Things have changed. So our generation now, we're in a generation of innovation, and we're the first ones because it's like happening so fast. Every 2 years we change our iPhones. Our parents never understood that. You bought a Thunderbird, your Thunderbird, you kept it forever. You still have it. Most people that's bought a Thunderbird and took care of cars the way we do it, they have it forever. You think I'm going to keep my Jetta forever? No, absolutely not. Why? Because it's not good. It's a time of innovation where we don't understand, like the older generation doesn't understand that you could just throw it away and get something new. Now they're starting to realize, oh, all these new ways that, oh my God, you could do this, you could have this, these iPhone watches, oh my God, wow, imagine. And they have all these ideas, but it's kind of like not too late, but they think, what if? But in my head, I was like, shit, I was coming up with that. I had these little smart watches, you know. I had a little Casio watch.
You gotta also
I had a
realize
Casio.
that
But you
we
know
were
what I mean?
training
Like,
the obsolescence. Like
Hold on.
you being
Before
comfortable with
there's someone
the way that
hands up.
with a little
Hold on,
Casio watch.
y'all.
Walrus had
No,
his
but
hands up.
Thank you.
I
Thank
just
you.
find it's beautiful. I just find it's beautiful that
Famous.
it's gonna change faster than usual. So anyway.
Walrus, your
Famous.
hand is up.
Sequoia,
Walrus.
your microphone sounds like it's in a fucking mall tannoy. It's like, hold on, people.
Yeah, I think where a lot of these sort of debates about, you know, why don't people get crypto comes from, this sounds negative, but it's actually explaining how much room there is to grow. I still don't think that many of us realize how bad crypto sucks. I think that we constantly oversell it, and we
100%.
open ourselves up to unfair criticism. Like we keep talking about crypto like it's And again, I say this a little bit to even criticize some of RH's points, where he's like, I solved this problem, I solved this problem, I solved this problem. I agree with his sentiment, and I know
No,
what
you
he's
didn't. Ethereum broke it, bro. That's the argument against Richard Hart. It's like, dude, like, try to get into Hex right now.
Jay.
So the issue is, yeah, I understand what RH was saying, and I obviously agree with his sentiment. That's why I own his stuff, right? But like, no, you haven't. Like, this stuff's not anonymous. It's not real currency. It's not that fungible. It's not easy to do. Most people screw up security. You can't explain this shit to anyone. Everyone's wallet is worse than everyone else's legacy bank app. It's harder to buy this stuff. Nothing about this stuff is better than what the legacy options are for most people yet, except for number go up. And unless you're one of the people that is not just censored, but censored to the point that you have to go outside of the normal system, right? So if I go to some random store and they say, hey, I don't want to take your money, I don't like blah, 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 there's enough options I could go around. I don't end up having to build new currency. So part of the issue I think we have with crypto is that we oversell what this stuff does at this point. It's ridiculous. That's why guys like Peter Schiff consider and bring up all these random points when all we had to say is, dude, I'm richer than you, man. Like, I made more money than you. What are you talking about? Like, you're an investment guy and my investments make more money than you. That's the end of the discussion. You spent your whole life investing. I spent 2 years investing and I'm worth more money. I'm on a kayak while I'm talking to you. What? What's your point now? So I think a lot of times with these framing, it's funny. We actually do ourselves a disservice by literally over speaking what we're done when we could just say, like, it sounds funny he did it a little bit, but just, no, it's just the chart. Yeah, it dipped, but it dipped from where to what? So these things will keep coming, but I actually think that we should do a better job about when people are like, well, can you buy a car with it? Well, can I trade my Tesla share for a Lexus? Like, anyone ever said, hey, this Lexus costs 3.9 Tesla shares? No one does that shit. So we just wildly, we get into these sort of like theoretical arguments. We drag people down rabbit holes when we should just stick to, hey, these are financial instruments that are censorship resistant, that have a unique set of attributes that are extremely valuable, and they're volatile to the upside, and they keep getting better. Like, to me, that's the argument. And we just allow these things to get so spun out, and we open ourselves up to just crazy criticism.
I want to counter what you said because I completely disagree with everything. I find cryptocurrency is actually better than every single product out there financially. I've worked for the bank. I'll give you an example. I want to send money to someone in another country. Cost me $50 wire transfer. Not guaranteed they receive it. Why? Because there's actually someone in between the transfer that receives it. So that might take 2 weeks to receive that wire transfer. That's how the banking system works. I could get $40,000 crypto in 15 minutes.
Well, let's hold on that one.
Anonymously, I can.
Let's do it one point at a time. Let's do it one point at a time. Okay, so you can wire transfer to basically anyone in that country. How many of people in those countries have a crypto wallet and an exchange and then can go cash it out?
They don't know about it, but they can get it. Anyone in my country can get it.
Send it to my grandma.
And anyone in my country, in Canada, can get any account they want. KuCoin, Coinbase, Crypto.com, Binance, what else? There's CoinX, there's Bitmart, there's everything that allows you to go with your debit card and purchase. I could send an e-transfer if I want to. That's the same thing as your PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. I could cash out any type of crypto I want, obviously with tax repercussions, obviously, but I don't want to get into that because it doesn't occur right away. I could still cash out $40,000 instantaneously, receive it in less than 15 minutes in my bank account, and then I could spend whatever I can in my bank account, which I can't because the bank only allows you to spend so much on your debit, so much on your credit, and so much per day because they only have so much. Now, if I want to get an investment, okay, I either have to do investment direct, which is an online thing. So I'm technically using.
Hold on, let's do this one point at a time.
I'm
I understand, but let's do it one point at a time.
Don't need to interrupt him, dude.
And there's no way, in shape or form, there is something faster in the regular market. I don't care if you're in the United States, you do not know how crypto is used worldwide. You do not have a clue. You have maybe 1/5 of the knowledge of people worldwide of what they're able to do. I could trade any coin. I could send any coin. I have maybe 2,000 options on 5 different mainnets to send any type of value and then go trade it somewhere else on a different exchange. I could literally cash out from Canadian to my European bank instantaneously. Like, well, not instantaneously, but it takes fuck all time. I get it the same day. There's no way, shape, or form you could give me something that's worldwide, that is so financially accrued, that has so much value. And it has no value because there's so much volatility due to the fact that there's $2 trillion. There's not even more money than Microsoft and Apple. Go put $50 trillion in and see how stable it's going to be. I guarantee you it's the same way. You know how much US dollar there is? You know how much yen there is? You know how much euro there is? That's why it's not volatile, but there's leveraging that makes you go up to 2,000 times. It doesn't make sense. I can't do that. I have to wait. You have to get funded, so they have to leverage you. They always have to take money that doesn't exist. As to us, you cannot do that. You need to put money in order to get leverage. You need to colorize to get leverage. There is an anonymity. No one knows that this account is yours. You do the research to know that the account is it, unless you're at the exchange. And even at the exchange, it's not your account, it's theirs, but they give you the right to use their system. But once you take it out and actually use it for what it is, because in a bank, you're not using cash. It's not cash. It's bank money. Banks don't have money. Go try and take out your cash. You're going to have to do a money order. It's impossible you can take all your money out. And if everyone were to go take out their money at the exact same time, even if the internet was not down and electricity was not down and we were not going fucking crazy because we're zombies, and if everyone were to go to a fucking ATM and go try and pull out and go to they would say, fuck you, you can't. And they would start telling you, oh, you're limited because today we have too many transactions. I'm very sorry. You're going to be limited to this much today. Unfortunately, we decide because it's our systems. I'm sorry, man. There's no way, shape, or form cryptocurrency has not one-stepped the banking financial system. Impossible. And that's why the government can't do shit. Because your government can't do shit. Why? Because if you stop it, everyone else in the world is going to be able to make more money and get more rich than you. And then what happens to your dollar as it inflates and as your money deflates and your value deflates, your houses, your cars, your businesses, everything, your apples in your fucking stores are all going to deflate if everyone in the fucking world does it. China, same thing. China's going to continue it. Russia realizes it. Why? Because everything is inflating. Everyone realizes it. It's going down because everyone is listening to these idiots that don't know fuck all about cryptocurrency. I have no degrees and I know more than these people who have masters, PhDs that made millions. That does not make sense. Normal life does not apply in crypto. Emotions do not apply in crypto. Well, same does their fucking intelligence does not apply in crypto. No one in this fucking world understands it unless you've been in it, unless you've done it, unless you've tried it, unless you've researched it, read the fucking white papers. You went in, you looked at the docs, you looked at the contracts. You do not understand it unless you really understand it.
Can we have a response from Walrus?
It's insane how people cannot understand that you do not understand crypto because you think you made money. It has nothing to do with it. Crypto is math. If you don't understand math, you don't understand crypto. That's the point final. You can make all the money you want. I made money for free off of fauceting. Does that make me better than you? When you put money and delayed your gratifications? Absolutely not. Technically, in the normal life of finance, if you want to take it that way, you're smarter than me. But I got it for free. It doesn't make sense. Why? Because it's the best creation. We have value for free. You could go and take a branch from a tree and sell it. It's the same thing like an NFT. But you don't want to buy a branch. Why? Because you could go get a branch on another.
All right. Hold on. All right, famous. Walrus, you got anything else?
Yeah, I'll just try to keep it brief. Like, again, I say these things like all I do is crypto, right? Like, so I'm not sitting here fighting my bags. What I'm getting at is how we express these things to sort of the no coiner world. So like to Famous's point, obviously, like if me and him were doing business, I have no idea where Famous is, like we would probably do that exchange of value in crypto. We're both people capable of making that exchange. But if you say I'm going to transmit value to someone, you eliminate 95% of the world by saying you want to do crypto because they don't have access to crypto. So even if that transfer costs $50, if the choice is between someone spending $50 and then the other side having to like learn crypto, you already have like alienated the fungibility there of that product. So 100% crypto is better. Censorship is better. Everything Canada is doing is terrible. I agree with the sentiment of everything Famous just said. Like we're on the same team, fam. What I'm getting at is that when we express that like crypto has solved these problems, there is math, there is code that has solved them. but it's not solved if it's not usable and it's not functioning at that level. So yeah, we can say that we can transfer crypto to anyone in the world instantly, but you can't, because not very many people actually have these addresses to even receive them. And that's what I'm trying to get at is I agree that these things are better. I agree that code is better than politics. I agree that code is better than emotion, and that these things are going to be better. But like right now, Hex is, I would rather hold, I mean, I hold very little dollars. I hold a ton of Hex, but Hex is very unfungible. Like I can't send it to that many people to actually exchange value. So in the case of the dollar, everything you said about the dollar is true, except that the dollar actually is extremely fungible. And for what I need the dollar to do, it does a great job. It's just a terrible store of value, and it's in a broken system. But I can purchase almost anything in the world with dollars, and that's all I really need them to do. And so I agree. What I'm getting at is that we got to keep filling these things out so that more people can use crypto the way you use crypto. And until we get these things actually built to where more people can actually do what you can do with it, we're not really solving the problems we're claiming. And that's what I mean by open ourselves up to criticism. We say, oh, we can send this to anyone in the world. And then we forget that almost no one in the world can actually is on the other side to receive these things just yet. So I'm with you. But that's what I'm getting at is we solve more of these problems and make them more usable. Your worldview and my worldview will become the worldview.
I feel like,
Yeah,
all
but
right.
I think that's what Richard Hart was doing by stating that in the way that he stated. I mean, personally, I think the critical issue with me is the fact that Peter Schiff kept harping on the fact that, there's no value here. This doesn't have value. My home has value, blah, 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 whatever. I don't think that was explained very well. And I generally agree with you, but I think that that's just because this is the new asset class. I know right now, if I had if I had a family member somewhere in the world and I absolutely needed to get them money based on that example Famous gave as far as like the legacy system, I'm going to walk it through with them and we're going to figure it out and I'm going to get them that money. I just think that I agree with what you're saying, Walrus, but I feel like we're already in the process of doing that. You know what I'm saying? We can only reach so many people. I think what Richard Hart said on the macro was absolutely right. I just think that he didn't have time to flesh out like that micro stuff that you're talking about. But I agree with what you're saying, though.
Would I be able to have a small rebut on that? I think the one thing they never did was clearly define what they think currency, value, and money is. And I think that's where Famous, Walrus, Black, me, we all have this thing. And so, I want to send someone money and it costs $50 to send to them. I want to send them crypto. Well, if they don't value dollars, if they don't value crypto, I have to adjust my view for them. So I think that almost in all of these conversations, both sides need to have an agreement upon what value and money is. And I don't think that in this debate, on the YouTube, I don't think in that debate that was ever solved, ever, one bit, because you had Richard Hart with this idea of what money and currency is, and then you have Peter Schiff, who every single time he talked about cryptocurrency, he would refer to gold and then going to dollars, et cetera, but not the opposite gold. And so that's just his idea is it is worthless. So to frame it as this, I think Bitcoin is worthless. I think cryptocurrency is worthless. So what is Bitcoin worth to him? Zero. It's worth nothing. So at the end of the day, yeah, Peter's right. It's going to zero for him because even if it goes to $100,000 or $1 million, guess what Bitcoin's doing? Going to zero. He's like the opposite of what's his name? We Are George, Crypto R Us. What's his name? Yeah, the guy who's always bullish on Bitcoin. Peter Schiff is anti that guy. So I think we always need to make sure to understand what money is for the opposite side.
I think the the problem is the opposite side, and it is a valid point right now, but maybe not in the future. What do you use cryptocurrency to buy in the current world? And what I think what the argument is in the outside world of cryptocurrency, you can in some places, admittedly, but in general, you can't walk in the shop and buy a loaf of bread with cryptocurrency. And that, I think, right now, that's the problem. but I think that will get solved in the not so distant future, and people will be able to go and use that cryptocurrency, and it will have utility. I think that is the argument at the moment in a lot of people's minds in terms of fiat versus cryptocurrency. You can go out and go to a shop and spend fiat without any problem on your bank card and whatever. I think that's going to be the biggest obstacle for sort of mass adoption. I don't know if that's related to what you said. I'm a little bit intoxicated.
I think what Gamer said was on point. We all need to know what money is, and I think that Peter Schiff was more talking about valuation and of an asset in cryptocurrency. Like, what can you do with it? Up than the price of what you can sell it for. So yeah, we just got to realize what money is and figure out how we're going to go forward. What's up, Skimo?
Hi. So a couple things. I forgot that I had the opportunity to speak because I was walking a dog. But in like 85,000 things have been spoken about since I had some thoughts. But a couple things. One, and this is like a minor point, and I would like to make it. The characterization of Richard Hart as a young gun. I mean, he's really Generation X. He's not a 22-year-old. He's kind of actually in between Peter Schiff and some of the young people who've been talking tonight. I don't really want to go that much further on that point, but
he's an energy vampire.
No, oh, maybe, I guess. I think that the biggest thing I think that we're dealing with is transition. You know, we look at history, we've read certain things, or we see pictures or whatever, but we are in a huge period of transition, and with social upheaval, financial upheaval, family upheaval. There's so many things that are like 500 years from now, I don't know if they're going to be resolved. But we're just in this period of transition. I wouldn't say just. I think that the world always is. And so we get that you can do these things very quickly. And these whole other system has been built on doing things through SWIFT transactions, wire transactions, the SEC, etc. And they aren't ready to give up control because, by the way, it's worked for a while. It has still functioned. And I just see it as it's crumbling and creaking at the seams, and it will give over to instantaneous transactions that can be viewed on the blockchain. Things that we actually do need to, like something like Monero, where the utility of privacy coins will suddenly be appreciated in this particular world. I just think that we are, that's just how I see it. We're in this huge period of transition. And the fact that money is the new thing. Like in the last 50 years, it's been social transition. It's been gender equality, so many other transitions. And now we're getting to money. And I think I don't have any, expectations. I think that this is one of the things that's coming. I mean, technology, people have been talking about things, Moore's law, like this this change, the changes in technology have sped up exponentially. And, you can look at it like somebody and say, this is terrible. But you can look at it and say, look, this is actually changing the game. Some people actually have information they didn't used to have. They have data they didn't used to have. There's so much data and so much change. It's really overwhelming. It didn't used to change this fast. Other generations aren't used to this much change this fast. So I give everybody, a little bit of credit for being able to change within 4 years, 2 years, 6 months.
So, Smo, do you think it's mostly the information overload that is the problem? It's just there's so much, and a reframing of mindset, a reframing of what value is if we've only been trained on the most basic sense of value?
Well, I do think that. So I guess I have a simplistic version of it, but I saw that. Well, first of all, I thought that Richard did a great job of being very calm. He got a lot of his talking points out. I don't know if anybody noticed that. I think that maybe he's been coached a little bit about making sure that he could get his talking points out.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And remember, I do think that there's a long game there, and probably I'll get into that. Sorry, you asked me a question, and I went off. You asked me.
Is it mostly because of the information overload that we can see this pushback and this resistance from people? Is it mostly because you said this innovation and all of this information is coming at such high speed now? Before the idea of getting on MySpace and getting a couple of likes here and there, but now you can get millions of likes. You can go viral. Is it this information overload that is just, I guess, making it hard for people to understand the crypto realm, that it just seems too risky?
I do think that there's value in cryptocurrency. I do think, I don't really think that I'm qualified to talk about it in terms of a replacement of gold or something like that. But I think that, it was interesting when Peter Schiff said, look, I was right until 2010, and then I was wrong after 2010. And I was like, well, that's interesting, because that's when the internet was about 10 or 12 years old. Facebook had really taken off. The entire social media world had taken off. And we had the banking crisis. And there were a lot of different things that were happening during that time. And I think it's a seismic shift that we look back and see that there were a lot of different things changing at that particular 2, 3, 4 year period.
That makes sense. I actually didn't catch that the way you caught that. Thank you for putting that perspective out there, because I just when he said, he was wrong for 10 years, I kind of just took it the opposite direction. But when you said that, it's really interesting. Yeah, that was about 2 years or so after the financial collapse in America, I think, or the depression, not the collapse, the depression that we were in.
2008, and then we end up getting Bitcoin, which of course took time to take off. That wasn't exactly apparent to the financial markets, but it does. If I'm writing a history book in 500 years, 2008 to 2012 would be an interesting point to look at. Maybe. could have.
I love that perspective. Places. Thank you for that.
It will be in the history books. Introduction to the new world.
I think also, interestingly, I think the frustration amongst young people who are able to absorb the new technology, and people of all different ages who are open and willing to absorb technology, but did have systems that worked for them in the past and can sometimes be attached to them, could become exacerbated as we progress in the next few years. The only thing I would say is be patient with us. I grew up without the internet until I was in my 20s. So.
There's this poem I read, and I'm gonna do a disservice to it, so I'm just gonna paraphrase it. Effectively, it was, I had held you when you were a baby, and I'd fed you when you were a baby, and I'd changed you when you were a baby. I helped you walk when you were a baby. When you first started the talk, I listened to everything you said, and it didn't matter how many times you repeated it. You talked about that balloon so many times, and I just had to listen to it. So as I get older, please forgive me if I repeat something over and over again. Please forgive me if I smell because I haven't changed myself in a while. Please forgive me if I can't function the way that I did when I was younger. But remember all the times that I took care of you. And we really do have to help the older people out the best that we can. And it doesn't mean just say, hey, get into Hex here, do this, because there's a person in Telegram that had a question about their seed phrase, and I had a question about how to access their wallet. And you had a whole bunch of people jumping and telling them what to do, which is great. It's great to have help. But it's great to have help that educates you, not help that tells you what to do. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. Thanks, Mo, for everything you're saying. Hey, Famous.
Is it a book with a baby blue cover? And it's like a mom and she has the kid and the kid comes and climbs the window.
It was a poem, so it might have been based on that.
Yeah, it's a book. My mom used to read me that book when I was a kid. It's exactly the same context, I guess. That's the proper word. Completely
If you can
understand.
post that, I'd love to read that. I'd love to own that, actually.
I wouldn't be able tonight. I would have to go to my parents' house and see for the book because it's in the library. It's a classic book. I would get it to you. It's a really probably someone's heard of it. It's like a book, a blue cover where the mom like takes care of the kid, and then slowly but surely the kid takes care of the mom. It's like a son or something. The son that takes care of the mom at the end. But it's exactly the concept of what you said, that like at the beginning you did everything for me, and then at the end I do everything for you. So it's like a history repeats itself in a very comedic way. Or ironic, I guess that's the word. Ironic way. The people that take care of you is the people you're going to take care of at the end.
Catherine, how are you? I see you're stretching your arm. Didn't know if you
Oh,
wanted
yes.
to talk.
Hi. Yes.
Hello.
Just wanted to give my 2 cents. Hello, everyone. SKMO, I came in when you were talking about that 10-year period that Peter Schiff was referring to. I just written something in one of the telegrams about that too. So that's funny that that really caught your attention as well. But he did say from 2011 to 2021, I was wrong. That he said that he thought that we'd see a weaker dollar, but instead we had the QEs, the quantum, not quantum, the money printing going on over and over repetitively to bail us out. So, but who in that profession gets a decade to be wrong? But because this was a debate, of course, he wasn't going to say, wow, Richard, during those 10 years, you were buying Bitcoin, and then you got into Ethereum, and then you got into Hex and created Hex, or you created Hex. So you were great, that you did the right thing. Of course, he's not going to say that. It's a debate, but that is exactly what did happen. The other point was that in the beginning, when Peter was talking, he said, oh, well, I only get my, people that are in his Pacific Asset Management, only 5%. I recommend only put 5% in gold, and the others 95% income producing assets, which have dividends. So he's trying to come across as not so much of a gold bug, but yet at the end, he really confirms that he is a gold bug because he said, well, personally, I put 50% of my assets in gold and silver mining companies. So that I thought was very telling because he's coming across in the beginning that no, it's only 5%. And then at the end, his own portfolio's got 50% of it. And so I
Yeah, I'd
thought,
love to know what the employment policies, by the way, of those gold and silver mining companies.
I'm sorry,
People
was
who are
that?
actually, I said, I'd love to, by the way, it was, sorry, in support of you. I'd love to know what the employment policies are for those gold and silver mining companies.
Like if they're paying them well, or if they're just paying them underpaid, or something like that.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
extractive.
Well, and one of the things every single time, and maybe it's to save an argument about security, but every time Peter mentioned dividends and shares, the I just kept being brought back to Hex and shares and being paid and consistency. And I'm just surprised that Richard never kept mentioning that as a part of dividends. But maybe that's just the reason he didn't need to, because you can infer if I can lock and stake over time, I'm going to receive dividends. So I think it was just one of those things. But I'm just surprised he never actually physically said it out loud to him.
Yeah, the crazy thing that I thought was the T-share was never mentioned one time in that single debate. But I'm going to go with the funnier topic. Yo, was Richard Hart wearing shoulder pads in that debate with that Louis Vuitton jacket? I pinned
I
the
knew you were
tweet
gonna
up.
ask something about his outfit, dude.
Yo, I pinned the tweet up
Bro,
to the
that was
top.
all Gucci. That
Outfit
was
was
all Gucci.
perfect,
Get
dude.
that right, bro.
He
That was
did that
all
interview and then
Gucci.
he went to play polo.
No Louis V. Nothing. That was Gucci, bro. Get that right.
That
That was
Gucci drip.
was
He was
incredible.
dripping so hard. That's why they didn't want to show him, because they didn't want to give an advertisement. He was wearing how many brands?
Bro, that stream, somebody mentioned in the comments, he's like, "Oh, Richard Hart dressed like a purse today," and I just started dying.
Fucking someone said he needs to stop working on Pulse and fix his fashion. I'm like, bro, I thought he looked fly as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm
like
not
the
even gonna
color
lie.
though. I didn't like the color of the blue with the beige. You should have at least had a white
Okay,
with black.
famous.
Like, nah, man, come on, you can't do that, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Man.
the whole
You have
point is
put
to
the
get
look.
eyes, I think, in my opinion.
Well, he could have
That's
put
his
an
point.
orange.
That's
He
his
could have
point.
put
He
an
says, I'm
orange
silly on purpose.
Gucci.
That's what he
Bro,
says.
they
I'm
have
silly on
orange
purpose.
Yeah,
Gucci.
he
They
did
have
say
orange
that.
tiger. Bro, you serious, man? Gucci
The clown, dude,
in
he's the
Europe. They have
jester.
the
That's kind of the
tiger.
point. It's
They
like,
have
hey,
the
look at
bee.
me. Oh, yeah,
Bro,
I
come
also have
on,
the
man.
biggest gains.
They definitely have orange Gucci, man. It's like a very famous color in Gucci, orange. Like they have the tiger, they have the bee, they have that yellow and red. Like, I'm sorry, no,
I think
it could have
Richard
been
just
so much
embraces
better.
this
So much better stuff.
alternative sort of like he doesn't want to quite go mainstream yet. He wants to be different. No, you've never seen this before.
Well,
When somebody watches Richard Hart stream, dude, they've never seen that shit before. They've
I
never
don't
seen
think
somebody with a live stream with $4 million of watches around them wearing Gucci. No, dude, who else is doing that? Seriously, name one other person doing that. He is unique. You can't say he isn't. And Nerd Girl, who's awesome, by the way, you should definitely follow her. She posts all the time about how everybody's trying to be like Richard Hart. And I'm sure it's true. She's in the industry.
The only guy that does do it is Gary Vaynerchuk, but he does it the opposite. He shows his normal side, yeah, I'm rich, but look how normal I am too. I feel Gary Vaynerchuk is kind of
Because he tries to be mainstream. Richard Hart doesn't care. He at the end of the day,
Vaynerchuk has the same model. I don't give a fuck. This is where I am.
Yeah.
I do. I talk for myself. Who cares if I'm dressed with fucking?
But he never says he cares about any of that shit. He's like, I just do it for the followers.
Bro,
he says that all the time.
Every single thing on his when in his office, those fucking New York fucking jet shit. He cares everything about it, bro. It's his fucking office.
Yeah, Gary
V. But he flashes everything when he's doing anything. It's all planned. Garage sales, everything he does is exactly like Richard. If anyone were to be compared to how Richard takes his image, is probably Gary Vaynerchuk, but it's completely switched. It's he takes the fact that he doesn't want to show you that he has money. He's like, look how normal I am. As to Richard, is look at me. I'm all fucking worried. So there's nothing for you to tell me I'm trying to scam you for. I have everything I want in life already, and haven't sold a dime. I'm trying to fix your life, not mine. Look at me.
Hey, aside from that, right? I think we all should need to take a moment of silence on what the heck happened yesterday. Gold has been killing people for decades. And it's this is not new. All
right.
I wish there was, better ways, but there isn't. Crypto, I hope crypto can fix this. We haven't even seen the beginning yet. We're going to face a lot of pain, struggle, trying to get to make crypto a worldwide currency. But I really would like for you guys to realize that and not just be fed up on the money. The whole point, and people that lives are on the line for this type of change and these type of ordeals. When he said he owns 50% of all these mining companies, that means he killed 50% of these people. And not just these people, Africans. There are other mining companies, but no one's like Africa right now with all the
Blood
money.
Diamond.
Yeah, we have that, but they're trying to take that too, by hook or crook. Americans are trying to steal it from us, kill us and steal it.
You also got to remember how many countries are invading other countries to get their resources, that country also has those same resources. If you were invading countries and stealing their oil just because you don't want to drill under your own land for their oil, there's a reason for that. And I can honestly say, if there's a country that is doing that and they're not going to tap any of their oil reserves till who knows when, well, we already know what's going to happen when they do. People are probably going to try to invade that country too.
Isn't Canada taking oil from Texas or something like that?
The entire energy market is something to study in and of itself. A lot of countries could probably self-suffice, and yet they don't. The United States could totally self-suffice, and yet they don't. We don't.
No, because they don't want to work for it. They want to just take it.
Because it's it's ownership and flows of money and flows of funds and influence into different regions and different places.
I think it's more power and just being greedy. Greed and power.
Well, being in Texas, when it comes to oil and gas, they definitely want to work for it, because as soon as we start buying from other places, all of them get laid off in the oil fields and stuff like that. So now they definitely want to work for it.
Yeah, I'm a Texas boy as well. I can promise there's some roughnecks out there with putting in all the work.
For sure.
So they're putting in all the work for who? For themselves?
No, they want to work. They want a job. I a long time ago, I spent a little bit of time in Appalachia, and this is coal mining country. And essentially what they would say is the price of coal goes up enough, people go back to work and they go into the mines. Goes down, nobody has any jobs. Some places in the United States, and probably a lot of other places in the world, still operate in a very binary system like that.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't come down to like the actual workers themselves. It comes down to the government and where the government is buying this resource from.
Yeah, and I think that's true because we're seeing that transfer over as well. Like now that you see the push toward renewables, and you now have the increased need for those materials and batteries. Now you're seeing places that have cobalt and other types of materials that are used in the batteries and everything is now the next battleground. That's why you see this, some of the delays in Afghanistan, some of the places in Africa that Melo's talked about has nothing to do with gold, although it does have to do with gold as well. But now you're seeing these other rare elements that you need is basically that transition from oil happens. Now you're seeing the places that have those resources start to get exploited.
But for what? For the expenses of what? Like for a group to get rich?
Yes, exactly. And unfortunately, that's exactly what it goes back to. And it never has really been any different than that. Is that resources were the most important thing. If you didn't have them and you could figure out how to get them, you did. It's couched in different ways, but that's exactly what people are doing.
And all those coal mines, just so people know, there's someone that's profiting while other people are not profiting, while people are dying, while people are suffering from long-term health effects. And that's just coal mines, and not to mention any other business or factory or things like that are going around the world. Someone is profiting while someone else is not. Always.
No, someone is profiting off of others, more than plural.
Thank you.
That's sad. I hope cryptocurrency can change that. I hope we can be in position and power to change that.
Well, I think one of the interesting things is the value of information. The fact that there's a lot of really good information that's behind paywalls, but the internet has made it possible that you can actually go to a library, so to speak. You have to pay for it, maybe, but you can get behind that paywall, but you can get information that you couldn't necessarily get before. It would take a long time. You could get it, you'd have to travel there, you'd have to do something, you'd have to be special. Now you could probably pay $20, or I don't know what it takes to get behind Jay's or at the moment, but if you can get past, first of all, there's the information that's on the internet that you can find. But a lot of times, if you're researching a topic, you're going to wind up with the same kind of regurgitated information. You need to get behind the paywall to get to the journal articles, the real information, something actually really interesting. But it's possible remotely, which is what I think the internet has actually done for people. And then there is the fact that we've turned value into something you can transmit on the internet. That really is a 0 to 1 to me. I don't have an entire worldview, just a thought.
I absolutely love that. I remember when Facebook first came out. I want to say that Facebook actually had the first cryptocurrency, if we want to consider it from base level, although I'm pretty sure you can go all the way back to RuneScape or something, transmitting value. You could buy something called Facebook coins. Does anyone remember Facebook coins? You could spend those on video games. You'd build on top of Facebook. You'd put a game on there. You'd put in your 1 to 5 or however many hundreds of dollars you wanted to put in there for your games. And then you would have your Facebook coins and you'd spend that on there. Granted, the coin was like, I think 1 to 1. So $1 was one Facebook coin. But could you send those to people? No, I don't think you could. So yes, transmitting value would have changed the game even then, but they didn't have that ability. We see Facebook wanted to do Libra and launch their own crypto. I believe the SEC shut that down. But it's actually harder than people think to create something that is successful, especially in on the blockchain, which, as everyone has been pointing out, has no value because the value is subjective. And I think that's really when we say that it has no value, because if something has infinite value, does it really have a value, or is it valueless?
Yeah, I would like to see Peter Schiff argue from like the real estate side aspect of investments versus crypto. I think that would be a good argument, because the gold versus crypto debate, it was not a gold versus crypto debate at all.
Or even I'm listening, Walters.
Oh, I was going to say, I think that was by design, right? Because obviously the charts and all the facts when it comes to like gold versus crypto, there's not much of an argument. I mean, obviously there's a few fringe things, but the vast majority of gold is what he tried to hide is that it's at best case a hedge against inflation. And you really just can't compare the two. So that's why like the very first sentence out of his mouth was, oh, okay, well, it's 5 or 10%. Like he had to like quickly disarm the like pull out the charts and compare. So that's one thing that Peter actually did a decent job of, was actually framing some of the arguments and disarming some of the, I wouldn't even call them bullets. They're ballistic missiles that are in of Richard, when it just comes to like, hey, there's no comparing holding gold and crypto. So that's why he disarmed that quickly and moved on to more of it's an investment tool, and kept trying to kind of cloud that.
I thought it was interesting though that Peter says that it's not an investment, but it's saving. And the thing that I always had a hard time understanding was he would say it's not an investment, it's a savings device, but look how much it's gone up, and then, well, that seems like an investment. Or he would talk about cryptocurrency and say it's not getting adopted, but then talk about it going from $10 all the way up to 60,000 and then down to 40, and then talks about how more and more and more people are getting into it. Well, that sounds mysteriously like the word adoption. And you can phrase it however you want. You can use different words. It's like if I say something and you want to mansplain it to me the same exact way, sure, say it again. I don't care. But you're just defining the exact same thing I said. So I just find it really interesting that most of Peter's arguments were actually in favor of investing in an asset that can grow over time. And really, his argument is don't invest in the wrong thing. Don't put into the wrong thing. He thinks all of crypto is the wrong thing. And that's why Richard Hart said, yeah, fine. 99.99999% of the time, you're going to be right when you think things like this. But then there is that one opportunity of Amazon. There is that one opportunity of PayPal that you have a chance in. And are you going to risk not being in it? There is an opportunity cost to that. Meaning you don't get 1 million X gains. You don't get 6 million X gains because you want it to be $1. You want it to be $2, $10, $28. So it's safe for you. And it's the same reason why people who were in Hex before 1 penny, after 1 penny, up to 50 cents are saying the same exact thing because their value proposition has never changed. Whereas the person who says, oh, it's not $1 yet, changes their perspective when it hits 50 cents. And then at 10 cents, they also change their perception again.
I think you're hitting on a really interesting thing about risk. Is that you could do a matrix and you can decide, oh, this is, not very likely to happen, but the risk is high. This is very high, but the risk is low, etc. You could do that. But like investment takes risk. You really could go to zero on some things. That's why everybody tells you not to put everything in one particular thing. But risk really means it could go to zero. And I think it's probably likely that if you talk to people who have made really good returns on something, they're like, yeah, I totally, like shit the bed on that. Like this completely was useless. This was useless. This was useless. This made me a lot of money. And that's a mindset of being able to handle that.
Yeah, most people nowadays, they don't want to wait until they're 59. Like with legacy system, you work 40 years, then you retire at 59 years old and you got, 10 years of your life left. New day and age, everybody wants to get rich quick, so they're willing to take that risk and supplement, the cost of it now versus having to wait until they're old and broke down at 59 years old and can't
Sure,
do
but
anything.
I also think that a lot of people would be super happy with being able to put their money in a bank and make 10% returns on it. And be like, that's fine for me. But you can't do that anymore. So you have to take risk. And if you don't, you just lose money.
Yeah, exactly.
What you were describing a second ago is really what the venture capitalists do. They invest in, let's say, 10 different businesses and really only they're lucky if one of them pans out. But when that one does pan out, it's huge. And it pays for all the errors that they've made.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to touch on too. That risk also changes. I think sometimes we look at these things like very unilaterally, like is it gold or crypto? When really the larger your portfolio gets, it's really what percentages of these things we want to take. Which that's actually a kind of a credence to what Peter said that it was 5 or 10%. So, if you had 10 grand and I told you I could lock in that you would never lose principal, you're going to get 5% a year forever, locked in, no risk. Like, who cares, right? But if you tell me I've got $100 million to start with and you can lock that in the same way, absolutely guarantee no principal, and then now I just have this $5 million payout annually every year. Well, that's a very different proposition. So these risk tolerances and how those profiles come through also depend on the amount of, just the amount of capital you're talking about in the first place. And, that can quickly shift to what percentages you're willing to take of what risk on what percent of the portfolio. I know that was a mouthful. And then to Steak's point, I think sometimes, man, that can be, there is a very much of a, make a lot now. I'm not going to sit and wait around until I'm 50. And I think that sometimes the older generation sees that as, a lack of want to or work ethic or this impulsive nature. And I think it is to some degree. But I think also, if you look at the tools people have now, you should be able to, if you're talking about, I can't remember who it was earlier was talking, I think maybe it was Famous. It was talking about how the majority of people, a few generations ago were very industrial looking at these things. Well, the amount of work somebody can do in the 40s, if you have to sit there and operate by a candle and write things down on a pencil and all you can do is swing a hammer, the amount of just work you can put out in the world has nothing compared to what we can do now if you're a smart person who has access to a smartphone, a laptop, and everyone around them does to be able to leverage communication. So if you take great people in history, like, Leonardo da Vinci did all these great things. Like, imagine what that guy would do if we handed that dude, a MacBook Pro and an iPhone. Like, the amount of work and creation that guy could have done would just be leveraged 1,000x. Like, and I mean, that's where you get guys like Elon, right? So I think that's something that this generation, again, I think sometimes we get jaded, or the older generations, look at us jaded by saying that, but we actually have the tools that we should be able to create enough effort, produce enough things in the world in a much shorter time that you don't have to break your back at 50. Like, the amount of knowledge we have, the things we can create, like, the access to all these tools, like, it's not unrealistic to think that somebody who's very savvy, very about it, can create as much value in the world in 15 years as it took 2 generations ago, 60 years.
Yeah. I mean, Ben Franklin was a master image consultant, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Don't let everyone see you drink. Make sure that everybody knows you're hardworking.
Yeah, Walrus, that was definitely a great point. And whenever I think maybe it was funding, Jim, you know how Peter had this like 5 or 10%. That's what people keep as liquid hex. Like, they keep that little 5 to 10% liquid hex, just in case for that, oh shit, it's going down. I need to pull, get some cash out and stuff like that. And then like the 85 to 80% is all staked hex, out in the future. So we kind of do. I mean, I think most hexagons do have that same risk tolerance that Peter was talking about, but we keep it in a good performing asset where he keeps it safe. I don't even know if you can call gold safe, but like, he keeps his in gold where we just keep ours in liquid hex.
Another thing to think about is Berkshire Hathaway, the most expensive stock that is on the New York Stock Exchange, launched in, 1990. Launched in 1990, and it has done 64x since its inception, since its launch. Now, I do think that it's a little bit disingenuous to some degree, just like all of us may know, to compare something that's been out for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years to something that's just been made. Where the counterpoint to that is, this thing is never going to change, meaning you can infer that this thing will exist in 100 years. So you can talk in definites about this thing. And the only unknown is the price point. So while sometimes saying, oh, hey, look at Hex and what it's done is disingenuous, it's really not, because the code can't change. So I guess, that's kind of the counterpoint I'd like to make whenever Peter mentioned that about the
I'd
charts.
like to support that with the idea of the amount of technology transition and that has gone on during that time, right? Like, the Moore's Law, along with the idea of the technology transition, should possibly be a chart that can be coincided. Does that make sense? Maybe it doesn't.
Not to me. Could you define that in a better way? Yeah.
So, Berkshire Hathaway, I'm not exactly sure when it started, but the thing is, like, it was still on an analog system, so to speak. The cryptocurrency and the advancement, the exponential advancement of technology within it could be charted along, I think, cryptocurrency's rise.
Because of the massive technology, we've been able to get these higher gains faster than the old
and also,
way.
there's so many more people who can know about it within seconds. Like, we talk about mass adoption. I mean, there are people who still don't have cell phones in this world. Like, but once they do, they're going to jump over all of that basic technology that we've had in the last 100 years.
Well,
and they've been doing
sometimes, sometimes it's just like, people think that it's an intelligence factor when it's not an intelligence, it's a motivation factor. So to say, a person can't understand cryptocurrency, that is false. Do they want to understand cryptocurrency? If they want to, they will do that. If a person is living in a world that has, or in a country that has no education, that doesn't mean that they're dumb. It just means that they need to have motivation. And they more than likely have a motivation that's different than what we have. So it's really all about the motivation at the end, from what I can tell. That is opposite from the conversation we were having. But with the mass adoption, we can't really rule anyone out because it's no longer an education game. Intelligence game. Sorry, not an education game. It is an education game. It's not an intelligence game.
Sure, well, of course not.
100%. You can't.
Go ahead, Gary. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, sorry, man. Like, you can't. People will only listen if they want to listen and learn. And I found this out recently with my chiropractor. Okay, just a little short story. So my chiropractor, she's 63, 64. And I went there only on Tuesday, just gone, and started talking about cryptocurrency. And she was so interested and so switched on, so wanted to learn, wanted to listen. And she even tuned into the debate tonight, and she was texting me. So you can't. It's not about age. It's not about things like that. It's about open-mindedness and the willingness to learn about something different. And a lot of people who are sort of in the, I don't know how to word it without being offensive, but in the elderly category, like my parents, for example, they don't want to learn. They don't want to listen.
I don't think that you're approaching something that is actually insulting. Okay. The only reason it would be insulting is if you're saying all old people can't learn and do not want to, which I don't think that's what you're saying.
Exact opposite
right?
to what I'm saying, yeah.
Exactly. And what I think does happen, though, is that people tend to do what works, right? And it's always worked for them to be able to do something.
They do what they used to.
Right. Well, it has, I guess we're semantics, I would say, on that one.
Works for them.
Yes, it works for them. Yeah, sorry. Subjectively
Let's meet in the
works
middle.
for them. Mm-hmm. And that, okay, so if I could take my own parents as an example, my mother has absolutely, she's the one who's still alive now, by the way. She's absolutely refused to adopt anything. She goes to the bank and cashes a check and gets cash. That's what she does. She doesn't have a bank card. And numerous times she's told me, like, very has been very strident in her, like, well, you do all of this, you have the risk of getting hacked, you have the risk of all these things. And my father like along the way wanted to learn how the internet worked. He was the one who got the phones. He was the one who did all these things, and he was the one who got the plane tickets. And then he got dementia, and then he wasn't able to do any of that anymore. However, he was the one who wanted to adopt and adapt because he could see, at least, you know, before all that happened, that this was the way of the world. Yeah. And she was kind of a little bit, you know, I mean, she was a little bit sheltered because he would take care of these things. Now, that's a whole marriage and gender and all of these things that we could take in a different direction. But some people want to know the way of the world and they want to keep up. And some people do what works for them.
Yep.
And frankly, I think that we all actually owe it to the world to keep up.
100%.
I was going to quickly chime in on something CSC said, talking about how it's not an intelligence, it's more of an education issue and things like that, and about where these places can use this. I always like to go back. One of the best proof of concepts for digital currencies and eventually cryptocurrencies actually comes from Zimbabwe, where the government got so overran and they printed so much money that they actually had $1 trillion bills. You can literally Google these things. It's the craziest thing. They're literally pieces of paper that say $1 trillion from Zimbabwe. And what the population ended up doing was using cell phone minutes. They used cell phone minutes as currency because they were cheap, easy to transact, all these kinds of things. And so that was sort of one of those great, you know, again, proof of concepts that people looked at. So, I mean, that came from Zimbabwe, which obviously doesn't have the, you know, the highest classical education and things like that, but they were just in a bind and needed to solve a problem. And they sort of stumbled on to one of the earliest sort of examples of, you know, digital currencies.
And Wells, I find that really interesting because if things happen politically where people shut down other people's bank accounts, or they figure out a way to shut down or make it incredibly hard to transmit cryptocurrency and be able to extract value from that, people will find another way of doing that. That I have no worry will happen. Right? People will always find a way to be able to transact. As evidenced by what you just described.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And think about how much people value communication, Walrus. That was one of the things. How did they value money? They valued the communication over that. That's kind of how I took that. Is that how you interpret that as well? That they valued communication over paper?
Not quite, although that's an interesting sort of sociology look. The case was that they just needed something that they could transport and transact that was intrinsically valuable. So because the paper became useless because of the hyperinflation in the country, they just needed some other form to transact. And since naturally, you know, swapping to any sort of precious metal, something physical, you have to adapt and bring these things around. So as a way of sort of improvising away from a barter system, everyone has cell phones, even in these countries that have, you know, you can have cell phones when you have poor running water, as crazy as that is in a lot of places in the world. So they just swapped to a form of digital currency because that was something they could actually use and carry to transact in. So again, it was just one of those examples of one, digital currency works. These types of transactions are functional. And also to lean into, again, that to understand these things now, you know, crypto is obviously much more difficult than cell phone minutes, but the idea is there's ones and twos on the screen. You send them digitally to somebody else's screen with the ones and twos. Two of these equal a chicken. I want the chicken. I send you two. You know, at some point you can break it down to be that simple. And that really is one of the biggest issues with cryptocurrency in the first place. And I think with a lot of things, just that there's like we see this with Hex versus other coins, right? You know, someone will sit in Bitcoin and the amount of sort of skepticism they'll have toward Hex and the questions they'll ask, they've never even asked of the project they believe in, right? Like we've all made this joke a few times about some of these Hex haters that they end up knowing more about Hex than they know about the project they're in because they end up just digging through and trying to find things of an issue, but because they're comfortable in a certain setting. So, you know, again, Peter Schiff has spent time. He has no problem holding shares of a company that he can't really vote in, can't trade in, or can't do anything with. But somehow crypto's value is this anomaly that he can't wrap his head around because he's so much more skeptical of crypto that he's more stringent and asks questions and has a higher barrier for what's acceptable than what he applies to the actual things he owns. Just because that education can be so difficult. How many times have we spoke to a no coiner and they say, well, why is Bitcoin worth anything? And you literally say, why is the dollar worth anything? And they don't know, but they're fine because they can spend dollars and they've worked their whole life. They just have this different level of skepticism toward things they don't understand. So the education in crypto is difficult because you basically have to educate them on what they're doing now and then why this is better.
But we're doing it for the future, though, aren't we? Because right now, you can go out and spend $1. You can go out and spend the Great British Pound. At the moment, you cannot go out. In some places, you can. I admit, but you cannot go out to the and this is what I was saying earlier. But you cannot go out to the local shop at the moment and buy a loaf of bread with hex or things, and that is where it's got to become. And I suppose that is where people start to realise the fiat currencies are also made up, in inverted commas, currencies and things. Like I own, below my business shop, I own a little retail store that is not got a tenant at the moment. I'm genuinely thinking about opening a hex.com store, like in about 2 months' time. But I'm looking into at the moment the legal implications of that as not a financial bank, if you like, but somewhere, it's got hex.com, 38% APY on the front. Come in and have a chat, and we'll just talk about things. Like, I'm taking some legal advice on that at the moment, but I'd love to have that just, next to the Halifax Bank or whatever the bank is in where you live, and you can come into the hex.com store, chat to us. You've got some money to invest, lock it up for 10 years. This is what may happen. No financial advice, but I'm just looking into the possibilities of doing that, and I think it's a good idea, to be honest, just to get things out there.
Yeah, Gara, that's a great idea. You could just literally set it up as a retail store, just have some T-shirts, different things you're selling, and also then, you could actually help people not only just buy a T-shirt or something, but help them understand Hex and what they do with their money. It wouldn't be like you're advising them necessarily, but you could teach them how to do it.
I think so. Yeah, it's just like I said, I'm taking some legal advice on it at the moment in terms of what the implications would be, but I think it's crying out for it. Where I live, right, people will, and where my business is on the upper floor, they'll walk past that, they'll see it, hex.com, what's that? Come in and have a chat, and it's like just onboarding, come in and have a chat, and like, as I said, I don't know what the legal implications are, but just come in, learn about it. I'll tell you about it. Like I said, we to maybe disguise it, we'll sell some T-shirts and we'll hand out some leaflets and everything. But surely that's the way it's got to go in terms of sort of mass onboarding, and it's almost becoming a high street bank, but it's your own bank, and you just come in and discuss it with us. Okay, you've got this amount to invest. This is what you could do with it, and this is how you do it. Yeah, I don't know. Is that the way to get it sort of mainstream, maybe in the public eye? I mean,
one of the things that I've been doing is I'm actually going to set up a second phone line on my account. It'll actually be another phone, but either way. And I'm going to disperse that to particular groups that I trust, so that way, kind of avoid bot spam, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Worst case scenario, you get it changed. But I have avoided using any terms of United States dollar value when referring to anything. All of my Excel spreadsheets that are hex stakes do not involve dollar values whenever I send them to people, unless it's, they specifically say, oh, well, what's a dollar value? And then you just tell them how to multiply your hex by whatever dollar value you think it's worth. But I found that avoiding dollar values helps me talk to people about hex. So I don't know if that would help on the legal side of things as well. You're not necessarily advising what they do with dollars. You're advising what they do with hex. And all you're saying is, here's how you stake it. Here's how you do this. Here's these t-shirts. So just like Hex is the Way was saying, doing a retail store, you're selling them products. You're not selling them hex. All they do is they come in, they like hex. They're hexicans, and you're also a guy that knows about staking hex. So now, granted, you have to talk to a lawyer about that, but I wouldn't use United States dollars or whatever fiat when referring to staking ever in that scenario.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's where I was going with it. So I'm genuinely gonna do it 100%. It's just a matter of time and just getting some legal advice, and it'll be the first cryptocurrency fucking probably in my country in terms of a in terms of being high street wise. So I just want to get it right legally before someone sort of steps in and says, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's 100%.
Well, and I'm trying to get to my my city peoples, my commerce, and I'm going to try to just get an area that I can basically hand flyers out and have people come learn about hex, because we have plenty of people here that don't know about cryptocurrency. And you know what? I'd rather get a space that people can go to and ask questions and learn about hardware wallets, hot wallets, safety, security, cryptocurrency. What is it? And just maybe host a thing once a week or so. Working with my city to see what I can do, but good. Got to reach out somehow.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I was thinking. I've got the opportunity to. I've got an empty retail store literally below me that I own, and it's I got a couple of tenants interested, but for me, I'm just it's just such a big opportunity just to put a fucking hex.com sign on top and say, "Come in, talk to us." And
well, let's look at that real quick, because I'm in a bunch of discords, and most of it is to promote Pulse Chain, etc. right now. But a couple of them they'll always throw these tokens out for people to go look at. And they mentioned one, and every single person will always say, do your own research. You ask questions, they say, oh, well, blah, 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 but do your own research, do your own research. So I tried this, I'm like, fine, I'll do my research. I'll look. That dang coin that they suggested had a video that was posted about 2.5 years ago from Crypto Bureau. Great. I love Crypto Bureau. Great. But all the information in that video is outdated. Oh, outdated. What does that mean? They changed their model? They changed everything? Oh, yeah. They changed their whole white paper. They don't even do everything that they said they originally did. Just go to the website. You can barely find information about that. There is no one in their community. They have significantly less than 30,000 holders. So when people are saying, go into this, go into this, go into this, and they say, do your own research, what friggin' research am I supposed to do? Whereas when you go into Hex and they say, do your own research, not only are we willing to provide links, not only are we willing to provide our information, not only are we willing to provide our own strategies, you can YouTube Hex and you can find hundreds of videos that were posted there's one that was posted less than 24 hours ago. So, in terms of community, we have Garo over here that wants to open up a freaking retail store. We have Gerardo that made his own site based on the price of Hex compared to Bitcoin and Ethereum. So, when we talk about education and we talk about knowledge and we talk about commitment, I mean, honestly, this freaking community is so appreciated in the cryptocurrency community, and I can almost guarantee that can't guarantee. I can almost say that in every cryptocurrency, there is probably at least one or two hexicans that have been spreading knowledge, whether or not they've been using hex or saying the word hex.
One of the coolest experiences I've had when it came to onboarding was actually with Hex is the Way. Hex of the Way. What's your your two sons' Hex nicknames? I can't remember off the top of my head. You may not be.
Oh, yeah, Hexatron and Hex Blast.
All right, so I'm sitting in Dallas, Texas, hanging out with Hex of the Way with Hexatron and Hex Blast, and he actually wins the actual Hex giveaway from the Germans who are running this tour to his, and he ends up saying what was really cool is he's like, well, I've got two sons. Now I can stake this and there'll be a copy on each chain, one for each of them. So I'm sitting there and like, a lot of traveling around, but to see like, you got these German guys who are traveling, we're here in Texas. He's going to, do this stake for, his next generation. And there's a chain, because there's two chains, one for each of them. It's just like, man, like how much of the world and how many year gap and everything, just seeing so much, I don't even know what the word you want to say. It's just synergy and like oneness in that little moment there was something that was just really, really cool to see. Just there were people there that knew nothing. There were a lot of OGs. But just to kind of see just that many places of the world and that many generations represented and just something positive and onboarding was one of the coolest things I've seen. And his boys are awesome. They also do Taekwondo and I do a lot of mixed martial arts, so his little boys are the champions, man. I love them.
Wax on, wax off, Danny-san. We got to invent a new belt, not the black belt. Got to get the hex belt. That beautiful gradient of purple to pink.
Black diamond belt.
Oh, I just nutted. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and then just on the other one too, besides that one, the one that was in Austin was great. For anyone that didn't get a chance to do one of the conferences, a lot of us were the only nut job who's into crypto in our close groups, or at least the only ones who like to talk that much. And I'm sure every one of us here have gotten excited about something in crypto, tried to tell someone that was close to us and just watched their eyes glaze as we kept talking. But when you go to one of these conferences and you get to see just sitting here reveling around people that, again, similar worldviews, and to see the amount of like just positive nature, Heartbeat was there giving my fiance a hard time. We were doing a stream with some of the Magic Carpet Ride guys. Maddie's there joking around, and we all went out and listened to music afterward, just seeing how much Hexicans get along and just rip to each other and just, again, the different walks of life. We had he's on Twitter here somewhere. I can't remember his name, but he's an older cat and he's walking around with a cane, and in the other hand, he has a giant hex shield. And it's just like, okay, we're a special group at this point. This guy literally doesn't have a free hand because he's got a cane and a hex shield. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then there's, the German guys look like they just fell out of like a Euro skateboarding magazine, but they're brilliant when it comes to hex, and then there's a few of us and, that are more in suits and ties, just people with their hats on backwards. I met a guy there who, he had his big like ZZ Top looking beard, and he was sitting there having a blast and just seeing the eclecticness of the group, but just how everyone just got along and cracked up, and seeing that many people passionate about something, not just the number go up, but just similar mind views. And as you said, how many people are out there educating people in other communities that may not be saying hex, getting a chance to see those people in person. It was special. It's something different.
And how many people have ended up coming up to you and saying that you're the reason why they got into hex? You're the reason why they know so much about crypto. I've had a couple of people come up and tell me that, and they never talked in some of the chats. They just apparently listen, and some of us go off on tangents and talk for almost hours and hours and hours in these Telegram groups, and almost no one talks. And then when they talk, but you will listen for hours and hours, and sometimes they're just gathering all the information. And this person ended up talking to me in Discord, and it was the same person who I had heard in a Telegram. And man, it's just crazy hearing this community continue to grow and continue to change. Walrus, I love listening to the Walrus in Telegram. I haven't seen them for a hot minute. I think a lot of us end up ditching Telegram just to save some sanity. If you sit in the Pulse X chat or you sit in the Hex chat for hours on end for weeks upon weeks upon weeks, you kind of need a little bit of a break. But then we come here to Twitter Spaces and sit and talk.
Yeah, another one that was so funny about that, the Selva side of the community, Togosh, he's the cat that actually runs the Hex Radio app, the one that actually, that way it streams the Telegram room onto YouTube. And I, I was like, oh, what's up, man? And, same kind of thing. He's like, oh yeah, I've heard you on there. I never really talk or anything. And I was, we just kind of back and forth. And I was like, man, like that thing is awesome. It makes a lot of difference. And I was just, just trying to really tell him thank you. And he was confused. He was like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean? What do I mean? Like that thing's really helpful, man. Like a ton of people watch on the streams and they get this stuff figured out. And he was like, really? That many people like pay attention? I was like, man, look at this. And I open up my Telegram and I just start scrolling because I have hundreds and hundreds of DMs and from all these groups where people message and stuff. I was like, man, dude, you have no idea that there are literally millions of dollars that have moved around in crypto because they get on there and, see the work that you put in because you made it easy on YouTube. He also built the API for hex.com. He's done some other cool stuff too. And I'm not joking. He just shrugged his shoulders and was like, yeah, I only did that because they won't let me have Telegram on my work computer. That was his answer. That's why we have Hex Radio app. He literally just built something for the entire community because they wouldn't let him have Telegram on his computer. He figured other people did too. So he streamed it and did all that cool stuff. That's literally the only reason it's there.
That is so awesome. So Richard Hart built Hex. Why? He wanted something. He built it. Fine, I'll be the shill. Why are they making Hedron? The guy who's designing it, he specifically was asked that, and he said, I wanted to make something so I could use it. It was a thing that he wanted. And that's really what we need in this community, people to build. And that's why we don't have expectations. If you want something, you make it, you build it. He built the Hex Radio app, and now people use it. So, just go for what you need and go for what you want. Do what you can. We all have different skills here. Oh, Ballot Brand, look at that son of a gun. I can tell you, I've never watched your streams, but I love you. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have said it like that.
There's a Hex Radio app?
Yeah, if you go onto YouTube, it's basically a bot he set up so that it'll stream whatever room that his Telegram account's in. So right now it's in PulseX because that's where most of the voice chat communications are. So if you go to the Telegram and voice chat, you'll actually, if you scroll through the members, you'll see Hex Radio app. Or if you look it up on YouTube, you can see the stream. But he literally created this bot so that people could actually, so that it was recorded so that people could go back and when we get cats like, Shane or Ruth or, Angel Black, Funning Jim, all these OGs that go in there that we don't get a chance to talk to very often. People go in there and clip and record and listen. Or in his case, just who can't use Telegram for whatever reason, they can just listen to the streams on YouTube. And it's literally all because it's not from anyone except for Togosh, who just took the time to do it for himself and then set it up so the whole community could use it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just as a service announcement, also generally our broadcast now on Twitter Space is operating in a similar manner. So we have Hex to Learn, and you're able to literally watch it on YouTube or Twitch or different other places, and you can find it on hexstreamers.com. We'll be live on there, and you can just click on it whenever. We usually run these things most days, I would say mostly 24/7, unless something crashes. So you can check that out. Thanks to the famous X again. He's been running this for a few weeks now, and he also made a app. You go to hex2learn.com. You can also install the web app, and we're working on more and more onboarding tools. So yeah, it's just people like him come in and start working on things for free, stay up all night long for weeks on end straight, and all of a sudden we have such cool tools that we can use. And that's the passion that comes when you have a good initial product that people really believe in, and they want to stick around for the long term.
Have we added you guys onto How to Pulse yet?
No, I've just been doing, more than asking. So yeah, man, if you guys want to feature me, I've featured How to Pulse all over my place. On the app, it's in the front page. It's like literally one of the first thing you click. So like, I just haven't had the time to reach out. I know Hex is the way. We reached out to Hex streamers, which is awesome. But if ever anyone wants to reach out to me, I have no problem. I give you all the information. I give you all the links. I have no problem with that. And not only that, we also started a free directory, so people could connect with each other. Hexicans who don't have social influence could still go there, and like if you're a mechanic, art designer. I know today we have like a marketing specialist that was just added. So it's like not a lot of people, but it's still growing, and the idea is growing, and I'm testing it out. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome, brother. Yeah, I'll DM you tonight or tomorrow, man, and we'll make sure that we have our little we have that page where we add a lot of other people who do content and cool stuff. I'll make sure I get you guys on there.
Yeah, please, man. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
And if people haven't gone to How to Pulse, I really do recommend it. It's one of my favorite sites to check out. It's if there's anyone who's a no coiner, I will point them straight to the section about wallets and hardware wallets, et cetera, et cetera. How to Pulse is a really great onboarding tool for, I'd like to say, no coiners, but almost everyone.
Very glad to hear it, brother.
Shit, I mean, I just started doing NFTs because I was bored. Because Hex, there's not much to it. You literally just you make your buys and then you stake it, and then you're just like, well, you just took away like the fun aspect of the crypto / trading investing market, and now I'm just like, oh, what the hell am I gonna do? So
Staking apes. I'm working on it, brother. We're gonna make it fun.
Yo,
I'm
hell
working
yeah.
on it.
I've met so many different people too just by doing the whole NFT things, like all different hexagons. I went to that museum. I freaking, all these coins and stuff. Everything's cool, but the difference between like our community doing all these projects and stuff, you can just tell in their tone. None of them are like, hey, this is gonna 10,000x, this is going to 100x, or whatever, this will be better than Hex. Nobody like pitches or sells like that. They're just like, hey, this is what I'm doing. If you want to check it out, you can check it out. And then that's about the end of it.
Hey, Walrus.
Yes, sir.
When did you get first into Hex, if you don't mind me asking?
So I have a interesting background with it that's like the rest of crypto, where I got into crypto actually like really early. I just didn't understand what I was doing, and it didn't really make sense. So I got into Hex a little bit, just under a penny. What was that? December of 2020. But I actually like followed Richard, and so it's actually kind of funny. I always bring this up because like now that like people hear me in the telegrams and things, I think sometimes we think that the people who are successful like know everything and are like these really sophisticated guys, when really a lot of times we're just dummies who happen to pick the right horse and then figured it out as along the way. I was actually following Richard when he was still developing the CFD token, which, if people don't know, was actually the first project he was going to create on his own. It was this really, really difficult thing with computational fluid dynamics. So he shifted away from that, and then he went to Bitcoin Hex. So I was watching this whole time, and it was funny. I actually watched him launch Hex, but I was cheering for it almost like I would cheer for a sports team. Like I just thought Richard was this cool guy, and this was like he was this head coach, and I was watching a team, and I was just telling people like how good Hex was going to do, and it went up, and I was actually like laughing at my friends, being like, "See, guys, I told you." And it just didn't really sink in my head that, hey, why don't you put money in this and actually make some of the money? And then I finally did, and obviously been a lot more involved ever since.
So Walrus, you're like a legit, I want to say, are you Godwell? I'll call it out right now.
No, nothing like that, man. I've done very well. Richard's project's taken care of a lot of us, and I've obviously moved in a lot since then. And this last year, even after the big dip, has really done a lot compared to the holdings I had before that. And a lot of things, and I'm really looking forward to being a lot more involved with Pulse from the very, very beginning. So, you know, how to Pulse, all the stuff. We're going to run the validator, be doing things with the bridge, all kinds of really, really cool stuff, supporting a lot of other projects. So, we'll be a lot more involved in. But no, I'm not the God well.
All right, well, I got another question for you, Walrus. That, like, how do you feel with all the shit that's going on recently regarding like all these other projects coming out and shit? If you say you've been here for basically since day one type shit, you watched Richard Hart, everything grow. So it's like, how do you feel with these people coming out trying to basically ride his coattails in a way?
So I think that everyone's a little bit wrong and a little bit right, you know. So if you're coming in, not building things that don't have value and just trying to leech off the community, all those types of things, are making outrageous claims, and you're trying to, you know, come in here and eat off Richard's table, absolutely, you know, no, right? Like, Hexicans have seen a lot of bad projects that did terrible things. So, you know, I don't like that. Now, so I think that there's a little bit, some difficulties where there's a bit of a transition between there's Hex, there's RH, and there's this glorious community. Well, now it's Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain's a network. There's PulseX, and you already saw some infighting between like the PulseX and the Pulse guys, which, I mean, that's kind of hilarious, right? So, you know, we want people to build on Pulse Chain, right? And, you know, I would like to see those things come from the community, but at the same time, they also need to do everything the right way, the exact, you know, similar to the way Richard did things, right? So that means, you know, having audited code. That means using admin keys in a limited or in no way at all. So they just need to be able to stand up on their own, right? Like, they can sink or swim on their own. You know, they don't need RH to come in here and chill their projects. They don't need to sit there and chill in the main rooms. They don't need to siphon away from the community, which even that's a little difficult, because if you're building on Pulse, like, who would you talk to other than people on Pulse? But there's such an overlap with Hex that it's just a very muddied water situation. And I think that for the most part, there's going to be projects that do good things, but there's going to be a ton of projects that suck, and it's very hard to tell them apart. And a lot of those big rooms, that the RH built those, right? Like, you got to remember the one that brought us all here. So, like, RH's stuff should always come first. They shouldn't be shielding those rooms. It's just, like I said, it gets difficult because you don't want any of those people, again, just coming in here and eating off, you know, Richard's plate. But if you've been in this community and this is where you're part of, like, who else are you going to tell, right? So it does get muddy. And I think that some of the vindictiveness that's come out from the, you know, sort of RH only, I think is too heavy, but it's also very merited. And on the other side, I think those guys have done too much sort of pushing into the community, but where else were they going to, you know, who else were they going to talk to some degree? So the overlap is really difficult, but I think all those projects, whether, you know, some that I'm loosely associated with and the ones that I'm not, you know, I talk good about a lot of them. You know, Hedron, I think Hurricane is going to be cool. There's just going to be stuff that gets built, but they need to stand up on their own. They need to sink or swim without RH holding their hand.
Hey man, you got my vote. I don't know if, like, how to say this. If we had to vote regarding kicking people out and kicking people in, you got my vote. I'll keep you on the boat. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I don't want to get kicked off the island.
But no, man, your answer was amazing. I love how you articulated it and everything. So yeah, man. Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to, you know. Also, I'm gonna write you a poem now because I like the answer. And
Hex poet.
I'm gonna try and figure out
super cool, man.
How to
Eric,
get some
you
rhyme
need to
with
say it
walrus.
live. Come on. You need to say it live.
Yo, I love this tweeting function that you can do on fucking howtopulse.com. This shit's sweet. I just sent out my first tweet.
Makes it so easy.
I know,
love
like, I
that
didn't have to
tool,
do
dude.
anything.
Guys, okay, so this is the thing, just real quick. Okay, I love this tool. But I'm a marketer, okay? So, like, real quick, I'm just gonna Richard Hart it for you guys. Be careful with it, because what it does is, we're talking about a feature on howtopulse.com where you can basically, like, in one click, have a whole tweet ready to go with a link, an image, hashtags, the whole thing. Now, if you tweet that out by itself, right? You just use the button. You click the button, and then you click tweet. Then you're just doing like what a bot would do, right? Like you could write code for a bot to do that, to just like post the same tweet on different accounts. And that's not really helpful actually, because Twitter's super like trigger happy. All these platforms are very trigger happy about bots. So you'll just get like shadow banned, you'll get your account flagged. So if you're going to use the button, just make sure to add anything else, literally just like one character, do anything at all to make it a unique tweet, and then you're good.
Is it
And
okay
not
if
duplicate content?
Is it okay if I put like hashtag steak and apes? Because I mean, I put that hashtag on
Yeah,
everything.
dude, any like that would make it a unique tweet, wouldn't it?
All right, cool.
Yeah. J
Then if
Future's
you want to do the
1,000%
same
right.
thing, if you don't have your own thought, you just retweet. There's a button for that, right? You retweet it. So there's the alpha.
Yeah. I was gonna say, J Future, 1,000% right. We actually did set it up to where we had like instructions where it was like, okay, here's the base of the tweet, just copy paste, and then like write J Future's the man I effing told you. You know, whatever your little thing is afterwards and stuff like that to be custom, but we just had a hard time getting the amount of punch through that we wanted. So we keep adjusting it, trying to find a balance between uniqueness and also stickiness. So yeah, you're 100% right.
Yeah, it's just like you talk about the balance, and it's like you can write the perfect instructions, and half the people just don't read them. So it's like, yeah. But as a marketer, you know, I just look at it as a professional, and it's like, okay, like let's just look at the conversion rate. Like, what are people tweeting? Like, you know, there are metrics you could look at to figure out what works best.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why we've been particular about trying to sort of kind of incorporate and go after more hashtags than people. You know, if you bombard a person, he just goes, "Oh my God," boom, starts blanding. But you know, if we try to go over sort of communities we thought would have projects that would easily assimilate on Pulse, and also projects that aren't quite as tribal. So some of the newer, some meme coins, they tend to be able to more, jump around a little more. They also, what do you care if your dog is on Pulse Chain or on ETH, right? So like as long as your dog's there, you should be happy. So that's why we try to target a few of those communities. We thought we'd get a decent conversion rate.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to see any of like how much all the work that we're putting in actually pays off though,
right,
until a year down the line for Pulse, seeing like a year worth of how Pulse Chain and Pulse X do.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Yeah, and like I said, it really is cool to see how many people pick up the man. Again, that's when you even heard in the beginning of them talking about Richard, like he has this large group. It's really not that large a group. Like our community is smaller than most groups. I mean, we're just vibrant. Like we actually care. Like we're not bots. Like we're not just these random groups. I mean, like I said, like there's J Future is over talking about a tool quickly. It's like boom, boom, boom. Here's my marketing experience. Here's how you should do this better. You're not triggering the algorithm, right? Like he just quickly chimes in. The devs actually built the tool. Stay connected. You took the time to go use it, and then you're in an NFT room. Famous is doing his thing. Hex is doing his thing. Gary O is over here talking about handling his stuff. So we're not that big a community. We're just a strong one.
Yeah, I mean, I only do one space a week, and it's on Friday, and I was averaging like 10 to 20 people when I first started. Now I usually average, 20 to 40. And I mean, it's just, I keep meeting all these new artists and stuff. And then, new people cycle through as in the NFTs, and they get to learn about, Pulse Chain and stuff like that. And I just talk to, mostly just make connections, So this is definitely a great website. I'm going all through it right now. This has a lot of details.
Yeah, to Walrus's point, I think Sheba had a Twitter space the other day, and it had 6.9 thousand people inside, and so it's And actually, I don't even like a space that big because, only a couple people are talking. It's not really a communication. It's more like a presentation of a couple people at the top, which is, I really like and enjoy that we cycle through so many people throughout the day and we get all these different points of view and all the feedback and all the skills. And, there's so many people doing various things that it's really fun. But like you said, though, yeah, there's so many people out there that are involved and definitely could be involved when we're talking about a mass adoption in the future. So we might be running 10 spaces in the future so we don't get completely wrecked when it rug pulls us.
Hey, I just wanted to ask. So, Walrus,
Oh, your mic, brother. Can't
Hey,
hear you.
Eric. Yeah.
Real quick, while he's getting his mic figured out to answer the question, just on that note, another one of those like moments about hexagons that really stood out. We had a guy come into the Telegram one time and is just asking like, "Where am I?" kind of questions. Very very basic stuff. And he came in like 2 or 3 days in a row. And you could just tell like, okay, first it was like, "Where am I?" Then he was like, "Okay, cool. How do I do this?" A few basic things. So I'd seen him in there like 3 days in a row, and on the third day, we got off on a tangent. Papa B was talking about security or something. Turns out this guy's in like arson investigation, and he gave everybody like this 30-minute breakdown on how fire protection safes work and what the ratings meant and how long these ratings would mean for paper versus electronics. And again, the dude knew nothing about crypto, and then literally gave us like a 30-minute breakdown on something that was really important in the topic. So it's just crazy how many people can bring expertise that you don't know how valuable they are till all of a sudden they pop off and they're an expert in some field when you were just spoon feeding them basic info. So just kind of cool that works out.
Yeah, that's what I really love about the Hex community, especially the How to Pulse community. It's just amazing what you guys have built and how the community responds. You meet so many different people from so many different areas, from financial now to fire protection. I think the other day we had somebody who was a guy who was 9 deep into the government, I don't know, crypto investigation thing, and he was going back and forth about how to keep things safe as well. And then Papa joined, and then it was just amazing. And that's what I value the most about this community, the Hexicans. It's just brilliant, right? Like you meet so many awesome heads, and you can pick their brain, they pick yours, and it's just putting stuff together. And before you know it, some new just evolves.
How's that mic doing, brother? You want to try to ask that question again?
Shit, all right. Can you guys hear me or is it bad?
Oh, yeah, there it is. You're good.
Okay, I'm good. So, yeah, Walrus, so you're from like one of the other communities, like how to Pulse or something? You're like one of the devs or something? I joined late and shit, so I know I came off the ring like swinging and everything. So, I'm just trying to, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. So the How to Pulse guys was a small group that put that site together. And then I was an admin in the Pulse chain room. So I was there and did a lot like during the initial sacrifice phase. And, that's so I was in the community at the beginning of the year, basically. Like I said, I'd been following Richard for a long time, finally actually put some money into Hex and things like that. And then just, again, but it was just an investment to me at the time. I wasn't really that involved. And then I started to get really involved at the beginning of last year, the very, very beginning. And that was right about the time, like the beginnings of Pulse Chain started leaking. And I was like, okay, hold on. Like, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard. So then I just, I stayed in the Telegram rooms, did a little time, met most of these people. Again, was an admin, and I just never left the community, started doing all kinds of things, some streams. Then as I became more involved in a lot of the projects that are popping up just from interest, like Hurricash, I know the founder of that. I've talked to him for a long time. Same thing with a lot of these other projects, Alex from Hedron. So I just became, again, kind of just spent time in the community. And then the How to Pulse guys brought me in and were like, hey, like we want you to help write some content, do some more streams. So basically I'm just the mouthpiece for those guys now. They do a lot of really cool dev work. They're building a lot of other things. They help with tools. They participate in some of the dev chats, even doing things more to the core side. They help with the bridge. And I've just kind of come in and filled in some of the gaps about being vocal and doing some outreach and talking about things on the site. So just came in to be another player. But yeah, I'm associated with the team now, and we have a lot of cool stuff coming as well.
Where would be the best place to find a Hexagon dev?
So if you mean like the actual devs,
no,
so
like somebody who does
there's
like
not very
dev,
many of them. There's only a couple.
yeah, just somebody that does like dev stuff, and that's also a Hexagon.
So there's two different Telegram rooms. There's a Pulse Dev room and there's a Hex Dev room, and those guys can do some stuff in there. The Pulse Dev guys, you'll see a little more communication. Most of those guys are, I wouldn't really go in there and ask right now because they're, most people are in there trying to spin up validator nodes and doing extremely dev stuff. But the Hex Crypto Dev is a little slowed down, so you can ask in there. And I think Jay Future had something to add.
I just wanted to ask, what kind of dev are you looking for? It's a very general word at this point.
I don't know, just somebody more technical whenever it comes to blockchain and smart contracts and
Looking
stuff.
for a blockchain dev, because like when you say dev, I think web dev.
Not really web dev.
Yeah,
More
blockchain dev and a web dev could be like completely different for sure. Just I wanted to like explain for our listeners. So I would say crypto dev or like a blockchain dev or like a Solidity, right? Like you want somebody that knows Solidity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, just
but not a web.
Yeah, not a web dev. Just somebody I can, bounce ideals about, stuff back and forth off of.
Yeah, there's definitely like Walrus said Telegram groups, and then I think there's definitely a subreddit or two.
Awesome. I'm gonna go check those out.
If you can't find them, shoot me a message and I'll send you an invite link.
All right, thanks, man. And I have one other question. The Staker wallet, I got it and stuff like that, but how are you supposed to set up a hardware wallet to it if it's an app?
So the Staker wallet is pretty cool. Steph and Firebun are the devs on that. And then Kareem is one of their front guy who does a lot of marketing and things like that. The Staker app is a front end for a Gnosis safe. So it doesn't require a hardware wallet for its protection and its security. And they're actually going to upgrade that in the Volume 2 version, which is going to be coming out pretty soon when they update it to have all the Pulse functionality. So what's pretty cool is that a Gnosis safe actually has what's called multi-sig, which means it uses multiple different wallets to sign. So you don't need to use a hardware wallet with it, and then it's actually going to be improved here shortly. So if you've already bought the smart wallet, that's pretty cool. You can actually look up some of the stuff on Gnosis if you're interested on the multi-sig side of it, and they're going to actually, like I said, update that functionality, and it'll get even more secure here in the future.
All right, awesome. Thanks, man.
For sure. I actually now I don't really bring up Gnosis and multi-sig that much, or like Graphene OS on like Pixel devices. It's a little more difficult for some users, and security can be very difficult because typically security and convenience are inversely related, right? Things that are more secure are more difficult. But I really like Gnosis multi-sig. I think it's really, really strong protection, and I think Staker is really solid.
Yeah.
I had a quick question on the.
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh no, I just had a quick. So I'm also participating, in the. I've been for a few years with the Monero community, and it's actually really big, the privacy community. And you mentioned Hurricash. I've been messaging those guys and trying to find out how the whole system works. And I don't know, they seem kind of quiet, or they're not really on social media. What does it work like? Basically, like a Monero wallet, where you just basically, let's say, when Pulse comes live, are we just going to be able to put our Pulse in a Hurricash wallet and then be able to just use that as our wallet? Or can it only accept, like, can you put PLSX in there or any other token, or can it only accept a certain token to be used for privacy?
So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Monero. I actually got a chance to talk to Fluffy Pony one time on Twitter, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever because I think he's awesome. So I'm glad you're here, brother. And then for Hurricash specifically, it actually is a variation of like the Tornado Cash mixer protocol. So it doesn't function the same as the wallet. It uses the rings as a mixer. The head dev, founder, owner, whatever you want to call it on there, it's actually hysterical. This cat basically is from, I think he's in South America, but he basically designs this thing off like dial up. Like his internet is so bad that he couldn't do a stream. So I set him up with Corey. So you can watch an interview that he does with a guy named Corey who's big in the group. I'm not joking. He literally had to leave his house, go to town, and get on someone else's Wi-Fi to just do the stream, and he still couldn't do video. But this guy's out here like whipping out blockchain protocols. It's so cool. He's such a neat character.
Yeah, I heard that, and it was really interesting. So is it just basically like, can we put anything in that wallet, or can it only accept a certain coin?
Just PLS, as far as I'm aware at this point. If you've been in their Telegram group, he's not very active, and there's not that many people that know about it. It's still pretty small. But I have you can jump in there. And I have the lead dev. If you have like a really technical question, I have like I said, the guy who founded it. I have his Telegram. I talked to him.
Because for example, when I'm let's say I pay a contractor, right? And or I pay somebody on Craigslist, they can see everything that's in my wallet. You know what I mean? So that's why I've been a little hesitant to use, USDC to buy and pay things directly. So I use it through like Coinbase, because you can't really see what's in that wallet. So I'm figuring with Pulse Chain and the fees and everything, it would be cool if we just had a wallet where we can store whatever crypto in there and be able to pay things with it without having to go through, back through the system, right? Going and, having to go back into my bank account and, putting my USD in my bank account, then using from there using like a Cash App, you know what I mean? So instead we would just put it in like whatever this mixer. I don't know how it works. It appears like it's like a Monero mixer wallet, and then when you send it out, it it won't show your balance on your wallet, which is I think it's an important thing because if you have,
So
rather than
Monero also uses.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say Monero uses I believe they call it the bulletproof, which is another condensed version to help with the security side on there. This is just a mixer. Like I said, it's really similar to Tornado Cash. But yes, you can send to the mixer, send someone. I think they call it the memo or the key. I can't remember what they call it. There's a word there. There's another word for basically a hash it generates. And then someone else can basically pull it out to the wallet that you send it to. So yeah, you can do that to pay people. It only uses Pulse right now. I don't want to chill the other project, but there's another project that is going to be using an algorithmic stablecoin that is going to use Pulse to back it. I'm actually hoping that they'll add that stablecoin to the protocol as well to make payments like you're discussing easier.
But it would be a mixer wallet, right?
It's a mixer protocol, so you'd have to connect to the dApp, and then it holds in their mixer. And that's what sends it out from there. That's what gives that disconnect from your actual wallet address.
Right. And then can you keep it there as like forever? I use it as my primary wallet, or only when you're spending, like within 24 hours? I use it as my primary wallet.
As far as I know, there's no limit on the mixer, but so it's basically a transaction. So you'd send to that mixer to be in that set. The longer you're in there, the more private it becomes because the more sources that have come in and out. But you wouldn't want to again, even though I think this stuff is cool and I know the founder, I wouldn't want the counterparty risk of just having like a ton of funds just sitting in there indefinitely. And I don't think that you could say like, send in 50 grand and then be like, okay, well, I owe this contractor $1,000 and this guy $2,000 and $3,000. I believe that you have to send in the amount and send it to a specific wallet after that. I'm not 100%.
Ascento, were you talking about just wanting something easy to be able to send things to and then send from?
No, just like a, I don't know if you're familiar with like Pirate Chain or Monero, where they can't view, between two parties, you can't view each other's balance and you can't actually see the transaction. So there's no rich list. You can't see like the top 100 richest wallets, right? So just like your bank, right? When I send you a Cash App transaction or a Chase Quick Pay transaction, you can't see how much is in my bank account, right? So I'm in an area that's like a high density area. And, if I'm buying or selling on Craigslist, I run a business. So, I'm, just like I'm sure many of us here are like, tech, savvy type people, you just enjoy using these type of apps, right? So having to already transfer between multiple exchanges and then having to go in and out through my bank account, it's like a hassle. It'd be nice if I just have all my, even my fiat that I have, I just start putting it all into my wallet,
I have
But
an
if I
option
start,
for you.
but if I start storing it in my wallet, what happens is it now it becomes a visible balance, and like I become a target, right? So now I'm like running around putting like 1,000, it's like only $100 transactions. I'm buying a bike for my kid on Craigslist, and I have to now send that $100 to Craigslist and then send it from Craigslist out, and now you're dealing with another middleman,
So you kind of want just a safe bank for yourself that no one can view your balance but you want to be able to send from that and never have to have another wallet is kind of what I'm hearing.
Exactly, on an EVM, right? So on an Ethereum virtual machine. So I know ZK is trying to do that on Ethereum. They're trying to do like a ZK, private transaction, private. I forgot the project. There's some project that's trying to do a private stablecoin on ETH, which would actually get forked over here, but they're not done yet. But it's using ZK, which is the same as Monero and Pirate Chain and Zcash, which you can't see anything. It's like a black hole. You can't see any of the transaction balance, or it's like a 400,000 anonymity set. So it's like pretty advanced tech.
So what I'm wondering is there's only one. It's not close to it, but it's the closest thing that I could think of. They're called the Tangem cards. It's made by Wheats. Wheats is a part of the XRP ledger. He's developed his own app. But the reason why I like the Tangem card itself is that it is you just tap it to the back of your phone, and it's like an NFC. It connects just to the app. There's no private keys that can be extracted. It is on the card itself. The benefit for that is that you can send anything to that and then send it away and not have to have a worry. I wonder if, because they're actually going to have Pulse on there as well, because they're going to accept any fork of Ethereum. And since Pulse, I actually reached out to them and asked if they would have Pulse. They will. So if you have any ERC20 tokens on your Tangem card, you will get those forked over. Awesome. I wonder if Pirate Chain could work with them, and then you would be able to have this balance on this card that no one will be able to view. So I wonder if you might be able to reach out to Pirate Chain or one of those people that have ZK rollups and see if they would be able to build on top of that. It's a Tangem card, Tangem. That might be kind of what I would think for, yeah.
Yeah, because Pirate Chain actually has a wrapped R called WARR, WARR, and they use that for like yield generating, but they just got that up, so they haven't really been using it. So if they bring that over here and then try to set up farms or yield generation or pools, right? So to get the incentive, I don't know if the incentive tokens for every pool or if it's just selected pools, but that would be like an opportunity for them to like provide liquidity on chain, so then they can have access to all the Ethereum tokens. But the same thing is the same thing is also Monero would like to do something like this too, but they want something private. Like they wanted to do a wrapped XMR on ETH, but they within the developer community they felt that it wasn't private enough, because when you go and wrap it, it exposes your IP. So just being super hardcore original Bitcoin, P2P cash type principles, they don't want to expose a part of their chain, right, to being tracked or traced, right? So that they would be also interested in something like some way of making a private wrapped coin that you can transact privately. But if there's a wallet that you can just send any coin to, that would be probably the best. Whether it's a Mixer wallet or if it's a ZK type wallet that doesn't allow viewable transactions. Probably anytime you have to set up into a contract like a farming contract, it's going to expose your whole wallet. But certain things like just spending, it makes you a target if you're in like a high density area or you're a tourist and you're trying to use your wallet and trying to minimize accounts, right? And just use blockchain wallets, right?
So Hurricash's website is just hurricash.com. It's actually pretty helpful on there. And then again, if you get some technical stuff that you need help with, let me know, and I can get with Jen, the guy who wrote it. And also, I know zero about their tokenomics because I didn't care. But for everybody here, just so you guys know, they're also airdropping the sacrifice set.
You're talking about War?
Hurricane.
Hurricane.
Oh,
they're going to be airdropping to Pulse. I think like 240 tokens per user.
Right.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the tokens do because
Yeah,
that was
that's
I
what I'm
was
trying to
told, but
figure
yeah, I
out.
was interested in the privacy, so I don't know what the token set does, but at least they're airdropping the sacrifice set, so that's cool.
Same thing as Tornado Cash. Like, you don't really need the token, right? You can just send ETH to the Tornado Cash wallet, and it starts doing its thing without really needing the token.
So, is Pirate Chain really? Because I've been on the fence about it, but I've been looking into it, and it just seems so legit.
Yeah.
Have you used it?
Oh,
The
yeah,
OS?
it's legit. It's Zcash. Zcash is. So I don't know if you know the consortium that runs pretty much the whole crypto space, which is like MasterCard at the top and New York Stock Exchange, and a couple other like JP Morgans and all that. But they run a consortium called Digital Currency Group, DCG. If you look it up, they're public. Everything's known, but they pretty much run everything like Blockstream and. But they did a lot of the funding behind Zcash for privacy. So Zcash was supposed to be this huge, privacy coin, and then they kind of stifled that growth. But at one point it was like $2,000, and now it's like $100, right? So there was this wave in 2016, 2017 that privacy coins were going to be like, pretty much passing Bitcoin. But then, the whole civil war and all that, kind of slowed down the whole growth of the whole, and all the ICOs and the whole 2007 thing really threw off crypto. But they funded all that development for Zcash. That then became, what happened is that they didn't do full-time privacy. They did optional privacy where you have to hit like a checkbox. So in the privacy space, they consider that not private because there's going to be open transactions, and whoever's using a private transaction, you kind of like expose yourself as like, hey, you're the one using the private transactions. So Pirate Chain came in and they switched it up and made it full-time privacy, but using that $1 million tech as with ZK. So ZK is actually more private than Monero. ZK Snarks specifically. I don't know the difference between ZK Snarks and ZK Sync, because I know ZK Sync is like pretty much like this kind of like layer 2 module that runs on ETH. But this is like a privacy ZK Snark. So that makes our ARR or private chain full-time private, and it has an anonymity set of like 400,000, which means every time someone uses it, it adds a transaction, it adds a user, and you get lost in a space of 400,000 people. So you basically can't be tracked, or the wallet cannot be traced, and of course the balances are hidden. Monero just mixes your transaction with like 10 other senders. So it's very limited, right? So they can kind of like play around if like if they have like 5 users sending transactions constantly at every block, then they'll try to trace back, but it's still very difficult. It's still top-notch tech, right? But yeah, Pirate Chain's legit. The problem with these tokens or these coins is actually the stuff that's been solved, which made me really interested with the whole Hex and the Pulse community, because they know a step above the privacy. The privacy community, they know their shit in terms of privacy and how to like build like a good coin, but they don't understand the liquidity aspect and the farming aspect. Whereas when you come to like Hex, they understand how market cap doesn't matter. If you go to the Monero forums, they're always going to talk about market cap, like how their market cap should be bigger because they're private and no one cares, blah blah blah, and and like they're trying to do this great reset, and people should care more about privacy because you're going to get traced like enemy of the state. That's like their crazy conspiracy talk, right? So that they're trying to bring, so they look at like Ethereum and they're like, oh, you're just totally exposing yourself, right? Like it's dangerous for you, right? So but what they're missing in the price action, and that's what's killing their whole space, it's like the whole idea.
And so you'd advocate for the Pirate OS as well?
Can you hear me? Sorry, someone was calling me. Say that again?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Would you use the Pirate OS?
Pirate OS are you talking about the app on the phone, or are you talking about on the desktop wallet?
So Yeah, I guess both, because I thought Pirate OS was its own operating system for
Yeah, they
Pirate
were
Chain.
developing something like that to have like chat and everything. I don't know how far they are on that. But the main, okay, so let me just finish one thing, which is kind of important, is that why isn't their price action like as good as it should be? It's because they're stuck on spot exchanges. And so spot exchanges are constantly manipulating the price with bots. And that's why they need to get into a DEX. And so we're far ahead with the DEX technology. Not only are we far ahead, but we're building our own, right? On our own chain. So that's like next level. So what they need, and they're working on, but it takes forever, and they're gonna have another problem. Is gonna be liquidity, right? They're not gonna have the liquidity, but they're gonna do Thorchain, and Thorchain is gonna allow us to basically take like Hex and directly swap into Monero, direct, swap chain to chain. So that's gonna change the whole game, and that's gonna bring in liquidity pools for Monero, and there's another one called XUSD, which is like a stable coin private, and then Pirate Chain. So that might bring some good price action, but the whole thing is that those guys are like, a lot of people have left that community because there's no price action to come into like ETH space, but these people all want private, some sort of private option, even like a checkbox to allow you to do private transactions, just because of the, the fear that, every day your shit's exposed, to the whole world, right? Your balances, and you don't know who you sent to what exchange has your information with KYC, all that, right?
And this stuff is super important, not just for all the absolutely 100% underrated and crucial things that Ascento just brought up, but also for like commerce. You know what I mean? Like he was saying, it's not just about, trying to be a white or black hat hacker and hide stuff and things like that, but just like, man, like if I'm trying to give somebody $100 to buy something, like I don't want them being able to go through my business. Like they don't need all my transaction history. So privacy isn't just again, his use case is more than enough. But just the ability to actually like open up commerce in a lot of places where you just don't want to expose that kind of information to everybody you interact with. So these tools are important for adoption as much as they are for just obvious privacy issues as well.
And it was always part of the original ethos pre 2016 Bitcoin. So it was always pseudonymous. People thought when they're buying Bitcoin that they were getting that privacy until CipherTrace came in, started like tracing wallets, So so it was always the ethos. If you look back, into like some of the early cypherpunks, they always said privacy is like the basis. Like it must, you need it or it's not. Then it becomes like a CDBC, like a central bank. It could be manipulated, right, by outside parties as a surveillance tool. So it's always been part of the ethos. That's one. And number two, it's like, but it's very, very difficult to add privacy and do things like what we're doing here on, on ETH, right? So it's very like Thor. Development crew. They talk about how it's like basically impossible because there's literally no data. There's no sender data. There's no balance data. So it's really difficult to like mess with the data. So it has to pretty much be restructured, which could be done probably by like a Hurricane or whatever. It's probably going to come, I think, through Pulse Chain eventually, because this is probably where all the action is going to be, and then they're going to just take all the great ideas from all these projects and combine it into something that maybe like a privacy wallet where you can put any token in there. Then it changes the whole game. You don't need to carry Monero. You can just carry the wallet, like the Ethereum wallet on your phone, and you just send whatever you need to spend for the day, or you go travel, you take a little wallet with you, and then I think on the back end they're going to have like a swapping tool, where you can swap to the local currency. So let's say you're holding Pulse, you're in Mexico, it swaps to you swipe like an Apple Pay in front of the cash, and it'll convert it to local currency for like a fee on our end, So that stuff I think is going to be the future. So you can carry whatever currency in a private wallet, and then when you're at the cash anywhere in the world, you'll swap to the local currency, pretty much giving us that's like the ultimate tool, pretty much.
Well, and what's interesting about that is the only currency or the only crypto that I know of that is trying to work with every country was XLM. That was actually one of the reasons why I looked into it in the first place. They wanted to work with Western Union and work as remittances across every single country. They wanted to get XLM to be able to convert to any fiat currency. I don't think it's just limited to one crypto that could do that. All it takes is just the connections to each of these countries, or even just peoples in general. It doesn't even need to be the country or governments, just peoples. But that's definitely going to be something to look for. Thanks for your opinions on that, Ascento.
And also, you know, it could just be a raised awareness, right? Like if everybody just starts accepting like a stable coin, right? Like if everyone has easy access in and out through a stable coin anywhere in the world, you know, a decentralized stable coin on Pulse with a Pulse wallet, then you don't even need a middleman. You know, you don't need like a converter like a Western Union in the middle with KYC in the middle. You know, you just basically send them, you know, wallet to wallet, you know, that stable coin. So it could just be raising awareness around the world that, hey, look, let's use crypto to spend. So now you don't have to go back and off ramp. We don't want to like, who wants to off ramp their gains, right? Like you're making yield, why not use it to eat, you know? Like that's the ultimate. And that's actually that's how they had, like, you know, Dash had like a wallet that would convert it to local fiat. And they got shut down by, like, I don't know, some corporate company shut it down. I don't know if they got bought out or something like that, and they just shut down the project. But they were showing videos. It's probably still up on YouTube, where they went to like a grocery store, paid for like, you know, $20 worth of groceries, and they had you know, they showed Dash on, and they showed like how the Dash like left the phone, you know.
Right? I mean, you got some really big things up against you, and that you're very right. Why not? Right? Why not? Well, like Richard Hart said today, like he was talking about the DTC, or the DTCC, depending on what part of the world you're dealing with. We have a new technology. There is a new technology that will take over because it can create settlements so much quicker, and investigations and payment confirmations so much quicker than all of the legacy finance technology. However, that legacy finance technology, I remember listening to someone talk about the fact that we have jets, we have passenger, you know, planes that can like hit like a bit of the atmosphere and like actually go so much faster than the current jets that we have right now. But people had locked in like 30 years worth of gain into the technology we have right now. And I think that that's what we're dealing with, is that that's sped up a little bit where in the finance industry, but we have settlements. We can settle. We can do payment investigations. We can do forensic payment investigations throughout the blockchain. But all of these systems, they have a stake in the game, and they aren't going to let it go very easily.
Yeah, it's just middlemen, and you know, we've got this far without, you know, trying to cut out the middlemen. You know, these money changers in the middle. But you know, whether it's in my lifetime or not, you know, we have the technology for it. There's not enough faith, as you can see through like you know, like a
I
Peter
think
Schiff
it's going to
type.
happen. I think it will happen.
Yeah, it's just going to happen. But it's going to happen because people like on Pulse Chain are going to become so wealthy, they're going to become trillionaires or billionaires in 10 years, and they're just going to outpace the billionaires, the legacy billionaires. You know, they're just going to outpace them. They're going to out-influence with social media, and they're going to out-influence them in politics, and they're just going to have the money, and we already have the technology, and the technology is going to catch up very quickly, like within a year, you know. But it's just a matter of now we're seeing the politics change, right? Like,
well, I see. So
yeah.
the best thing that ever happened to Hexagons is they got smart and were realizing that they were living in the world where like they got some money and they said to themselves, like, I have to hand it to a lot of Hexagons. They're grinders. They're like, we were working class people. We had to do this. How do we make sure this remains something that we can keep? How do we promote it? How do we make sure that this crypto evolution keeps going? And they're using the tools that are in place right now to get ahead in this world. That's very practical, pragmatic approach. It's really laudable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I've never heard. I haven't watched all of Richard Hart's videos, but the vibe I'm getting, I don't know if he's ever said this, but I think he's trying to build like a legion of multimillionaires or just rich people, so then he can solve the. It'll be quicker for him to solve the problems that he wants to solve in his lifetime. One being, of course, extending life. Being one of the biggest ones for him. But I think in the back of his mind, he knows that if I can make a bunch of billionaires, like probably Hex showed him that, and that's why he went even harder with like Pulse Chain, and try to make even a better, token. I mean, I don't know if it's better, but a more, price performing scarcity token to go along with like a abundance token, which is like the inflation token of Hex. So combining that, it's like it's just going to mint a lot of, it's just because we're putting all our focus on money, on building wealth, rather than dancing around and saying environment. We're just saying, okay, money go, like dollar, number go up. That's like literally like the goal. So by doing that, we outpace the legacy system with money, and I mean, these things don't cost a lot, right? Like he's building like Pulse Chain with like 4 to 5 devs or something. Like it's more than, he has more devs than Ethereum, and he's able to do it, like a small team. I'm sure he has great people behind him, and it's really the knowledge is accessible because of technology. We're able to pass it along to each other really quickly and develop quickly. So it's all there. It's just, hey, we don't want to have somebody with a gun at our door, right? Like the political side, right? Telling you, your free energy device is not cool, or you know too much, and we don't want you to spread that information through social media. So like we're at that stage, right? Where they're trying to threaten us to turn off everything. But this is, it looks like we're in a late stage of their legacy system kind of like not being able to keep up, because it doesn't look like they really want to carry over. They want to fight and try to tax us, but they're not really transferring all that wealth into crypto until it's going to be too late. By that time, they're going to be pumping our bags. But yeah, that's all I had to say. If anybody else wants to take over the stage, go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks for all your discussions. It's been a lot of interesting information. I hope people enjoyed it, and I know some of us have been working on a lot of stuff. It's great because you can listen to the space and you can also multitask. I've been working on some data collection for a video I'm going to get ready to send out or go live on for Hex. So I'm pretty excited about that. And if anybody wants to come up for speaking, we could definitely get you on board and you can share whatever you would like. So welcome.
So what's next?
Don't lose your gains to shitcoins.
No, you gotta be kidding me. No. But I wonder how many people in the world actually were like, you know what, Peter, you did a good job, man. You showed him. I wonder how many people.
See, if you're in the West, you're blessed by a good financial system back, to run everything. But when I traveled in certain parts of the world, their life would be so much easier if they had access to like crypto, not only to save and to just be able to spend, and just having that wallet and digital wallet rather than carrying around this like useless paper that they work like, a whole month and they get like $100 US, like they can't really, they just get enough just to get by, and they don't have an access, because real estate's so expensive. They don't have enough money to just start a business, so they're just like just getting by. And there's a lot of, it's like most of the, like, not most, but a lot of places I've visited, and crypto is just that close to being in their hands, but they don't have a system like Pulse that's universally accepted. So I know that sounds super Cardano-ish, but like that's really the potential, and that's really like going to be the stride. Because right now we're at 140 million users, and according to like, you know, Goldman Sachs type of analysts, they're like, you know, I don't know if it's fully published, but like I've seen some data showing that basically in the next, you know, 6 years, 7 years, we're going to see like that the hockey stick growth of crypto that's going to look like internet growth from 120 million to like 1 billion users. So
I
for
don't
that
think
to
you're
happen,
wrong. I
for
don't
that to
think that's
happen, we
wrong at
need that
all.
platform, right? And we don't have that platform right now, right? We have whatever Solana, right? That's not it, right? We know that. And then Avalanche, I don't know if they really have that grand vision, right? But Ethereum could have been it, right? But then it's way too expensive for like, you know, these places where they only have $100 to spend. Like, I know we're not targeting those. I know like initially we want to get all the whales involved first, but like in terms of like RH's vision, but like that last leg, by that time it has to be ready for them to use, you know, right? Pick up as like a peer-to-peer cash-based system, or you know, being able to spend with their wallets, and they're already kind of doing it, but they're doing it in their local currency, which is like worthless, right? Because it's crazy inflation. They have like apps, and actually like certain countries are using like cell phone minutes to pay for things, because the cell phone minutes, once you send it, you know, peer to peer, then you can use it, right, as a for a phone call. So it's like it's a utility token. Sorry, I cut you off. You can go ahead. Did you have something to say? Yeah, so I was just super excited to see where Pulse Chain's gonna go. It's a whole different game. Like it's gonna, and I love how we're approaching it as just getting one thing right, which is like, okay, let's just get Hex right on Pulse Chain and make sure that the bot works for the exchange. And it's like this 80-20, 10-90 production type strategy where you just get one thing right and then everything else will come with it. So it's like not putting like this whole scope on like, let's save the world and let's save, you know, like Cardano has got this grand vision. You like got like 10 swaps like coming out and none of them work, you know, well, I don't know if none of them work, but one of them didn't work, or right. So Sunday swap. So it's like, it's just focusing on these like killer features and getting those right. And it's just going to bring like a whole like wave behind it, and it can't be stopped, right? Because it's just code. So yeah, it definitely looks like we're like going around the corner, but it's like it's also kind of hard to believe because we've been waiting we've been waiting for this for a while. But it's going to get people into their own private wallets, right? Self-custody. Then you got the speed. Then you got the low-cost transactions. Then you got the deflationary token. That, you know, 2 deflationary tokens, but the main one being PLS. So even if people just holding PLS, they're getting at least, you know, storage of wealth right there. You know, wherever they are in the world, if they're going to use the platform, they're going to have a storage of wealth token. So that we're going to have charts based against that, against like Ethereum and Bitcoin, seeing how like a deflationary token that's being used every day, how that performs. So it's like a whole different like world is opening up. So right now we just actually need users. Like there's a whole bunch of these, you know, or the few sacks that are out. And I was actually initially against it because I was like, okay, let's wait till this chain is launched and let's test it. But at this point, I'm just like, you know what? Like I saw like a bunch of these like shit coins that are going to be coming out on Pulse Chain. They have like this website with like 20 like Pulse Chain like Doge coins and stuff like that. And I was just like, you know what? We can just sit back and like they're going to pump our bags just by using it. They're developing a network. They're putting the word out about Pulse Chain by, you know, attracting people to these coins and these farms. So it's like, it's very different than how maybe Hex, you know, we're trying to be protective. With Pulse Chain, you just kind of want to open the door and just let people like develop on it, you know,
I don't
and
think you
see.
want to be protective. I think you want to let it all get kicked in the teeth and
Yeah,
see
you
if
want
it
it to
survives.
break. Right, exactly. Because what RH said is very cool. It's like he's like we can actually develop really quick because there's like if we want to do an upgrade, we just have to, you know, tell all the miners or the, you know, all the miners on Pulse or validators, and we give them the new software, we can update it within a day. So if ETH comes out with a feature that we don't have, we can load it before they load it. So that's how quick we can develop and be like agile as the market. We're probably going to see a bunch of surprises that we never expected. That's going to really push our eco, like, that we're not seeing right now. Just something out of nowhere is just going to come out of left field. We're like, holy shit, like how it was for Hex was the T-share. Even like RH didn't know about the T-share until like Kareem came out and just started going crazy about this T-share technology. So like something like that out of left field is just going to be like, wow, everybody. And I feel that, like, I don't get that excited for these type of things. And like Monero doesn't have that, like a lot of these other projects I was kind of just following as just a tech nerd, they don't have that. But here I sense that there's going to be like 2 or 3 surprises around the corner that we weren't even expecting. That's just going to put a like a turbocharged like adoption behind us, and we will actually be able to sustain that because of the technology that we're using, right? This 3-second block speed and like this wave, proof of stake, and it's all designed and built. And then 2 years from now, if it's $1, $2 pulse, it's still cheap, right? For somebody, people still feel like they got a bag. It's not going to feel like it's $2,000 for them to like hold like pulse. So it's like it's all like pre-designed for like 15-year, 55 type thinking, like Hex. It's kind of interesting. It's really interesting. I'm just glad I'm here, to tell you the truth, because I could have easily missed it if I wasn't paying attention. But all right, guys, I'm gonna drop out. So, J Future or my homie Famous, or any of you guys want to take over, feel free. It was a pleasure. I love listening to you guys, by the way. I always have you in the background. I'm always listening, just like a radio, live radio, whatever Orca calls it, ASMR. Like I'm listening to ASMR Hex, but
Thanks,
I love
man.
it. So you guys keep going,
You
man.
can stay up,
Going
man.
hard.
There's no one really, like, unless, I don't know, the co-host too can see it. There's not really people coming up.
Yeah.
So if you want to stay, man, you're more than welcome.
I would love
more
to.
Man.
I would love to. I got a couple of kids, and it's bedtime.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, no problem, man. Enjoy.
All right, guys. Take care. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks
peace.
so much. See you later.
Peace.
Hey, I was listening in earlier. Did I hear that there's going to be some kind of airdrop to the Pulse Chain Sacrifice set? Or did I mishear that?
The only one I've heard of is for Hurry Cash. I haven't heard. I didn't know if somebody said that in this chat. I was kind of in and out, but I know personally Hurry Cash did make some kind of announcement for that. So you'd have to verify that yourself.
That's the one that get talked about here.
Did you say Hurry Cash?
Hurry Cash, like hurricane / tornado cash. Basically, I think it's going to be something like Tornado Cash, but I'm not fully certain. I generally thinking I'll check it out when it's launched, but it is kind of a great idea if people would give airdrops to some of the sacrificer set. The Pulse Chain Sacrificer set is a small sacrifice set, and so if you wanted a lot of adoption, it would be nice if another project looked at the Pulse X one and said, wow, there's 150,000 wallets. Let me get in and get a lot of adoption to my new project and drop to the Pulse X. So I could see people doing both even potentially, because how do you distribute your coins, right? Or you could say 50%, right? Like, okay, 50% is going to go to that. And then you kind of rope in a lot of adoption real quick.
Sorry, I don't know if it's my Twitter or I'm hearing like every third word. Is anyone else hearing every third word?
Nope, I hear everything good.
Yeah, it sounds okay to me.
Try
Sophia
again.
sounds like she's in another planet there, but she's in an intergalactical planet.
Maybe he was getting rugged, or maybe he'll come back in. Oh man. Yeah, Twitter Spaces is funny. You just gotta leave, and sometimes go over. I need to get a new phone. That's what I'm gonna do. All Hexicans buy new phones. No, don't. But oh man, I've been putting together some of these numbers on Uniswap. It's gonna be a pretty cool video. I'm probably gonna come out tonight and post it about Hex. Basically, what's going on in the Hex liquidity pools right now. We talked about that a little bit earlier, as of yesterday or today, a little bit, and it's a new breaking news type of thing. So I wanted to review that, and but one finding I would say is there's a potential that Hex moves a little more stubbornly as far as its price movements. It might wick back and forth, but it might be less of a pop up and a crash down potentially right now. That's not in the future. It's just where we're at right now compared to what we've seen in the past. So, and maybe in 10 years from now, Hex might even become kind of like a stable coin that just gives you 40% yield. And I wouldn't say a stable coin exactly because it'll probably go up, but it might not go up. It might not go down hardly at all. It might just keep going up and up and up, stably up every year. So that would be very interesting. If we had a big enough community that valued it, then man, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm almost done. I'm putting together a lot of data right now, but looks like Mad Hatter's back. He was asking me about some of these wallets, and to do that, I looked at a few, but a few of those cell wallets. But I had to deep dive into a bunch of them to probably figure out if there's any inclination as to what's going on. It's a lot. Yeah, it's really a lot. But at least I want to show the first information, which is what's going on.
Can you get Mad Hatter back in the chat?
Yeah, he just popped in. I just invited him to be a speaker. Hopefully he'll pop back up.
Did the post chain address move? I don't know.
What are you talking about? The PulseX sacrifice?
Yeah, I want to see if the percentage moved.
Hey, sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Every time I join as a speaker, like the co-host's mic is wrecked for me, but I can hear it clearly when just listening. So I don't know. We can try it again. Sorry, what were you saying? Hex is the way.
Do we sound better now?
So much better.
Yeah, that's probably just a Twitter Spaces thing, and sometimes with those big spaces, it gets really like poppy on microphones as well. I could see eventually we might break off into like 10 different Hex spaces until they fix their tech.
Earlier, I lost my ability to multitask, and I just had to reboot my phone, and it came back.
Yeah, I was saying, Mad Hatter, I'm looking into some of those wallets, basically the cell wall. So I'm putting together a video. I'll probably release it tonight. That's going to categorize what's going on with the current liquidity in Hex in Uniswap and kind of break down the cell wall that just appeared out of nowhere. And I looked at some of those wallets, but it's hard to infer something just by looking at a couple wallets on a blockchain and seeing what they're doing. So I'd have to just keep going through potentially tens or hundreds of wallets and try to see if there's any relation to anything that we could particularly point to, like, oh wow, this same wallet sent something to Tornado Cash, or this same wallet dumped a bunch of Hex and then they sacrificed for this. That type of thing we would have to I'd have to dig and dig and dig to probably find. I might do some if I have time, but for now I'm just going to do what's going on. And it might not be a huge long video, but I put together a bunch of the numbers, and yeah, I should be able to do that at least today. Man, maybe I got rugged again.
No, we're good, I think.
Yeah, I hear you fine. Just everybody's being quiet, huh? Long day.
Honestly, man, I think we're all like we were waiting for this debate for so much that now we're like it's like when you waited for a vacation for so long and then you're in the vacation and you're like, fuck, I'm done. So I guess we waited for this for so long that now we're thinking about it and like it's like what's next? Everyone's just like, what's the next move? 3 more days for the sacrifice, then after that it's a waiting game, man. Stack up the hex. Did he say that tomorrow he was gonna do a video about the replay? Huh? It was tomorrow, eh?
So the famous, they got your electricity back on?
Oh yeah, for sure. Last night. It usually takes 3 hours, then it's back on, no matter what. But the thing is that every winter there's always something. So it's like I know when there's a nice storm, like a rain or a snowstorm, I'm like there's a 40% chance my electricity is gonna go off. Especially if it's very windy and the rain, freezing rain. Freezing rain, I think it even goes up to like 70%. Because it takes nothing for a branch to just freeze and crack and break, and then it goes on the electricity lines. Fucking Richard's tweeting all kinds, eh?
What is he tweeting about?
Everything, like nonstop.
Yeah, it looks like he's recapping all the things he wanted to say.
I got a little prediction. There's a chance we will fork V3 in a couple years because Uniswap V3 is really nice. Great opportunities.
Yeah, I'm actually transferring right now. I'm gonna buy some.
I know. It's like I noticed I got some Ethereum popped into my account, so I'm like, what am I going to do with that? My goodness.
Completely agree.
So so just per perspective, yeah, that buy wall is still intact. We are, if you noticed, it's actually pretty hard to sell down the price of Hex right now because there is so much buying pressure at every half a penny. Something like every half a penny-ish, there's so much buy pressure that you probably won't see like crashing, and you never know. I mean, literally at some point some magical being could come out and buy all the sellers out. That's very possible, and just wipe the slate clean. So what I think is this is a controlled exit, which it's like, okay, if you want to leave, go for it. You know, I'm not going to let you crash the price to nothing, but hey, if you want to get out now before pulse chain. So enjoy. Remember that guy when he sold 500 million hex at half a penny? And then Richard Hart on stream was like, bye bye. You're an idiot. Sell everything. Get out of here. Oh, that was so epic.
What did y'all think about the question when Peter Schiff asked him if he had personally ever sold any of his hex?
To me, it was good. He always answers similar to that. I mean, he's trying to say, I'm not the OA, but I am possibly the OA. And look at what the OA has done. So it's hard because he can't literally say, I am the OA. I own 90% of the hex in existence, and I've never sold any of it. And don't be an idiot. It's all on chain. He can't literally say that, but he basically says that, and we don't know, right? These wallets, some of the child wallets might be other people. We don't know. The OA, the wallet for the OA doesn't have a lot of hex anymore. It got sent to a lot of different wallets. And so now we have sacrifice wallets that are way, 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 way bigger than the OA now. The set Pulse X sacrifice, the example. Why? What did you think? You probably wanted him just to say no, right?
Oh shit, my mic on.
No, sounds good.
No, I know why he doesn't openly admit to being the OA, but I think the rest of the world just kind of knows that he is. It's just all for not being labeled a security purpose.
Actually, yeah, Peter Schiff actually said that, right? He said, well, Hex is definitely not a security or whatever, which was pretty funny for him to say, which, is totally true. But he still went kind of, this is where he was incoherent. So on the one hand, you said it's not a security, no big deal, you give out free coins, but it's worthless. And then on the other hand, you're like, I think somebody's going to sue you. You're going to you're scamming these people, and they're going to get mad, and you're going to possibly get investigated. And it was like, which one is it? None of these other coins put these founders in jail, even though they were securities. The government just wants like $50 million or $100 million to shut them up, pay for their legals, and make them look good in their job that they prosecuted a crypto guy. It's like, it's really funny because EOS or even people made that drama. I don't know if you saw Rags to Riches like maybe a month or two ago when he was talking about Ethereum and how Pulse Chain is going to be so great because Ethereum's going to get crushed by the federal government, and it was all laughable speculation, but people actually believe that the government, one, cares because the government could almost care less about cryptocurrency. They're so powerful. They just think like it's a dust speck, and they're just able to step on it in an instant. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is basically not that if they do care, even if they do care, they're mostly basically like politicians. They want to make themselves look good. They want to say, I had a career and I prosecuted, some of these crypto folks, and I got 50 million in my case because I won, and that's why this whole XRP thing is playing out so long, because the government's kind of like, it seems like some of them are actually in bed with these guys. It seems like some are basically trying to make the government's case look good enough to walk away, after just charging such a small fine against them. I mean, it's kind of pathetic, but In the end of all the coins, it's like XRP is really centralized.
Oh, for sure. But they're putting up a hard fight.
That's the funniest part. The founders are putting up a fight, and on the other side, they're dumping their coins on their people's heads left and right. It's so laughable.
Hey, so I'm not an XRP holder, but my understanding of that case, following it loosely, is that you have the SEC and you have Ripple, but you also have a third party, which is represented by there. I think there is a law firm. There are lawyers that are representing um, the interests of the actual investors or the people who actually bought the coin. Perhaps that actually matters how you actually say that. However, that's what I think is the wrinkle in this entire thing, because they have reduced that investment tremendously. They have caused harm, and that is what is being brought out day after day in uh well, within the legal system, but also to the public, is that instead of protecting investors, this seemed to be a power play that actually harmed thousands of investors and caused millions of dollars worth of damage.
Yeah, you're probably right, but the whole government's ideals about protecting consumers and investors, that's a joke. They don't do any
Well,
of
right,
that.
but
Um,
here's the thing: is
sad.
we can always we can say these things and we can be really uh, jaded about them. It is true, but the fact that there was a third party, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to say this very correctly, but the fact that the investor group brought a case and said you're actually harming us has created the turmoil, the real wrinkle in this case, because otherwise it was like the SEC went up against a company. Oh, they paid a minimal amount of fine, just like the banks often do, which is like, oh, we made a couple of $1 billion. Let me give you a couple billion. Like, we made lots of $1 billion. Let me give you a couple $1 billion. But and that's what I think is what is so compelling about this particular case, is that the investors were able to be represented and stand up and say, I don't, you are actually harming us with this particular throwaway judgment in the middle of Christmas and in the middle of people resigning and getting out of the they left their posts so they can no longer be prosecuted, or they can no longer be looked at within the purview of their posts. They don't have that responsibility anymore. This is the reason why I think it is so seminal. Again, I don't hold any XRP. I think I came into this entire thing later than XRP, but it's trying to hold people accountable for it, trying to hold people accountable and they've already left. They're like probably work at like, you know, private law firms, or they work at private investment firms at this point. But I think they're doing a good job. They're making a case.
Right. I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, a lot of times it's very convoluted how the government moves, and it's not like, okay, they're protecting all consumers immediately. It takes so much time to get through all the red tape and the fight, and basically there isn't potentially there isn't corruption involved. It just takes 3 years to run this through, and in the meantime, people get wrecked. But I don't know. I'm thinking kind of like, yeah, hey, I had XRP before my golden years, and I think I got rid of the last of it probably for the pulse chain sacrifice. I'm pretty sure. And at that point, I was so, I'm totally like, okay, what's the product? I don't care about this legal or not legal. To me, it's like adoption, product, and it was always sticking in my brain, like, they're really going to get people to transmit money around the world, and people are going to use that. So I do wire transfers, okay, around the world. So for me, there's a use case that I literally like that use case, but I don't like it if it's not something a little bit more stable and less centralized, basically. So what's the point? I could just go to a wire from my bank. I've done that so many times. Why would I pick a cryptocurrency and then have it crash while I'm wiring it to another foreign
Right. And how
country?
much does a wire cost at this point, regardless of how much money is being transmitted?
Well,
$15. It's like $15,
it's,
right?
well, no, I mean, international is different because you do have a bank fee on both ways. I mean, you're probably lucky to get it for $40, because maybe 40, $50. But if you're doing just in your country, yeah, it could be $25, and then whoever receives it might charge another fee. But no, I love the use case of crypto. Like the famous Mexican was saying earlier to Walrus, there's something so much better than using a paper bank system, because literally I would send money and you don't get a quoted rate. So you do not know how much money you're sending in the foreign currency. You can send 1,000 US dollars, but you don't get a quote back as to what's my exchange rate. And that's a sticky point when you're trying to send an exact amount of money. You have to always send more, basically, and you just hope and pray that you get a good rate. And they generally take like usually 3 to 4 days, something like that, for the banks to get the money across the oceans, which is very frustrating when somebody needs cash. Yeah, and with crypto, you can do it within seconds, and they can pull the money out. If you have a correct link up with a centralized exchange, they can pull it out to fiat, in a matter of a day, basically. So, and you know your rate because you exchanged it back to their currency within, minutes, right? So it's so much simpler. And the XRP, on the other hand, was, it just never seemed like I could trust it, that I could do that same thing. I don't know, maybe the famous Mexican has any.
Yeah, and there's
Something.
also another thing that a lot of people don't know about wires is that from bank to bank, there's called intermediate banking, where your wire always goes through another bank or central bank. Usually, it's like New York, London, Tokyo, or some bunch of stuff like that, where you could get your payment not sent directly to the bank, but it goes to another bank, which that bank sends it to the bank that you actually send it to. And believe it or not, they charge you a fee for that. But your bank will never be able to tell you if that fee will be charged. Only at the end of the transaction, when you call and you say, "Hey, there's funds missing. How much did you charge me on the rate?" And they're gonna say, "Oh, we charged you that." And then they're gonna say, "Well, there's missing money." And they're gonna say, "Oh, it's intermediate banking. We have no control over that. We don't even know what their fees are. It depends on what the transaction or the wire did."
Which is unacceptable, right? At this point, when you can,
It's straight bullshit, in my opinion.
there's a better system. The problem is that the current legacy system doesn't want to give up control. But there's a better system, right? It will win out eventually. It's just I'm
It's
trying to think of a good. I'm trying to think of a good analogy in history where you had such technology usurp like all of the utility of a legacy system that wanted to hold itself in place. I'm trying to think of something. I can't.
well, I would say during the right before the Crusade, mankind had like gotten through this whole era of medieval time where like sanitary, there was so many problems sanitary, there was so many problems, corruption, anarchy, and then we go and we create this like unified world, and then so on and so forth. Crusades happened where it just deteriorated the whole world and the technology. We the I can name you a lot of technology. So there was the Germanic people who were very um, they knew a lot of people. There were the Africanians, African people who had most of the gold. You had the what we know as today the Arabic people who were the spice traders, and then you had obviously the Mongolian and the Chinese Empire who were the bankers, who were the math geniuses. So like we had so much technology right before the Crusades, and then the Crusades just ruined everything. I did a whole actually like a whole thesis on this. It was like how war and religion affected psychology, sociology, and ethics throughout history. And I actually found a lot of bullshit with the Christian church, but I don't want to get into that. But it's just really weird how like during those times, you had the books getting printed, you had a lot of different adventurous technologies
Medicine.
coming up.
Yeah, medicine, science.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple examples I would say, like, hey, the typewriter and the keyboard, right? Like they can both simultaneously exist in parallel technologies, both that can work, but eventually one will probably be phased out. Or the letter, I would liken it more to the letter and the email. So we still send letters. We generally get junk mail. So in your normal financial system in the future, you might get a whole lot more junk mail and bills. And then for what you really want to do in normal transactions with the people you care about or things you want to get done, you're going to use crypto basically, because that's the email, that's the faster version, that's more efficient. But actually, I foresee the centralized idea of finance is really gonna, they're already doing it with some banks where they're gonna put the crypto straight into your bank account. You're gonna see it just like your cash. Okay, here's your cash, here's your Ethereum, here's your Bitcoin, and they're gonna manage everything for you and keep it nice and safe. So you don't, that's the centralized route. I believe is definitely coming, and the decentralized route is going to be like the um, jaded counterfeit almost, where it's like, why would you ever do that when you could just use it right at your bank and you have a debit card and you could charge your, like crypto.com, you could charge your crypto straight and buy something. And I'm like, whoa, wow, why would I ever spend my cryptos?
Isn't that more like the PayPal and Robinhood route though, where you don't have your keys, so not your keys, not your crypto?
Yeah, I mean, if the central government creates that currency like the CBDC, and then it links up into your checking account, then you could do your swap straight from your right online in your bank on your app. You could swap between the US dollars or the Canadians and swap over to your Bitcoins or back and forth. And who knows, maybe there'll be some kind of lending feature where you could lend your cryptos out and the bank would give you, instead of 0.00, they might actually give you a 0.5% or 1%, and they will probably get 3 times that. But yeah, there's always going to be a counterfeit, right? As soon as it gets really popular and attractive, and I would say part of the issue, I don't know, it seems like the government and the banks are trying to, it's like pilot it, guinea pig us, see how it works, and they can see like, wow, Bitcoin, no, that's definitely not going to work. Ethereum, okay, what's the hangups, you know? And it's like we're the trial run people, and then eventually they're going to come out with their centralized version of, you know, Polygon or AVAX or Binance Smart Chain, and you know it's going to run smooth, everything's great, and it's just completely controlled and basically censored, you could say, instead of censorship resistant. So that's the, I don't know. To me, I think that's part of the goal, and you could actually program money exactly how the government would want, where it could report back to order to base. It could charge taxes when it wants. It could file your taxes for you. It could allow you to spend or not to spend. Put you in the doghouse. Block certain businesses from receiving transactions. It's very systematic, and I really believe that those in power will go this route because it's the ultimate route to gain more power. And that's power seeks more power. It's not about money. They could care less about, you know, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. They have all the money in the world. They could print it, right? They have more than all the money in the world, let's put it that way. So they will do, I mean, generally, governments seek more power and they do what it takes to grasp as much power as possible. And if you could have given Stalin or Mao, if you could have given Stalin or Mao cryptocurrency, what would they have done with it? They probably would have been very attracted to it, and they probably would have used it in some very nefarious ways. And I think that's very attractive for people who like to control other people. So that's probably what's going to happen in our future, but it might take a decade or so. I think we're the test subjects right now, so we get to play and see how things work and see if it's going to crack and break. And they can point to Ethereum not working well and having high fees. They can point to Bitcoin is inflation buggy. They can point to rug pulls, NFT scams, and they can say there's a better way. We'll guarantee it. Everything's safe with us. And the masses will walk or march to the orders. So that's why I like to get my T-shares now, so I can get my own, print it myself, and not have to worry about moving fiat into crypto in the future. Yeah, it's weird. Mad Hatter was like popping in, popping out. Seems like he's having some kind of connection issue. This, I don't know. Sometimes it seems like it could be a network issue, but sometimes there is no way I'm on the best network and it just drops you. So crazy. Yeah, famous. Did you send any message over to Walrus?
No, not yet, man. I'm starting to write up my onboarding stuff. I'll send him. He knows where to find it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna send him the one for the Korean
It's
website too.
I'm not really like I'm not really in a hurry because there's nothing that I offer that they don't have besides the fact that I have like the live spaces. So if the live spaces, you could just tweet about it. Like all I would need is like a retweet. That's it, literally. Like that's all we need from these people is literally just a little retweet. Say, hey
Yeah,
guys,
I
I'm
know.
busy today. I'm busy today. I'll be on live later. But if in the meantime, if you have any questions, you can go see these people. Like anyways.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of that yet. I know I try to retweet quite a bit, but we'll see. Eventually, people once they know. And the other thing is, oh, Richard Hart fixed the audio debate. He might be posting his video, maybe. That'd be cool because that was wrecked.
Nah, it's for sure late for him.
Yeah, there's so many people that are buying hacks and they're not Hexicans at all. They don't participate in the community or anything. So it's really great that we have the people who we have that are so engaged and involved. That's how you build the future, You build the future of the entire Hex ecosystem. And the very powerful feature that people don't get is delayed gratification. There's going to be a lot of people who never understand that concept and they just move in and move out like any other coin out there, and they just think it's a send and receive coin, right? Oh yeah, I have a send and receive coin. Hooray! It's a meme. uh, and they lose the whole concept of why it creates value. So that's our job. I mean, to me, that's why I'm personally trying to communicate Hex because it's still such a what? It's not that hard actually, but it seems like people are TikTok brains. What can I say?
The Way, is that your YouTube channel with the like Korean symbols?
네, 안녕하세요. 헥스가 길이다. Yeah, yes, you should tune into my channel. I'm going to be posting a video about Hex liquidity pool, what's going on in the real Hex world right now, the truth and the data. It won't lie. And yeah, you should definitely follow me on Hex is the Way. There's also Famous's channel, Hex Space 2 Space Learn. Follow both of those.
I think I should change that and just put it all in one, man. It's so
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, you should. I mean, most people don't put a space and then, I don't know. It's up to you.
I think I'm gonna do that.
Did you try to change your channel name yet to, make it official?
We why I thought I did it. No, we were
No,
trying to do it.
because I think you had a couple days left and then we didn't try
Oh
to.
yeah. It was 3 days. You're right. You're absolutely right. So I have to go in YouTube Studio. Get my money in the studio. We don't just. Set a custom URL for your channel.
Now we're talking.
I got it.
All right, I subbed on both of you guys.
Yeah, we need all the help we can get. We crack this algorithm. Got to break into the YouTube AI and pop onto other people's screens. I've been I just came out with a video about liquidity pools. You can check that one out. It's pretty good. I mean, it seems like a lot of people don't know what's in that video from what I'm hearing, which is pretty interesting. And I'm encouraging everybody to do it because how are you going to gain, knowledge and experience unless you try and, practice things? Just you don't have to go crazy and you don't have to put all your money into things like that.
Famous, you need to make some videos, dude. You're just putting up the spaces.
I do, but I'm so busy with this that I can't. Because the thing is that I'm recording the spaces, so I can't record videos. That's the thing.
Don't worry, I'm going to make him come on my channel and we can do a duopoly of truth.
But slowly but surely, guys, there's gonna be. I'm building up a computer, but it's stuck at 4 GB RAM with a 1.7 processor, which freezes the fucking. It freezes my capture card always, so I always max out my CPU on it. So I need to get a new PC. No choice.
I just found one on the side of the road today. I grabbed it, but it's not looking that great. I'll probably harvest it for parts.
Usually the hardware, the hard drive is the best, man. Wipe that shit clean. Buy a nice little $5 to $10 little case. You got yourself a brand new fucking hard drive. I love those. I love telling, like, my friends say, I got an old laptop, man. You want it? I'm like, yeah, give it to me. Take the hard drive one time. It's like a $40, even if it's 500 gigabytes, a terabyte, it's like $40, $50 right there.
I sell all of it on eBay. I just try to sell as much as I can, and then I get into hex with it. To me, I'm to the point where I'm like, you know what? I had so many computers. I still have I built so many computers over the course of like a couple decades. I don't know, what could I say? At one point I was in this like computer repair warehouse area, and I was literally doing 30 computers a day. So I did like thousands and thousands of computers. It was just a madhouse. They'd come in pallets and I'd just tear them apart, figure out what was wrong and put it back, and we'd sell them. So it was pretty fun, but to me, I'm more passionate about building like beastly towers that are ultimate machines. That's what I love.
Yeah, obviously it's so fun to do that.
But
I like to learn, man. I just like to learn with the PC. I like to do new things, understanding everything on this.
Better get ready for the dip. I just got an alert on one of the groups I'm in that Russia's going into the Ukraine right now.
Dun, dun. But can I understand what the fuck's happening? Actually, you know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to make the space all about that.
where's all the gold from Europe that the Nazis took? I needed to ask Peter Schiff that question. Where's all the gold? How did it work out for all those countries?
Well, doesn't the Vatican have like all the oldest gold?
You know what, Famous? America got a lot of European gold, and we put it underneath, like way down in a vault in New York. You could actually take a tour and check out. But I think some European countries are pulling their gold out. It was like a tour. You could literally go under the ground, see like, wow, look at all this European gold.
Yeah, but like in the 1700s, somehow the Vatican had the most gold, most of the oldest gold. Ironic.
And the queen. So
Ironic.
she's got a. Uh-oh, what's going on? Yeah, the Queen of England, I guess she got the disease, so they're spreading rumors now that she's dead, but we'll see.
Whoa. Whoa, that's deep.
Some people still think she's in charge of America, but it's not late enough at night for us to talk about this.
Well, it's not that she controls it, but I know she controls us, Canada, not you guys.
You know, there's a rule in the UK that if you are a head of state, that you can purchase their stocks and not reveal yourself, which is pretty interesting.
Hey, Famous, this is going to sound really weird, but I'm curious if you brought the co-hosts down to speaker and then brought them back up, if it would fix the audio issues, because the only people I can't hear talk are Hex is the way. It's the strangest thing.
Yeah, I can do that. Sorry, Hex. Is it good now? You hear me good?
Yeah, that's the
Can I ask
strangest
you a
thing.
question? Is it like, is the sound going on and it sounds like a walkie-talkie that's just going berserk?
Yeah, it sounds like a walkie-talkie just going in and out.
Was it like Kareem's thing?
Much worse.
That was bad. Poor Kareem. He was sending such alpha and like.
Yeah, these spaces are buggy, man. That's crazy. If Russia's going to go into Ukraine, man, get ready to buy the dip. It's going to be a big fat dip. If you need some ETH for gas fees or whatever, this next week is probably going to be a good opportunity.
Yo, man. I know.
Yeah, I just saw it on CNN. It's a confirmed go ahead. Putin said for him to go ahead.
And humans have gone back to their old ways. I always said it when I was a kid. It was like life was too calm. I'm telling you, man, shit's gonna go down.
Hey, Hex is the way. Do you pay much mind to all the geopolitical, geoglobal things going on?
Are you talking about in the Hex community?
Oh man, I can hear you so clearly now. It's beautiful. I knew you were dropping alpha earlier, and I was like, God damn it, every third word.
Yeah, this thing's so weird, isn't it? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the hard part is, yeah, you start to get in the Hex community, you have friends all over the world, right? So you don't want anybody to be struggling.
Has anyone in here read Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma?
Nope.
It's probably going to blow your mind, but in the 1800s, he mapped out the 3 world wars that were going to take place in the 20th and early 21st century. He was spot on with 1 and 2 so far.
Oh, I heard about actually, I heard about someone saying that he wrote a book like, but he said that the third one would be like bombs falling from the sky or something like that, right?
Well, essentially what he said was that the Third World War would take place between the Muslim, it would break out between Israel and Muslim nations. Didn't name them specifically, but that the rest of the world would join in afterwards. But just the fact that he was spot on in the 1800s, you know, with how the First World War would go down and how the Second World War would go down, is just ominous, you know, because he was talking about that. What is it, like 60 years before the First World War? I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, with anarchy, you could have thought, like, personally, man, I think things were planned at, like if you think about anarchy and like what anarchy meant, and like they were kind of educated, right? So they're like, they decided what the, like, you know, like the twisted ways of a human being. So like I could believe that like they were like prepared. Things have been prepared. I don't know how to explain it. Like it was an agenda that was thought out of for a long time, and it's like, well, we have to go through with it. Because there was this other book that I read in English. It was from this guy. Hold up, I'm gonna get the book. It's one of the best books written in the century.
Yeah, and just for your awareness, that guy Albert Pike, he was a Confederate general. He was like the highest level Mason that you can reach. He's considered like one of their historians in terms of Masonry. But yeah, I could totally see something like that being planned for a very long time. Right, so it wasn't even so much that he predicted it as he knew what the long-term game plan would be.
I mean, would you consider what happened already with all these wars with the, America, the Arab world? Would you consider that kind of like the World War III, or not yet? We got to go deeper.
Yeah, not yet. I don't think we're anywhere close, man. I think you're probably going to see something break out between Israel and somebody else. Just a guess, man. I don't know. I could be talking out my ass. I remember thinking back, you know, when I was a little younger, reading Morals and Dogma and thinking, you know, when this was written comparative to the you know, the history that he was describing that was yet to happen, it was just mind blowing. It was just one of those things where you wonder how much in the world happens by accident, right, on the grand stage, and how much of it may have been planned for a very, very long time. And by very long time, I mean 300 years plus.
One thing I've thought about is follow the money, right? So we've got some people back in the early, what was it, industrial age of America, or the railroad tycoons, the oil baron. If you look at some of these people back then, they had like one guy, $600 billion, something like that, just crazy amount. And then you think to yourself, what if you compounded that, or what if you put that in the stock market and your company just kept going up and up? Where's the trillionaires? Where are they, right? And so it's very possible that there's the Council of Nine, maybe not nine, but you know what I mean, out there that are. I always said to myself, like, okay, whenever somebody's introduced into the American politics, it's interesting because there's a whole nother subset of non-governmental actors that are literally located in Washington, D.C., that start to give them, okay, here's the law that we're pushing, here's this, here's that. And it's like nothing gets created without that extra system, that attachment that doesn't even it's not even in our government, whether it be like a council of foreign relation, or there's literally people that are trained up and then they move into campaigns and then they ride it all the way to the top, so they're embedded from the start. So yeah, you could contemplate a lot of different things when it comes to politics. There's a there's a little there's a pretty short book that really could open somebody's eyes. It's called None Dare Call It Conspiracy. And it's a short book, but it goes through history from um, you could say, a little bit open-eyed stance about how things actually went down. And whether it be true or not, it does not seem like it's a conspiracy, because a lot of these things really did happen. It's all historical.
You know, it blows my mind, Hex, is the way about you talking about some of these secret trillionaires. The richest people on planet Earth, you're never going to hear their name in the news, and that's by design. That's for a very specific reason, right? You can look at families like the Rothschilds. I mean, estimated, we don't even know, man, but estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of like $60 trillion of value that they've accrued since the Napoleonic Wars. And they're just one of, I think, 13 different families that have aggregated some massive amount of wealth. You can look into the DuPonts, the Morgans, the Rockefellers, but the Rockefellers are really just a front for the Rothschild. And then there's some that you're probably never going to hear of, right? So you can look at some of the royal lines from England and trace those back. But again, they stay out of the news on purpose. They own news outlets to make sure that their name doesn't get mentioned. So, when I just laugh when I hear like, oh, Elon Musk or Bill Gates, richest people in the world. I'm like, no, they're just the richest people that you're allowed to know about.
I think Richard Hart caught wind of a little bit of that info due to the fact that he threw up that little eye sign, Did you see that? Almost Illuminati mode in one of his recent streams.
No, I totally missed it, man.
One time he had a stream and people asked him, aren't you scared about the Illuminati with cryptocurrency and stuff? And then he responded like, how do you know I'm not part of the Illuminati?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The more I learn, the more I go down the history rabbit hole, the more I start to realize that probably even what we know isn't accurate. And yeah, there's a whole lot that we don't know, man. It's like the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know anything, which is disheartening. But I know Keith's got something to say on this too.
What the hell is going on? It's so good to see everybody in here. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody in here and not over there. I got to be honest. I don't know what the hell is going on these days. I get in here.
You keep it's okay,
Dude,
man.
Famous, you know what's going on, bro. All this bullshit with these sacrifices and whatever the hell is going on with whatever. I mean, the conspiracies are running rampant. And I'm trying to just take a step back a little bit. I don't know. I feel like I kind of touched the sun. I got close to the sun. Got a little burn. I'm like, ooh, let me take it back a little bit. I started asking questions, and I was like, oh shit, I'm asking too many questions, and I'm like, no, I'm going in too many rabbit holes. So I'm like, let me just go
starting
back
to get that Icarus complex, Keith.
Hey guys, that I've been lurking. And in reality, I was like, the idea is look.
Hey Keith, your mic is breaking up a bit.
Are you locked in like a room or something?
This is typical. Can you guys hear me? Is this any better? I'm getting rugged left and right all day. Just they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, we've experienced that a lot. They just rugged Mad Hatter like 5 times already, and they were doing it to me.
Man, it's because y'all talking about the big dogs. You know you can't do that.
Yep. Straight up, man. Mention the name, and all of a sudden everything goes to shit. Can't hear nobody.
I mean, what the hell is going on these days, guys? Really, what the fuck is happening? I mean, all this crazy shit. I'm talking to Trap.
Keith.
Trap's got my mind in a million places. I'm loving it, but I'm also like, damn, son. I'm like, you got me, you got me questioning a lot, and I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. I thought. I guess I'm thinking the world is it can be a good place, but it's clearly nothing is ever going to be fully a good place. There's nothing you do have to watch your back. Like it's just I don't know. I hate to say that. Like it's kind of morbid, but it's just weird. I don't know. Can you trust who you think you can trust? Really, truly? No, probably not. I don't know. It's weird. It's not a good feeling, but I like the fact that you guys have this breakaway room. Like I've been seeing y'all kind of do like a side thing, and Trap told me about this morning. I've been doing family stuff. My sister just had a kid, like her second kid. My nephew was just born yesterday.
Congratulations, brother.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, due to COVID regulations, family members are unable to go up to the maternity ward and see the baby. So it's been this weird like pseudo, celebration, but like remote kind of weird shit. And I'm like, great, glad I, drove all the way up here and took time off work to not be able to see my nephew when he's born. That's fucking sick. Thanks, COVID. But yeah, like I just take a step back and look. I love everyone in this room. Like the people that are in this room are the real, like we're the true OG Twitter space folks, because we run this fucking shit every day, 24/7 till 5 a.m. You got people snoring in the room, and we got people laughing and joking about it because, it's awesome because people want to be in our rooms. And then you go in Orca's room and it's just dead. And I love Orca. Orca's great, dude. He's my boy. Like, there's nothing against him. It's just the fucking bullshit that I've heard over there. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat a goddamn thing. I'm sorry, dude. It's bullshit. And I know if Collector's in here, if he wasn't here, he'd be all upset with me because he's like, oh man, I gotta roll out. I don't like the cursing. I get it. Look, I get it, but this is bullshit, and y'all know it for real. I'm not even gonna call a spade on that, because like there is some absolute trash ass bullshit being brought up over, not it's not intentional by, Orca or the co-host. It just gets brought up, and because it's an open forum, people get to shill their bullshit. And I feel like there's too much shilling of other bullshit, and we need to stick to the Richard Hart ecosystem, the goddamn Hex, Pulse X, Pulse Chain, and the game theory and the thoughts and the logic and the what ifs and the I can't waits and the fucking speculation. Like, stop it with all this sacrifice bullshit and people getting mad about who said what about whose project, and fuck all that, dude. I mean, I like Hedron. I will say that's cool. I like Alex. I like the dude. He's cool. I'm good with that. I'm not going to do anything with it. I'm going to just, watch it, but he's not harming. I don't see that as a threat to the Hexakin community, like some of these other fucking projects, these things that are happening. I don't know. I just have I'm being very skeptical on things. And
hey, Keith, fucking name names, man. I'm so tired of the anonymity. I can tell you, I heard of 3 brand new fucking projects, 2 of which are going to have sacrifice phases just today.
What?
Just today.
New shit on top of the other bullshit?
Yes, there's a reason that I'm no longer in Orca Space or co-hosting it, man. I couldn't hold my tongue, and I had to dip out. Yeah, man. The shit is gonna start rolling.
Yeah, but guys, you guys
you're
gotta
gonna be
expect
suffocated. Hold on, Famous. You're gonna be suffocated by the shit, man. You're gonna be absolutely suffocated. There's so many people coming for your fucking money. You better hold on to your bags tight, brothers. I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a piece of that.
Preach,
1,000, 5,000, 10,000x. Okay, and they're all seeing their opportunity because it's going to be a brand new chain, right? And we're all, powwowing together. We're all one big community. But I'm telling you, there's some snakes in the grass right now, and y'all are sleeping. People are sleeping.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. And I'm not. I don't know anymore. Apparently, I'm not a very good judge of Twitter character. I don't know. And don't hate me for saying this, but like I we don't know who the fuck we're talking to on these spaces. People got maybe some images of them, maybe for other reasons they don't want to have images of them, and maybe they have apes, maybe they don't have apes. It's like, dude, you don't know who the fuck is who. And like, I got some shady motherfuckers that are following me. Got a couple followers, like I'm talking a handful of followers. A fucking fake Richard Hart just reached out and told me to DM me, and I had my heart skipped a second. I was like, oh my god, did Richard?
At mid for a second, you were like, "Oh my god,
dude! I'm
Yo,
telling you,
Keith.
bro.
I don't know if you were in the room earlier, man, but it was the first time I've ever heard Jay Future go off, and Jay Future freaking went off, man, and it was just a sight to behold. I think he reached his boiling point. And Famous, I know you were here, man.
Dude.
You were here.
when?"
Man, I
Because
got
me,
all that
I'll be
started
honest,
this
guys. Like,
morning.
I'm just used to this, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm used to this. This is not like I'm like I expected this, and I'm like warning people. I'm like, watch, you're gonna see. Shit's, you're gonna see. You're gonna see, bro.
I feel bad,
I'm
man.
so happy, man. That mean, if this is happening, that means shit's gonna go so high, man. Oh my god. People want it for a reason, man.
I feel bad. I feel like I got all this started this morning, like I kicked the bee's nest and then dipped on y'all.
Oh no! You have no clue what's been brewing, my friend.
Dude,
I feel
I
like a witch just did it, man.
I know you know some shit. Oh, am I fucking glitching right now?
I
For a
think
sec you
Famous
were.
and Keith are trying to talk at the same time, man.
Really? No?
Hold on, I'm gonna try to get on my boys.
No, you're coming in clear now.
It keeps getting rugged.
Hold on, I'm gonna connect to my boys' internet here. Hold on.
Okay, just fast, guys. I pinned up to the top the 9999999 that Richard did today. It's fucking hilarious. I think I watched it like 150 times already. He's just like 999999999.
Totally memeable, man.
Mexican girl killed it. You knew it was coming. It was just like 99999.
Yo, Sequoia, I'm kind of curious your thoughts. I know you've been in this space all day and you've heard quite a bit of the banter back and forth. And what are your thoughts on all this? Or do you want to maintain Switzerland for a little while longer?
Yeah, no, I have very similar thoughts. I did notice, right, like you in and out between the spaces quite a bit, and yeah, like I don't know, it's interesting. I definitely feel like ultimately what we've been doing in these spaces has not been really, it hasn't been as recognized for sure, right? We've been out here literally every day, all day, basically 24/7. I will literally go to bed, not even intentionally going to bed, but fall asleep in a space and wake up the next morning still in the same fucking space. And people are still up talking in the space. So I feel like a lot of that has been going unrecognized, and it's like I appreciate everything Orc is doing. However, yeah, it just seems like there is we've been holding it down for quite a bit, and
Damn it!
I don't
I'm
know.
totally not trying to interrupt you. Your mic is doing the same thing that Hex's The Ways was doing earlier.
Darn.
What if you drop down from co-host and come right back up as co-host? It fixed it for Hex's The
No,
Ways
man,
for some reason.
her wallet's been like that. Her mic has been like that the whole time. I'm literally writing a whole thing about wallets,
You
MetaMask.
have been wrecked all
That's
day.
why I'm like looking at the paper. I've been doing this, man. But yeah, her.
Oh, I don't mean about the echoing. I mean about like every third to fifth word is what's coming through.
Yeah, let me get her down.
Do I sound any better at all?
So much better.
Okay, nice, dude. Yeah, I was just saying, like, yeah, Trap was telling me good shit, dude. Just good shit, like good shit with the people that are in here, who I'm sure people have talked to Trap in the DMs at some point in time in their life. And if you haven't, you probably should.
He was in here until
just for
5
your own
a.m. last night.
potential comic relief, maybe like earth-shattering reality facts about like the lies of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Trap goes deep. What's up,
dude? Trap was telling
Cowboy?
me good shit about Sequoia, about Matt, about him and Jay Future caught up, him and Famous caught up. I was like, dude, I love to hear that the OG Twitter space folks are like looking at the bullshit over there. And look, hey, I know it's not intentional. I know Orca's just trying to, bring us, bring the whole Hex King space to life and make it big deal, and bring in all kinds of fucks, from all over the place. But look, I mean,
it was kind of weird though. It was kind of weird because ever since he did his space, we've been doing our space the whole time. Like, okay, 96 hours was great. We've been doing it for like 2 weeks straight, and or 3 weeks. I don't even know. I can't even keep track. But
Dude, as far as like a marketing job, it was a complete failure. They thought they could have funding Jim like chill it in a couple spaces and something would turn into the big thing. Like I even messaged like a couple people that like, oh, you can speak in it, but like, I mean, you've all been in the space, so like I don't need to say more than that. Complete failure.
Yeah, nobody came in. I mean, all the big names that were supposed to come in didn't come in.
Why would they? They like look at who they talked to. Look at who Richard Hart was talking to.
Yeah, I mean, we brought him. Look, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay, I'm not one to sit here and try to, talk shit about another fellow Hexican or whatever in the community. But I had conversations with several other people, and that I know. Two I know in real life, and then one is a virtual that I will meet soon, friend. About the same person who essentially wasted Richard's time for like 20 minutes on, I don't know, what was it, Monday when he jumped in the space, the first I don't know, it was hour 12 or some shit when he jumped in. And I like, we're not bringing him quality people. We're not bringing him quality, like good questions. Like I wanted, oh, by the way, famous, 100%. I got to say this, dude. I am on a fucking crusade to make sure that when you're right about the goddamn incentive token being the fucking P hex, dude.
Please.
Okay.
I just when it happens, we'll take it from there.
We'll
Dude,
let crack the bomb.
Okay. All right.
Actually,
I'll be respectful. I'll be quiet about that.
No, I
But
just want to be
know that
humble
I'm on
about
a
it because I'm
fucking
excited.
crusade.
I'm
with that.
excited. I'm excited.
It's gonna be sick because there's no direct relationship between these tokens. That's the crazy thing. It's like you think about it and you're like, wait, Pulse X is just another store of value.
Okay, I wanted to say something. Can I say something? Because I've really wanted to say this for a long time.
Are we trading?
Today on the stream, Richard mentioned 3 things: Hex, Pulse Chain, and Pulse X. He did not mention the incentive token. And he never mentions the incentive token. When he does, it's usually brought up. I wonder why.
It's usually what? Brought up?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Like brought up? Like it's
someone
brought
else.
up by us, by someone else, or like he
By
doesn't
Orca thinking he can trying to get his idea reviewed.
Well, look, who said it? Somebody said it the other night. I don't. Maybe it was Hex. Hex is the way. Somebody said, like, or no, I think it was Richard said, like, we don't need to like overcomplicate things on another level and start thinking about future like important things. Where it's like we got to focus on the task at hand is how do we get away from the Ethereum gas fees? That's the primary goal with everybody, and that's forking Ethereum and launching Pulse Chain and. Dude, do y'all know who the?
I don't think
it's
the gas fees, guys. I think it's the unbonding from the Ethereum.
Yeah, dude. So this is why this next topic is so crucial. Do you guys know who Dev Ruth is?
She's been on Quanking, right?
Yeah. So this is like, so there are some. Okay, maybe I do have to like keep this. Maybe I gotta watch what I'm saying.
You tease, go for it.
Dude, I don't know. Should I? Am I allowed to fucking show like information that I was given that doesn't harm anybody? There's no harm. This is like really exciting shit.
This is what this room is for.
Yeah, man. That's why there's the
Okay,
breakaway
all right.
room.
Yeah. Okay. So somebody, I'm not gonna dox them, but somebody made the correlation that and was watching a stream once where Dev Ruth gets on and, you know, essentially dunks on the whole bridge not having admin key thing. So like the whole issue back in like October, November, when we were supposed to maybe have this pulse swap thing in the future, but Pulse Chain was probably ready to go. I mean, we had the testnet V2, everything was looking good, but they couldn't figure out the bridge not having admin keys, and that like they really didn't want admin keys. And apparently a call to action was put out there by Richard and his top guys. Like apparently the devs couldn't figure it out. And then all of a sudden Dev Ruth comes in and fucking literally, in the words of somebody, says fucking dunks on him. Just shows up and says, this is exactly what we need to do. Don't worry, I got it. And just fucking absolutely dunks on him. And then now we have PulseX. And so there's this really interesting theory that this Dev Ruth individual, who is Dev Ruth? What did she bring? But something amazing, apparently. And now we have bridges, so we can bridge in the value from Ethereum, I guess the economic energy, and have it be without admin keys, and then also allow for PulseX to happen. So I don't know if anyone really has been talking about that, or this is just a conversation that I had with an individual that brought this up, and it was like, I was like, holy shit, that is like how huge. That was like kind of like a missing link months ago. This was months ago. This is a long, this is, like I said, back in like November, or just like October, November, December, sometime in like mid-November, something like that. So she was on someone's stream. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, I didn't know if y'all had like talked about that, or I feel like I should probably get my boy in here who knows about all this. I'm sure y'all can probably guess who that is. Think about someone who likes to do a lot of research and like knows their shit, and who's definitely not hanging out in the Orca space right now. I'll just say that.
Does he have a cowboy hat?
May or may not have a cowboy hat on. But yeah, no, I just thought it was fucking really cool. I didn't know if you guys had gamed that out yet, or you know, if anyone had any opinions on it or knew anything about that, or.
No, let's go. You're the man. You're the lead on this one, Keith.
That's like the extent of where I'm at with it, because I'm like, okay, so we didn't know with our devs, and I say our devs, Richard Hart's devs, couldn't figure out how to build these bridges. And I think that's the key, is the bridge. I think that's where the vampire attack occurs, on the liquidity. I think that's where, once the bridges are open, somebody, if somebody wanted to, they could go in and just market buy everything in every fucking pool, everything in Uniswap, all Trader Joe's, Pancake Swap, everything. Just buy it all up and stick it into PulseX.
Well, the thing is that if they buy everything up, you're getting rich.
You're getting what?
Rich.
Yeah, but if they buy it up so hard that the network becomes unusable.
No, it's not going to be so.
No, it will. It'll always be used. It'll always be.
No,
useful.
I mean Ethereum. Like, imagine if you spammed the Ethereum network with transactions from that bridge constantly, right? Like, there's actually a play if ETH wants to play it dirty to where you can literally make ETH unusable. Just gonna throw that out there.
So, like, what?
Well, have you ever considered that maybe? What if he's Can he shut off the switch on a bridge, and it's done until he turns it back on?
I don't.
Because if he does that, he could literally like give up p-hex and like close it. Our p-hex goes, it becomes useless. We fuck around PHEX, on Paul's chain, we keep the tickers. The people can't take out their coins. They can't bridge back. So no matter what they do on ETH, we capitalize on it. And because the PHEX doesn't exist no more, because we cut off all supply to it, whenever he turns it back on, it'll just like reboot, and then like everything in the PHEX and the EHEX might just like jump. Because like imagine, like think about it. The only reason why the PHEX will ever be a ratioed and it will like not be crazy is because there's an Ethereum side. But what if you block the Ethereum side? Like what if you reverse the admin keys to close the switch on the bridge on his side and say, hey, now you can't get the coins.
Yo,
And I'm going to play in my ecosystem.
I'm not going to lie, man. I feel like you're my best friend and you're trying to describe your trip to me, but it's like a month later. I'm just not following, bro.
I don't know.
Dude, that's fucking a perfect analogy.
All I gotta
I've
say
tried
is
to
that
do that
I
to
think
people, bro.
I think that Keith like called some stuff out, and I think he used some verbiage that established a new kind of OG.
Yeah, dude, I think I mean it's like a, you know, I think there's like this whole like, hey, if you better come over here and play or you're going to get fucked. You're going to get liquidated. And
Literally.
for ETH whales, that's probably, you know, hey, look, impermanent loss, you know, for whales is not a bad thing. It's actually can be a good thing. They love it because they're like, oh, perfect. Again, this goes back to like if you really understand impermanent loss is a good thing, you have to be worth millions upon millions, probably hundreds of millions at that point, because you need to be okay with taking like a $2 million, $5 million just bang real fast. If you're heavily in that game, like which there are massive yield farming whales out there that just fuck around all day, right? And provide liquidity on Ethereum. And God, dude, it's like you better come over here. You better come take your free fucking shit and play along, or else you're getting just skunked.
But how? What does that mechanism look like? And
it looks like fucking market buying on a massive multi-billion-dollar level.
But for
from
what
like
purpose?
97,000 wallets.
But for what purpose?
To stick the liquidity in all these different, I guess, I don't know. See, now my fucking head's going crazy because it's like, do we give a shit about the PRC20s? Or is that just like an incentive?
Of course.
For people?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't you give a
No,
shit?
no. I'm talking about like the other stuff, dude. Like chains.
Well, why not?
And like other shit. I mean, I guess they would, yeah. And so I guess they should probably, if they're liquidity providing for chain or for SHIB, then they have absolutely every best interest of them to take their PRC SHIB and pair it with Pulse or pair it with.
Bro, they don't realize, man, if everything's paired to Hex and Hex just does really well, then like all their tokens are just going up in price on that chain. That's why I'm saying if the incentive token is Hex and Hex does insanely well, then if everything's paired to it, then the ratios always apply. So everything just goes up.
So do you think the initial value, like dollar value introduced to the entire ecosystem is going to be via Hex pairing, like Ethereum Hex pairing?
Well, think about it like this.
What about like Pulse paired with Ethereum? Or is that not?
I really don't understand what's the difference. It's a wrapped version. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the difference? Why don't you bring USDC over? Make it more stable. Why would you?
But there's something crucial about the way
more you like. The thing is that people don't understand. You shouldn't bring over ETH, because if you bring over ETH, you're just going to continue the problem in ETH. Just leave the ETH there.
That's true. That's true.
Take everything else. People don't realize that. That's why he's making ETH useless.
So I guess Pulse then just okay, so then that goes to the question of like, and this is something that I actually want to ask Hex of the Way. I think my boy Trap had mentioned something that you had said in a space recently was like, what? Okay, so we think, okay, we took the fucking $18 billion in the Pulse Chain Sacrifice wallet and stuffed it into the Pulse X address. Would that mean, yes or no, that the total supply of Pulse is reduced now to like, I don't know, maybe like 850 million tokens? There's no way. 800, maybe 850 billion instead of trillion, or is it still trillions? We don't even know. I mean, there's no way to speculate that. We have
No, there is. No, there is.
What's the
So
logic behind that?
he already ended the sacrifice, and whatever was in there at the time is going to be counted for the pulse chain. So you're going to get 150 trillion pulse chain coins, something like that.
So
Yeah.
all
So
done by
yeah.
the sacrifice period. Once it ended, that was the official cutoff. Even though there was more money going in, that none of that is applied, I guess. Or and whatever happens after that is not. We have no expectations, I guess. Right? I mean, is that what that is?
Yeah, and it's not just 18 billion anymore. If you looked, I don't know if it's like 50 billion, or there's so much money
49.
going into that
It's
address.
49. It's 49.5 billion. There's 53.812% of the X in there.
Okay, so we're still getting. Okay, so then that whole idea of potentially launching at a much higher, like having some kind of an Ethereum launch is definitely out of the question in terms of like no ability for that. Look, and this is me just trying again not to moon boy here and be going into stupid fucking territory and dangerous waters when you're like, oh my god, what if it launches at Ethereum? Oh my god, like Ethereum did, ha ha ha. So I'm just trying to make sure that my mind doesn't go down any extra rabbit holes that aren't necessary, and go back to the whole like, okay, we're gonna see like a couple zeros. I don't think we're gonna see a launch price of like anything less than at least 3 zeros, right? I mean, maybe something. I mean, it maybe goes to like 2 zeros, 3 zeros, and then it drops down to like 5 zeros or something. Maybe. What do y'all think?
Man, it's easier than that, bro. It's easier than that. It's easier than that, bro. You gotta look at the ratio, man. You gotta look at the ratio, guys. There's no price. Like the price is, if it goes at zero, it's whatever you create a ratio. It starts at zero. It's worthless. Why? Because there's no back liquidity. It has nothing to do with price. Who gives a fuck about a price? There's no price until liquidity is backed. So before Bridget,
right.
Like when you turn on the switch, right? Like, okay, it's so hard to explain because it's like I see it in my head happening. It's like they're gonna pair up the pairs. It's gonna be hex to PLS, but you have so much hex and you have so much PLS. So if you have a pool, then the pool ratio has to be that to that. So let's take as an example. I'll do the math right now. There's how much? Let's say 600 billion hex. 6 bill. How much is their pulse chain? How many coins approximately is there with pulse chain?
What was like 150 trillion something? I mean, in that area.
150 trillion.
Pulse, right? Yeah. Isn't it?
So it's 150,000. So that's 6 divided by 15,000, 1,500. Take out the 2 zeros. Divide this by 3. That makes 2. That makes 500. 250. So that's 1. So 1 hex will be 250 pulse. That's the ratio. That's like basic equilibrium ratio.
I'm gonna give me some of that.
But that's the ratio. That's an original ratio. Like if they're both at 0.
So I've got a question that I haven't been able to get a good answer on. So look at SHIB, for instance. Okay, when you create the P SHIB pool, right, and you take the SHIB ETH pairing on Ethereum and you replicate that on Pulse Chain, There's no fucking way in the world you can tell me that that ratio is going to be 1.2 million times the amount of Ethereum worth of pulse in that pool with SHIB, because then you can swap all of that P SHIB for pulse, right? So how is the fixer bot going to determine the actual ratios? Is it going to be 1-to-1 for what's in the ETH pool currently and just replaced with pulse, but on the pulse chain? Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make
Square
sense
root
to
of
anybody?
1.2 million.
Square root of 1.2 million is how much pulse is going to be in those pools comparative to ETH.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my calculator. Yes. You can put it. The easiest way for me to explain it is 27. Hold on one second. Let me before I don't want to say something and then have to go back on it. Hold on.
Oh, that's 1,095.
I believe it's starting at whatever the number that I had is that it starts at 27x day one price because it goes 1-to-1 with ETH market cap. It's going to start at one, from what I understand, from my assessment, from other people that I've compared notes with. It's going to start off at like a $240 billion market cap because it's going to go 1-to-1 with ETH. So now you backtrack that from with one. If you throw it up in your Google Sheets, you're going to put up 243 billion, okay, as market cap for PLS, 243 billion market cap for ETH. You divide 243 billion by 137 trillion, give or take, right? There's going to be a give or take of like 3%. So it could be anywhere between 130 to 150. So you divide 243 by 137 trillion, and you'll get the price of PLS, which is, let me get that up here. So 243 billion. $137 trillion. .0017 is start price. So
Okay.
That's where I came up with the 17x.
But
17.7x.
what does
Right.
that look like in a pool between what's currently on Ethereum, between SHIB and ETH pool, like a SHIB and ETH pool, and how that's going to be replicated on Pulse?
So whatever the price is. So can you give me the SHIB price?
I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, so you'd have,
trying to visualize the pools, like, because I can't
pools
imagine there would be 1.2 million times, the amount of ETH worth of Pulse in any of those pools.
Well, 1.2 million is 1.2 million times 130 million ETH gives you 137 trillion PLS. That's what they mean by that. And you look at the pool. Now, it depends on the pool size, right? It could be all sorts of stuff. But if you start up with the 0.0017 price, then you get an idea. But now, okay, now here's the thing. There's a lot of curveballs. That's why it's very hard. I'm still on. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah. Totally. Can totally hear you.
I was getting a phone call. Okay, so these are the variables, okay? So this is our assumption, right? And anything can change. Hold on one second, okay? Hold on. Let me pull up something here.
Are you literally just taking the ratio of the supplies together, and then you're timesing it from what it's worth?
Yeah, so like let's say that we take the pool, right? So the pool can change.
Yeah.
Like, okay, here, we gotta backtrack and before we can even go forward. So backtrack it. This is the genius, okay? So right after the fork, the fixer bot goes in and basically goes and takes all that PLS and starts buying up all the PRCs. Okay, so now all the PRCs go to 0. Okay, then now it's in a wallet. Okay, it's in your wallet. It's like you going in as day one guy. You're going in. You're gonna buy up all the shit. Okay, all the good stuff. You're gonna go in Schiff. You're gonna buy it up. You're gonna buy up all the ETH, whatever. You're gonna go and buy everything up. So you drain the pool, okay, of everything that's in it. Then you come back in and then you balance it. But look, you have to buy it from multiple pools. You're having to buy from Uniswap. You're gonna go out and buy from like whatever other pools are out there. I forgot what other exchanges they're going to be. They said a few multiple exchanges. So now you're going to go buy up all those PRCs. Then you're going to come in and throw it into PulseX. You get what I'm saying? So now you're going to PulseX and then you create a new pair. You throw in the PLS and you throw in the Pulse and you throw in the SHIB that you bought from all the other exchanges. Because you got a bag, like a big bag of PRC, right? So now you got a locked centralized liquidity day one. It's like a new coin, right? And you got locked liquidity day one, and you don't have to come in and throw in your own coin. So yes, now people can come in and match up their own. They may have on their wallet in ETH. They're gonna have their 2 pairs, right? Or sorry, the matching pairs, and they can come in and they can provide liquidity, or they can drain some of that liquidity out too for themselves if they really want to, right? But it's gonna start at a certain point. Now the question is, okay, what is it gonna look like? Yeah, like how is it gonna be balanced? Well, we don't know how much they're gonna put in, right? That fixer bot, right? Is it going to try to keep it like super liquid? If you make it super liquid, the price won't move, right? So I think like RH has got this shit down like to a science. So he's probably going to put just enough so the price moves just like it does in Uniswap. He's going to probably model Uniswap, right? So he's not going to oversupply it or undersupply it, I think, as a lock liquidity, because he also wants people coming in and putting in liquidity. But if you make it too liquid, the price doesn't move like it used to. You get what I mean? Do you remember
Yeah.
Wise token? Like they put like freaking like a shitload of ETH in there, and they can't even move the price.
Well, no, because if you try to move 10 coins, 10 coins, and 20 coins, you're obviously going to get more of a change because of the percentage.
Yeah, exactly. I have a
Hey guys,
calculator.
sorry to interrupt for a second. Orca's room just got rugged, by the way. Just want to let you guys know.
That's the second time it's been rugged, man. That sucks.
You know, I just saw that, dude. I was like, wait, I was just looking at it. I was like, who's in there? Where are they? I guess it's, ouch. Yeah, I mean, dude, look, they don't want us on Twitter Spaces. Like, they are trying to rug everything we're doing. It's a fucking
They don't
conspiracy.
want the record to be. Oh no!
It's a lot of data too, if that's passing through this.
It is a lot of data. It's not. Twitter's like,
like these guys again.
These guys. These algorithms. We're sending their algorithms fucking bunkers on the daily. Hexkin community is just insanely like algorithmic.
We are the stress test.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the founder's like, he's all ETH, right? He's all about ETH. Oh no, he's all about Bitcoin. So he's like, these guys, man, these hexagons. So determining like that pool, it's kind of hard, right? Like how much is gonna be on each side. But I would say, if he's calling it the most liquid market, then we can assume it's gonna be more than whatever the most liquid market is. So let's say Uniswap, right? So maybe you might throw in 20% more liquid on both sides. You know what I mean? But it's hard to determine because we don't really have a model. It's never been done. That's why when you sometimes see some questions that's been asked, oh, how is it going to behave? Even he's like, he laughs at himself. He's like, well, I don't even know because it's never been done, right? So it's actually it's the ultimate guerrilla marketing that I've ever seen, right? Because he's going to bring all these coins in and everyone has a chance to dive in and have fun, right? But
yeah.
But I don't know if you have numbers that are closer to something that you feel that is accurate. I would love to hear it. I did one for PLSX and I feel that's accurate, you know.
What's your PLSX?
Oh, fuck.
let me jump on that real fast.
Dude, if you guys got fucking PLX, bro, like
what?
Do not. Oh my god, dude. The number.
What is your okay? What do you mean? Go ahead. Elaborate. Go right ahead.
It's not even like I don't even feel it's real. The numbers, like, okay, let's just man, I don't even want to even talk about it because I feel like it's just on another level. But okay, let's pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. So how about this? Okay, I have multiple like different. I was actually thinking about posting it, but I thought it was just too much. But I got one for like if you simulate hex. Okay. All right. So if you simulate that hex had an auto buy and burn, wouldn't you love to know if we had an auto buy and burn on Hex, the same buy and burn on PLSX? What would that look like for the price? Wouldn't you say that that would be something interesting? So we have existing pools and we can
Absolutely.
compare it. Okay. So let me pull that. I'm pulling it up right now. Give me 1 second. Pulls.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're going to start like at the top with the same way you just did with Pulse, right? Like with a total supply.
Yeah. So
and multiplying.
So like, you know, if you guys are familiar with how Uniswap pools work, right? The bigger the liquidity, the harder it is to move the price, right? So if you run at like a 6 million, like the thing is nobody wants to put their PLS X in there, right? Pulse X in the pool, because you're gonna, if you put your pair, if you put a Pulse X with a PLS, you're gonna end up with a shit ton of well, a PLS X is hard to tell, but let's say you do like a stable coin, right? You're gonna end up with a shitload of stable coin and no PLSX, because everyone's gonna start buying it up. Like there's like family offices, like like the Raoul Paul types, you know, like Wall Street people, but they're like at home, you know, doing crypto. Like those people that will never do sack, they'll never sack, right? Those are the type of people that are gonna start coming in and buying, right? Telling their friends to buy or whatever, but they got to get their bags first. So it's gonna push up the price. And so if no one wants to provide the liquidity, therefore the liquidity pool of Pulse X is going to be a lot smaller than PLS. PLS is going to have pools for everything, right? There could be like 10,000 pairs. Everything that's ETH is going to have PLS. So it's going to be highly liquid. So to move the price, means you have to move every single pool in price. You get what I'm saying? So anyway, let's go over to PLSX. And so like if we start with a pool, sorry guys, I'm pulling up like the wrong pools here. I have so many spreadsheets.
No, dude, you're on fire, bro.
Well, I remember that it was shit. I don't want to say something wrong. Hold on.
Hey guys,
what was it, like 10,000 times the total sacrifice amount?
Yes, that's the starting price. But I think there was people out there that with like 0.00, like a 5 zeros and a 3 with 2.5x multiplier. That's like the starting price. So meaning someone else out there, if day one price was 3 zeros and a 1, okay, but there's guys that were, you know, top 5 sacks that were 3x that. So they have 3x our supply. So if you put in a million day one, you got a million Pulse X. Someone out there has 3 million Pulse X for the multiplier. Okay, so but they're not going to sell because they're like the whales. Probably won't sell. I don't think they were going. They have so much of it, right? So they're probably not going to sell. So now you're looking at, okay, last day price was like 10x of that, right? So I think it's going to start at like a 10x, and then it's just going to get eaten up, like whatever's in there. It's going to get drained like pretty quickly, because even at those prices, if people know what the numbers are, they're going to buy it up, you know, because they thought that they could get it cheaper on the market, but there is going to be like a spike, and then there's going to be a sell-off, because there's always going to be a panic sell, but I don't know how much because I don't know how much people are going to sell, but there is going to be a lot of it out there too, you know what I mean? But I don't think it's gonna like, the price won't stay low for that long. I don't think so. But anyway, give me a second. I got, okay, here we go.
Well, one of them's gonna dip.
Here we go.
One of them's gonna dip, like, because it's
for sure.
one of them's gonna dip. So one of the charts is gonna dip.
PLS is gonna dip, in my opinion, and I think Hex, because Hex is gonna be like a stock split. So you're gonna have double the liquidity on both sides. So you're probably gonna see a stock split. So let's say today's price is 14, tomorrow it's gonna be 0.07. That's like technical, historically, like, we don't know. Everyone's gonna say this time it's different, but these things always go back to how it usually behaves, right? But you never know, because there's gonna be so much liquidity, right? There's gonna be a lot of liquidity that's not going to be coming from us. It's going to come from those, the fixer bot. So it could be actually quite stable, depending on how liquid and when he says it's going to be extremely liquid, like right now, Hex is extremely liquid. I think the pool is 44 million, which is probably one of the biggest pools we've ever had. It's the highest. So meaning that if you go and try to dump, you're not going to move the price that much as you would have 2 months ago at like 25 million liquidity. you know. So it's like it's got a good like padding right now, so the price doesn't go too low. So if so that means if it's as liquid as Hex is right now, then the price can't go as low, and there's gonna be more available for people to buy up, for newcomers to come in and grab a bag, you know. So okay, here we go. So if Hex, and I did this at 20 cents, okay, it was a couple of weeks ago. If Hex for 30 days had 600,000 daily buy and burn, okay, so 600,000 is at a 1 billion global volume of Uniswap, okay. So this, we're not going to get that. We may not get that day one. It could be 500 mil, right? But let's just play a game, okay? So 600K, which is at PulseX's buy and burn rate of point like 0.00063 or something like that. It starts at 20 cents. Day 2 is 22 cents. Day 3 is 24 cents. Day 4 is 27 cents. Okay, it goes all the way to, by day 30, it's $1.40. If Hex had buy and burn right now at its current pool size, it would be and it would buy and remove Hex, okay, with a pool of yeah, and removes Hex, you're gonna have a price of $1.40 by 30 days, which is what, like,
Fuck, man. I know I would go into that, man,
7x.
but that's price talk, man. Fuck, man. I love what you're doing, man.
So 7x,
That's
and that's
crazy.
only
I know
30 days,
because by
right?
the end of the year it could be like $5, man. I called 3.69.
But wait, okay, so you're saying
just to be funny.
you're drawing a parallel between if there, like, let's just take what we
Just
like,
to take
if we were to apply a
right.
$600,000 buy and burn of Hex.
Yeah.
But how are we?
He's saying this is the best.
Correlating
This
that
is the
with
best
Pulsex.
situation. This is the best situation technically. This is
No,
like,
no,
if it's
no, we're just using something existing to put our mind to something that's real out
yeah,
there.
but it's the
Just
best situation,
imagining,
right?
let's just imagine that, hey, it's not PulseX that's going to do a buy and burn day one. It's going to be Hex. So all the volume on PulseX, that all those fees are going to go in and buy up the Hex pool, right? What will happen to the Hex price if we put a buy and burn on Hex price? It's as if the buy pressure is so, no one did anything, if no one did any buying or selling, okay, the buy pressure on Hex would push the price to $1.40
But why
with the
buy and
current
burn?
pool in 30 days.
Okay, what about instead of buy and burn, you buy and stake?
But that's not what it does. It buys, it goes into the.
I understand. I
but you
understand,
can
because
buy and stake with Pulsex.
because what I've been saying is that people are like, well, there's an inflation on Hex, but the thing is, how do you supply the incentive token if it's Hex? Well, you use the buyback burn to burn, but why would you burn when you could just stake? And then if you stake, you always get money. You always get back.
No. I think you missed the initial.
I'm saying your idea is amazing because you could do that.
No, we're not doing that, but we're just doing that to give an idea of what PulseX's price action performance and buy pressure from the buy and burn would do to the price. We're just trying to get something, because I was like, I have no idea what this is going to do.
I understand
Like,
what
my
you're
numbers
saying.
are so
I
crazy,
understand,
right?
but you're literally thinking buy and burn, right?
Yeah, this is buy and burn, right? And then
I
now
understand,
you're
right,
asking,
but you're also applying it to 20 cents.
But in order to burn it,
exactly.
what do you have to do? But in order to burn it, what do you have to do in reality?
In reality, it's going to be a burn.
I understand, but what do you have to do to burn it? Just think about.
Yeah, well, you'd send it to like a burn address.
Okay, so you have to send it. So you technically have to do a transaction, right?
Yeah.
So then why wouldn't you stake it?
Well, that in the original.
Well,
like,
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, I know no expectations, but you're talking about price. So let's literally go down the rabbit hole. I understand what you're saying. Burning is
You're
awesome.
saying if we stake it, what would happen to the price? Same thing.
I'm saying it's the same thing.
No.
But it would be better for the pool of the incentive, because then you could always bring it back to the incentive. So if that address is what's supplying the incentive pool, well, then all it has to do is use the thing, buy back. It's a buyback and burn because you're staking, it burns.
Yeah, but
right?
you still have inflation. So the game is an interesting
but then you
game
can give
being
more.
played
You can
here.
give more in the pool if the inflation is higher.
It seems like using Hex as an example for this is just it's too
Yeah,
complex.
it's too
I feel like we're going
complicated.
way too far down the rabbit hole.
Because the stablecoin and the incentive, with the way he's saying it, is going to make it so like that everyone could rug us, because they could just not make anything. They don't have to pair nothing, and nothing's going to be valuable because there's going to be too much incentive. And then the pools are just going to give up too
if
much.
you're talking about the incentive token on PulseX, is that what you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Like the auto compounder? Is that what you're talking? Is that what you're implying?
No, the incentive token.
Yeah, the incentive token. If you add that to the PulseX price, is that what you're saying? Like, what will that do to the price?
No, absolutely not. I'm just saying the idea that you're having about using the buyback mode. Well, you don't necessarily have to burn it. You could burn it,
Well,
but
if you don't burn it, then it's not deflationary.
I understand. But you're literally doing what everyone does. But why don't you do it out the box?
Who's everybody?
Everyone who does the burning. How do you burn?
Who's doing the burn?
How do you burn? It exists, right? In crypto, burning exists, right?
Only a few coins. Nothing like this though. Like this is a different type of burn, because keep in mind, this is real, authentic buy pressure. This is real fees, a real cash flow. In the real world, this is real. There's no Ponzi here. This is like the most authentic, like income coming from a real exchange. So this is real, authentic buy and burn coming in, taking coins off the market, and then reducing the complete supply. So when you're reducing, so the whole idea is start with a high supply and then bring the supply down over time, and so the pool's gonna, as the pool gets more and less Pulse X, people are gonna start selling into it, right? Because they won't be able to hold on any longer, right? So they're gonna, strong hands will become paper hands, and they're gonna sell into 100x or 1000x. And as they sell, they're going to increase into the pool, slowing down that, price action, and then someone else is going to come in and buy it, right? So at these price levels, or they call it, like, there's a name for it, the bias, right? Like price token bias or something like that. Basically, that since it's a penny, everyone wants to buy it. Since it's $1, everybody's more willing to buy it. But if it's like $2,000, people are less willing to buy because it feels expensive, or don't feel like you have a big bag. So this is going to be like, it's going to be a 10,000x by the time it gets to $1. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I just wanted to chime in real quickly.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point,
Yeah,
by the
but
way.
I'm done. Yeah.
But the volatility in Ukraine and Russia has just sent the oil prices up 5% in the last 1.5 hours.
Yeah, we're also like 10% down on Bitcoin, or 8% and 10% on Ethereum.
Yeah, it's going to be $100 a barrel.
Richard Hart with the charts,
probably
that
before
was
the end
so
of the day.
clutch. Oh my god.
I think war just started, boys. Unfortunately, I'm looking at gold, I'm looking at oil, and it looks like this is what happens right before a war.
Yeah, but dude, look, at the same time, this could all be fucking FUD. This could all be a fucking lie, dude. Like,
it's all FUD.
We don't we don't know what the fuck is really going on over in Ukraine, bro. Like, are we there?
Well, you know what's going on here. I'll tell you what it is. I'll give you one line, just like 2 sentences. Basically, they're
fake news.
Yeah, it's all fake news.
2 words.
Well, I'll give you the real thing. It's basically Europe. They're trying to make, they're threatening Russia, okay? And Russia's gonna provide Europe with electricity, or oil. And the EU is saying, they're saying we won't buy your oil, right? And then put in or whatever. He's just like, I have it. You can have it. We have an order for it. But then they're saying, no, we're going to go to war with you over Ukraine. So it's like basically the people who's going to suffer from this is the people of Europe, right? By not getting good energy prices. So it's just like this dance.
Yeah.
Basically, they want put into into like the New World Order, right? But he's just like, fuck you. So it's over, but now they're still just playing these games. And a lot of this stuff is just media stuff. And so that's why they say, Vladimir has to has to do something. But he's like, fuck you. Like, I'm being nice. Like, I'm being like a normal human and an adult. You guys are the ones that are babies. So now we're just like using time to just drag it out, and then showing, and it's revealing everybody while we're doing that. Like the whole Trudeau thing, it's being revealed. All this like Corona stuff is being revealed, right? So now it's a matter for us to say no, and then just start.
Wow, what a time to get rugged.
You just rugged. Dude, you just got rugged.
Hey, one thing I will add to what he was
just got
saying
rugged
is,
right there,
a lot of these important pipelines are running through Ukraine, right? The pipelines that are going to be serving energy to Europe and the European energy
Yeah,
market.
just like there's lots of shit that goes through the South China Sea, and you could come up with all kinds of
Yeah, yeah.
FUD
So
and like, yeah,
unfortunately,
dude.
Ukraine will become kind of ground zero for this conflict because people want control of those pipelines and lanes.
Yeah, there's also the issue of Ukraine bordering Russia and being kind of the buffer with Europe, right? And for a long time, Europe has said they do not want armaments that close to their border, that close to their western border. Hey, Collector, do you mind coming up here, or if you're able to?
Oh, hey, Collector. I see a lot of people that were in the overnight session with Orca yesterday. Hi to all of you.
I feel like Collector's
There he
got
is.
some knowledge and wisdom and experience for, living a good life. What do you think about all this, Collector? All this going on right now?
Do you live in Eastern Europe by any chance, or does anyone here have some pushback on our narrative, energy narrative?
No.
Go ahead,
What's up,
Collector.
Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing?
Pretty
What's
good.
up, brother?
Glad to see you.
Hey.
Yeah, good to see you guys too. Hey, I hate to see what's going on in Ukraine. You know, a lot of people are going to die. Based on my experience and living over there as well, that Russia is. This will be the third time that they've initiated a land grab, and basically, the European Union and the United States really in some sense did nothing, other than initiate sanctions against Russia, the oligarchs, try to hurt people that are close to Putin. It was Georgia and then Crimea. Georgia under President Bush and then Crimea under President Obama. Some of these bordering countries have huge Russian-speaking populations. As Russia moved over into the Western Bloc nations, a lot of their people followed suit. Because good place to live, experience stuff. Relatively speaking, like the Crimea is a big harbor area, just wonderful place. For people to live. They're on the Black Sea, and so Putin, being the former head of the KGB, has felt slighted. You can imagine how bad the KGB felt when their entire Western Bloc fell. Poland, Ukraine, Yugoslavia, Romania, the Baltic nations, how much power that they lost. And so Putin, as he sees weakness, he'll take advantage of it. I doubt very seriously. I'd be absolutely astounded if the U.S. was to put troops on the ground, or the European Union would, because right now, everybody's just trying to let Putin do what he's going to do, but try to make it politically painful for him, but just politically painful for him in the European and the Western press. You know what I mean? Because there's not really too much he can do within his own country, because his own country is just under totalitarian type of control. So I would envision that it'd probably be pretty short and sweet. The takeover of those breakaway republics, even though the Ukrainians will fight much harder than the Crimeans did and the Georgians did. That those places were just tiny. You know what I mean? And Ukraine has already given up territory already once when they gave up Crimea. If Russia was to go all the way into the Ukraine, it'd turn into a bloody mess. Because Russia got their nose bloody just like the U.S. did in Afghanistan for 20 years. Until they left in defeat. And the Ukrainians are much harder fighters. more highly weaponized, and we've been providing weapons to the javelins and so forth to destroy tanks, destroy armored personnel carriers and stuff like that. And I would assume that our country and European nations as well have provided tremendous amount of armaments to the Ukrainians, so they can make it very painful for the Russians. Prior administrations tried to get the Europeans to get off the Russian, Russia sending natural gas to Europe, and Europe sending money to Europe. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And so they were just funding the Russia, and the prior administration tried to get them off it, and they just couldn't do it, and it's understandably so. Europe wanted cheap gas, wanted different places to get it from, sources and stuff of that nature, and Russia knows that they got these people nose open. You know what I mean? Because they need the gas. So I might have rambled a little bit there, but was there anything else that I needed to respond to in that regard, or was that helpful?
Hey, I just wanted to chime in with the energy market in the background. Yeah, because I think this is, like, my view is this is an energy fight, right? This will be an energy war, and we're headed up to an 8-year high in oil futures, and pretty soon it looks like we're going to be in a 13-year high in oil futures, and 13 years ago is the 2008 crash. So we are looking at energy prices that were around the crash, and what does that mean for economies around the world? What happens to efficiency? I don't. The Germans' economy is going to look very good in this environment. I know prices of energy have been going up in Germany for the past few years. I don't think they can take a 50% increase from this point on, but it looks like that's where we're headed. I said a few minutes ago we're 4% above. Just a second ago, it flashed like it looked like we were 6%. So in the last 2 hours, oil has increased 6%, which is a crazy amount, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, I don't want to be naive, and I'm not the right person to speak to the actual oil market and stuff of that nature. But I think as a lesson learned, we probably ought to go back and look and see what happened when Russia took over Crimea, which was part of the Ukraine. Is I would assume there was an initial spike, and over time it just came down. Because Russia has no desire. I don't believe. I'd be absolutely astounded if they were to want open warfare with the U.S. or the European Union. It's the.
You mean like NATO? Yeah.
Yeah, major conflict. I'd be absolutely astounded if it went to that, because, all these nations are becoming more interdependent, and they realize the casualties that will occur within their own nation to their infrastructure. As more pain was inflicted on Russia from various nations, the oligarchs would probably kill him, and it's not lost on Putin. You know what I mean? And so I would be shocked if it escalated. Sometimes when you let out the dogs of war, there's unintended consequences. When craziness starts happening, and that's the reason that they're going to want to end it as quick as they possibly can. Sometimes in power politics, the amount of verbal communication that goes between these nations as hostilities begin to increase and as they go on is absolutely astounding. Sometimes the nation will say, "Hey, as soon as you go if you go this far, you have to understand I will start dropping nukes on your country, because I will not allow you to invade my country." And so it's the level of politics that goes on is just absolutely extreme. Just like Putin can tell his generals, stand down. We've done enough. We've achieved what we wanted, and Putin's going to push it. You know what I mean? He's already done 2 land grabs, and he's fixing to get another. And but the other nations. I'm sorry, please.
Sorry. I thought my phone was a little bit going in and out. Were you still going, Collector?
No, please go ahead, Black Dot. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, my bad. I'll make I'll make a couple of interesting points for first, and then I'll make my larger point. I've been actually listening and hanging out like in the background. All of this conversation has been intriguing, you know, and all relevant as well. But I think I was just listening to the voice. So I think this was Mad Hatter that was talking about the 13 families that kind of run everything in the background or whatever. I just think that, let me say this first. If this, there's a book called The Grand Chessboard by Zbigniew Brzezinski. It was written back in the 70s, which makes it more relevant today because if you read that book, if you're into geopolitics, then what you will see is a blueprint, a game plan of global domination and disruption and the dismantling of nations that was laid out in that particular book, from the Eastern Bloc to the Middle East to everything that's going on right now. All of this was planned out in advance for sure, 100%. So that's the first thing. Second thing I would say is that you guys were talking about the Freemasons earlier. I think it's relevant to bring them back up now because all of these players that you guys are talking about are all Masons, all of them. Putin, all the American presidents, and everybody in Europe that holds these positions, they're all Masons. They all play for the same team. So what are we really talking about here, right? I think that is kind of, and I'm not saying that anybody is actually ascribing to this, but I think it's kind of missing like what's really going on when we talk geopolitics, like, you know, this nation versus that nation, if they're going to drop bombs on this person or whatever, because all of these nations have committed atrocities, not only against their own people. When I say atrocities, I mean massacres, all of them, not only against their own people, but like nations around as well. And this has continued on. And only people that really seem to suffer or are the actual citizens of these places or whatever. So I think at the end of the day, we probably should be like understanding like the game behind the game. You know, it's not really Putin against, you know, America or Putin against Britain or whatever, because America and Britain are responsible for destabilizing Eastern Europe, just like they're responsible for destabilizing India and Pakistan and all over. You have America and Europe and England in particular, with France and Australia tagging behind, that have gone about the business of destabilizing all of these nation states. And again, I've spoken about this before. If you go back to the what's it called? 1973 was the founding of the Club of Rome. And if you go back and look at a lot of their white papers and a lot of the press that they put out from then to now, again, you will clearly see that they have all been all about destabilization of nations, getting rid of this whole idea of sovereignty of nations and nation states that are in like not dependent upon each other, right? They talked about getting control of the heads of states and making them fall in line with this new philosophy, this new world order, Agenda 2030. All of these things come from the same place. So this is not really a thing of nation versus nation, whatever. This is destabilization of the total global system under the guise of, you know, this guy versus that guy, or, you know, this country or the Muslims versus, you know, whatever, right? That's all a distraction. So my point is, I just think, like, you know, collectively, when we all started to rise above that particular mentality and understand the game that's really being played, I think we can really make a difference for sure.
Hey, Black, just to follow up on what you're saying, I do think there's an energy money game behind all of this. Like the environment you described in the 70s, the Cold War, high energy price, high inflation environment that a lot of countries in the West found themselves in, a lot of the world found themselves in. A lot of that is just the money, right? The money and the energy. And I do think you're right. I think there is a NATO expansion. That expansion includes the inclusion of Ukraine, and Ukraine is too important to Russia because a lot of their pipelines do run through Ukraine. A lot of the wars you will find are where major pipelines are connecting Asia, Eastern Asia, and Central Asia to the European continent, or the part of Eastern Europe and the rest of mainland Europe. So you're going to find Syria, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Xinjiang, which is the western part of China, right? When you go along those borders, you will find all these conflicts, all these wars are taking place, all these destabilizing actions are taking place right around where major pipelines are connecting what are the old economies of the world and what will be the future economies of the world, right? The future major economies. And at the end of the day, we know that in the next 30 years, Asia will be the largest economy in the world, right? The Asian continent, that's where the largest economy will reside. And who gets to control those energy lines and those pipelines and whatever's flowing through those corridors, they will be the kings of the world. And I think this war and the thing you're describing is kind of, back to the horse race mentality. The great powers are fighting over this type of control because they know this is one of the most lucrative things to have control over if you want to own the next century.
Black Dot, it's not that I disagree with you, so please receive this feedback in the spirit that it's intended. I've spent quite a bit of my life overseas. The governmental meetings that I've been in, whether it's in the defense sector or foreign affairs, with dealing with different countries and stuff of that nature, the type of things that you talk about as far as those organizational structures or those superstructures above nations, I would say they're never discussed. You know what I mean? And I understand that you think that there's a level of secrecy that they would maintain, but the things get down to much more basic and fundamental things. If you look at the national strategies and the national objectives of these various countries, you get a pretty good idea of what's going on. And typically it is, give you an example, case in point, our nation spent, I think this last year was $750 billion on defense. That's more than the top 12 nations across the world combined. The U.S. is the big player on the world stage. China's coming up. I would envision that China would come up and be the big dog. I think I think that's probably by about 2045 or 2049. About 2049, I would expect that they would be the premier power, unless they're gate kept. And their relationship with Russia is to ensure that they keep the U.S. destabilized over in the Pacific region. So it's, hey, let me defend my nation. Let me be aggressive if I can. Let my economy thrive, not necessarily my people thrive. Even though, if you look at the poverty rate in the past 10 years, worldwide has been cut in half, the stark poverty rate. So, China getting up into not democracy, but getting up into capitalism, they see the money and they're going to chase it. So the more stable that their nation state is, that's the reason they suppress dissent and stuff like that in Russia and China, and try to make sure that they keep tight controls on the levers of power. That these the oligarchs, the billionaires in China and so forth, and the same thing goes in the U.S. Not as much in the U.S. because there are some things that restrain the absolute tyranny that you see in other nations, namely our Constitution and the structure of our government and so forth, and the power of the people. So it's, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to push back a little bit because I notice a lot of things that you say do not involve central banks, do not involve a lot of the money. And I think we have to understand that in the past 200-300 years, the biggest beneficiaries of war have been central bankers and bankers that are tied to central bankers. At the end of the day, the biggest beneficiaries of any conflict in this area, I believe central bankers have large positions in energy markets right now. I believe they're the ones who are making those major purchases that are driving up the price. That's not retail. Those are people printing money and buying shares to make money. I think on some level, in the past 200 years, right, 300 years, you have to learn that following the money tells you the truth, not these narratives, right? And yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me just respond to Collector real quick. But yeah, I agree with everything you just said there for sure, and that's 100%. But also you mentioned China. So you must also realize that the West created China. We made China everything that it is right now via Bill Clinton in the 90s, right? So everybody's aware that who knows about geopolitics. China was shunned. China was not even allowed to trade. Nobody did trade with China or anything. What happened? America said, yo, let's let them into the club. You know, they did their time, you know, even though they were still doing the same type of things they're doing now as far as the citizenry or whatever. But America fostered that. They facilitated that. So China became the dollar store for the West. That's how they got all their power. And again, they always plan this. They always talk about this ahead of time. Go read their white papers. You know what I'm saying? I just gave you one white paper that they published by Zbigniew Brzezinski. And the reason why that's relevant, because you can go look from the 70s and see what their plan was for world domination and see how that's transpired. And that's no coincidence that he put that book out in 78 and the Club of Rome came about in 73 with the marching orders for this modern time that we're in right now. That's the first thing. And I will also say, like, you know, like the brother was just saying before me, they run this whole shit. You know, they created the money system. So why does money even matter? Every single war from the very beginning, you had the banking system that was funding all sides of the war, right? So we understand and know that, you know, all of these things that are happening. You talked about the military industrial complex and their budget, how much they spend. But I mean, again, I've looked at research into where this money goes. You know what the military industrial complexes is all about, and it's really about destabilization of nations that would be sovereign and would, you know, not even fight against what they're trying to do, but just maybe not want to be a part of it. So you have these, they call them economic hitmen or whatever. These jackals that go into these nations to destabilize them, you know, for no other reason but the fact that they don't agree with the West. I'm not going to get into the amount of African leaders that have mysteriously died in this age of COVID because they didn't allow all of this Moderna and Pfizer to come into their country. So these are the type tactics that are going on here. So this is what I'm saying. I am saying that all of this chaos and confusion, all of this war is completely and totally unnecessary. Okay? We have enough resources on this planet for everybody to do whatever they need to do. And all of these people in charge clearly realize that. They create these wars over oil and all this shit like that when we know we have 0 point energy already. So what are we talking about war when Wilhelm Reich and these type people, Nikola Tesla, are, you know, their inventions have been around for over 100 years. And yet we're still talking about military budgets. So I'm saying to you, if we continue to like just think that, you know, this geopolitical game, we should just follow it along like they've been telling us, because all they're doing is reading us a script and we follow that script. Yes, this shit is real. People are dying 100%. But I am saying none of that shit is necessary. And all of these people are ultimately on the same team. They're not really enemies. I don't think that Vladimir Putin and Barack Obama, Vladimir Putin and, you know, Angela Merkel really have any real beef amongst each other, because they have all agreed to be a part of this nation state corporation that does nothing more than suppress the people. That's my point. I'm not really interested in the political aspect of any of this, only how it affects the people. I think that's what's most important.
Black Dot, I agree with you, but the reality is that every nation has to have an enemy. If they don't have one, they'll create one, and that's just the way it works.
But this is my point. That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
only
think
true
that's true
because we
either.
have allowed it. It's only true because we have allowed it to be that way. We don't need enemies. Again, there have been civilizations that have been on this planet for literally 10,000 years of one civilization, ten
Black
thousand plus years. You think they
Black,
were warring with each other?
Black Dot,
You think they were doing all of these things right now that we do for the past 2,000 years to last for 10,000 plus years? I'm saying there's a different way. We have to come to that way. We talk about all of these things about community and unity and all this stuff like that, but how are we going to do it if we continue the same ways that have been destroying the planet for 2,000 years?
Black Dot, I'm just saying what reality is. All of us have aspirations that all weapons get beat into plowshares and that we live harmoniously with one another. That's not currently our reality. Our reality is that nations, if they don't have an enemy, they create one. And so geopolitics.
That's not my reality. I consider
Hey, I
everybody.
wanna.
Let me step down. I can tell that y'all are getting aggravated, and I don't want that to occur. I would just
Oh
prefer to
no,
keep.
we're fine.
Yeah,
I just wanted to piggyback on Black
I'll get
Dot's.
collected. Don't mistake my energy for aggro, bro. I love conversation. It's all good.
Hey, Black, I think you do have a good point. One thing that a lot of people in the West, especially in America, don't know about history is that China was the dominant economy on this planet for more than 2,000 years, right? India was the other one, right? The Western economies only exist through the toppling of the Chinese and the Indian economy, right? The textile domination that happened in the US and England, the Industrial Revolution only happened because we decimated those two empires, right? Those were the major producers of textiles in the world. Those were the major producers of a lot of the things in the world. And when we toppled them through drugs and war and all sorts of stuff, what we know as the Western world today is what came out of it. And the problem is that those civilizations, those empires, they were the greatest for a reason, and they're returning to that status. And the problem is the West can't exist in its current state while that happens. So now everyone in the West that knows this, that understands that we only had a 200-year window after toppling these economies, they want to stop that because, I mean, everything is going to recede, right? A tremendous amount of what we call our economy, our lifestyles, a lot of the things that we take for granted, those things are going to recede because the true economic powers of the world are nowhere, they're not in the West, right? The real people who produce the most value throughout human history are those civilizations that were toppled. Like all of our sciences come from there. All of our technology originates from there. Like the seeds of all our knowledge originate from those civilizations. And Africa's part of it, but we don't talk about Africa because a lot of the history was destroyed. So what this is a war against the people who actually dominated this planet for 2,000 years. And when you see that that there's geopolitical whatever, or there's a Five Eyes sort of conspiracy to take down their partners and things like that, this is all tied to that, right? The people in the 70s realized that this was starting to happen when Mao basically kicked out the Five Eyes and their partners from China, right? This is a problem for these people. Also, these Five Eye countries were kicked out of India. And once that happened, people in the West that were wise and understood history understood that, this is the return of the major civilizations, and that is a threat to us. And that's been a threat that we've been dealing with probably for the last 50 or 60 years now. The people in the West that know this, the old families, the old money in this country understands this very well. And they know that their empire is declining if these people return to their former glory. So this is the underlying thing. All this stuff about budgets and things like this, I think it's irrelevant. All these things about, oh, this guy's a bad guy, this guy, he has a BO or something. That's not really what we're fighting here, right? This is old money, knowing where their money originated from, and they're resistant to going back to the place that they were, right? The immense amount of wealth. Like if you go around England, if you go around the US, a lot of the greatest things that we have were built after the decimation of China. You can go the railroads. Look at the Parliament building in England. You look at most of downtown London. This is exactly where that money came from. Look at France. Look at Germany. A lot of that money came during that 18th century, 19th century period where these countries were toppled. So we really have to understand where our money comes from, why we have what we have, and look at things in the big context. And I'll tell you one last thing. In America, people do have amnesia. They have like goldfish type memories, right? Every 2 years or 4 years, it's a reset, and nobody remembers what anyone did. We kind of just move on, and we can't think that way when we're dealing with civilizations that are comfortable recalling 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years of history. This guppy fish type of short-term memoryism is not going to work. These people are planning in 100-year intervals, and on some level, we may need to adjust to that. And I don't think fighting them is a good idea. I don't think every country has to have an enemy. I think a lot of these countries coordinated with each other before the Western domination. Even though India and China had conflicts, they still were neighbors, and they still were the largest trading partners with each other. Even though Africa had conflicts, China still traded with Africa. India still traded with Africa. They did not need to be enemies. So we need to change this mentality that everyone needs an enemy. We need to move into a world where we're more civilized, and we treat people, whether they're from the East or the West or they speak a different language, we just need to treat them like human beings. I mean, at the end of the day, these are our relatives. They just live far away from us. And the thing is, with a synergistic sort of mentality, where we're not fighting for things like idiots on a small planet, we just look out into space and we collaborate with each other going into space, we can get all the resources we will ever need, right? We can have 50 Earths worth of people with full bellies eating comfortably if we just look up at the sky. And this is an old Yoruba, what do you call it, wisdom. This is an ancient Western African culture. They said, when you look up at the sky, the birds do not collide with each other, right? And what they're saying is there's enough room for all of us to expand and reach our full potential. This zero summing of everything that we've gotten into the habit of doing is actually terrible for everybody. And your grandkids will probably have a terrible life if we continue doing it. And yeah, that's my last point.
Before you come back in, Collector, let me just encapsulate real quick what Poston was saying, right? Universal law, natural law. This is what built the great civilizations that lasted for tens of thousands of years. This is what they're trying to destroy, as Poston was saying. But if you guys want to go back to a particular point in history, just so we're not talking here, I've spoken of this before. The Dom Diverses, June 19th, 1452. That was the first official creed that was written, started from the Vatican, Pope Nicholas. There was 3 of them written from 1452 to 1492, right? This essentially said what is happening. This started colonization. If you go back and look into this, I won't get too much in it, but it basically says go out to all of these lands and perpetually enslave certain groups of people all over. Perpetually take their names, their kingdoms, their ways, their spiritual systems, and everything, and perpetually keep your feet on their neck. At the same time, they made laws that they could never fight against each other as well. This is very important. This is all codified. They made laws that they would never fight against each other. They would combine their forces, and whatever they went out and colonized, the other European nations, Western European nations, couldn't come take it from the other. So they basically stopped fighting with each other. All of this happened just like this in history. They stopped fighting with each other, and for some reason, they went outward and began to pick up this fight, an old fight with the original ones of the planet. And that's what we're seeing now. That's really what I want to say. But what Poston was saying, like this, there's enough on this planet for everybody. And this whole concept of this material thing of money is a complete different conversation. But what I can say, these civilizations that have built and are the foundation of what we have now. I think I heard someone talking about in the past 24 hours, the technology that designed these great pyramids. Okay. We still can replicate that till this day. And there was nobody, blowing each other up and, resources being plundered and nature being plundered as well. Right. So that's really what I'm saying. I understand all of this geopolitical shit. This is like the reality TV show that they show us, but we don't have to ascribe to that. We can create our own vision of our future, just like we've done by deciding that we're not going to fuck with mainstream fiat. We're not going to fuck with mainstream crypto. We're going to go DeFi. We're going to go decentralize and create our own shit and our own destiny. Why can't we use that same concept for the rest of the world?
The issue of, when I say that, nations, and I'm talking about the big ones. I'm talking about Russia, China, Europe, the U.S. Create enemies, and it's for them to be able to maintain power and influence. If the U.S. is unbelievably powerful, I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. I've experienced it. Talked to other people about it, and it's pervasive. And this has been for a very long time. We destroyed Japan, we destroyed Germany. Patton wanted us to take down Russia. We didn't do it, and we're suffering for it. And those economies became thriving. Japan, Germany, just became the dominant. Until Japan started falling off the cliff. Germany is still a powerhouse in the European Union. So if the American people actually knew what was going on, and many people of the various nations actually knew what was going on, it would scare them to death. The U.S. is, I'm very thankful that I'm a citizen of the United States of America. The power politics, the industrial complex, what's at stake, what goes on a day-to-day basis that would just absolutely cause you to hurl. It's just part of the reality. It's just what's going on. And I agree. It's a tremendous waste of resources, harmful to the environment, but most importantly, so destructive to people. But right now, that's not the big issue. Even though the level of war since the First and Second World War has gone down tremendously. World War II, the Russians lost 28 million people. I mean, that's mind-boggling. The past wars that we've had recently are small in comparison. The casualties are horrendous. The injuries are horrendous. But the industrial complex has made it to where it's actually a little bit more cleaner to do it. Even though many people in the Middle East, have suffered unbelievable, horrific destruction of their people and of their cities and their countries. I mean, just horrendous stuff has taken place. But that's just reality. And I know you don't like using that word, and I'll probably stop using it because I don't want to create offense with anybody. We collectively as a people are trying to change things, and we can change them on the edge. And over time, as people are able to garner additional wealth to have influence on the political machinery of various countries, we'll be able to have more of an impact. Right now, we're outsiders. And,
Hey, Collector, I have a quick question. Oh, I saw you were done. Sorry. I have a quick question for you, though.
No, go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say, fix the money, fix the world. How deep does that go into your narrative? What do you think about that vision that some people have? Fix the money, fix the world.
Being honest with you, I haven't given it a lot of thought. I would think my initial response is, and please accept this because I'm ignorant about it, is I would consider it to be a little Pollyannish, or naive. the central bankers and these governments are not going to give up their power easily. I don't think the Fed is worried about cryptocurrency except for money laundering, criminal enterprise, and stuff, or terrorist activity and stuff of that nature. You know, the dollar is just so pervasive across the world. It's just absolutely astounding. And I'm talking about this has been for years, decades, you know, that the dollar.
Since the 50s, 40s, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's, when I was a young man traveling around these countries and so forth, is that if you wanted to do something, hey, give me $1. You know, give me your dollars. You know, all these people are just, they wanted the dollars. You know, they wanted to speak in English. You know, which is becoming more pervasive in the environment and stuff. So it's just going to be, with me. I would love it if all the nation states were to be such as Switzerland. If you go to Switzerland, that country is just absolutely beautiful. Their people are highly, highly educated. You know, they border Italy, France, Germany. They speak 5 languages. They have 5 national languages. And they're bankers and business people. So they're interacting with all these different countries and so forth. And so they've been at peace since like 1783. They have not been at war. And when you look at their country, you can tell it. Their infrastructure is remarkable. Their people are highly educated. When you travel around the country, you hardly ever see a crippled person, or you know, except for due to illness, but definitely not due to war, because they just haven't fought since then. So they haven't lost that national treasure of wealth nor of people. And I pray for the day that nation states could rise up to that, to where we could thrive based on business, common ideals for the basic rights of humanity and so forth. But I personally believe that's many years out, you know, past my lifetime and past y'all's lifetime. But, you know, miracles happen, wonderful things happen. And but that's just where I currently see the world based on my past experience. And but surely things can change quickly. Let me see. I had yeah. So please accept my words in the way that they're intended. I want the world to be a better place. You know, I'm horrified when I see people die. I'm horrified when I see nations fighting against one another, because there's surely enough land, enough resources for us to get along. And unfortunately, due to the darkness of man's hearts, the greed of man's heart, we're just not there yet. So I'm gonna step down and let y'all continue your conversations, and forgive me if I offended anybody.
No, you're fine, man. No, please don't apologize. You're fine. We're just, you know, it's an interesting topic. So I did put that question to you about fix the money, fix the world, because there are various views about it. Some people have, you know, they're just talking about the economy. Some people are talking about, you know, some of the corruption, and some people are talking about the deep problems with over militarization, the exportation of inflation to the rest of the world, because you know, you made a point about the conflicts going down, and I think the conflicts going down are purely because the US is the global reserve currency, and we export inflation to a bunch of people, and those people actually, even though there's not a war, like they're not getting shot with bullets, there's an economic war, and those people are living in poverty because on some level our central banks are keeping them in poverty. And one of the things that's happening in the background right now with China and all the emerging economies is that there's a big de-dollarization push, right? Iraq was doing it, Libya was doing it, a lot of places that we fought were doing it, and now the places that are too big to fight are also doing the de-dollarization move. And in that world, the US can no longer export its inflation, can no longer support its military. That will collapse, because basically, when I tell you that the US is exporting inflation, that means the rest of the world is subsidizing the US military, right? The poorest people in the world that have nothing to eat, their paychecks are subsidizing the US military. And in a de-dollarized world where the reserve currency is something else, maybe Bitcoin or some crypto or some energy unit, that can no longer happen. So the militarization will be at least the U.S. militarization will be reduced, and a lot of this is being caused by U.S. Administrations becoming too sanction happy. Right, they're sanctioning people left and right, and people are like, self-determination on this planet is not dictated by 5% of the people in the US, right? And routing around that is what crypto is there for, right? The Swift system has killed a lot of economies, and people are fed up with it. And this is what this tech is for. So the thing is, fix the money, fix the world. To those types of people, they believe that this will reduce the militarization. It will reduce the capability to actually have a war, a long drawn out war, or forever wars. Because at the end of the day, one thing you have to realize is these forever wars are only possible because we're the global reserve currency and because we export inflation. Before 1950s, actually, probably until 1970 also, there was a period when the US used to actually have to sell war bonds to go to war, right? The population had to actually decide that we wanted to be in a war. And there was times in Japan when we were fighting wars. There was times in various places where we just ran out of money and the war just ended, right? And a lot of people are alive purely because the governments ran out of funds, and they couldn't just debase the whole population savings or debase the world's savings to continue wars. But right now we're in a system, and Nixon helped create it. We're in a world where we can have forever wars because the world is subsidizing it, right? All your savings are going to buy bullets right now, right? Whether you like it or not. There's a lot of Chinese people who may end up getting shot by bullets that they actually funded, right? It's a weird sort of world that we're living in. And for a lot of people in the crypto space that have looked at central banking, looked at their impact on the over militarization and forever wars, they believe fix the money, fix the world puts constraints on these central bankers' ability to fight wars because now we have decentralized money, and a lot of things are based on individual voluntarism. And on some level, will governments around the world decide that they're going to shoot 8 billion people to enforce whatever system they have? I think that's not a world that they they have the power to create. So fix the money, fix the world has as many layers to it. And I think the one where we stop wars or slow wars is actually an interesting point, and I think it's worth considering.
Oh no, I'm in vehement agreement with you. The thing for me is I think it's a long game. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think it's going to be past my lifetime, past your guys' lifetime, that we're going to be able to do that. We only have 3 to 4% of the world's population are even dealing with cryptocurrency, and change management is hard. And it's going to be very interesting to watch the dynamics over the years as people gain and businesses gain additional freedom to where they don't have to stay so connected to their banking systems and so forth to be able to transact and do business. And so I need to go read more on it. You know what I mean? But I think it's a long game, and I thank you guys for the conversation. I'm gonna step down now. Again, thank you. And
Okay, cheers, man. Thanks for engaging. Thank you too, Black. And I don't want to kind of filibuster, so anyone who wants to talk, please go.
Hey, Collective, peace out, big man. I really, really appreciate that convo, bro. Don't ever change, son. You never have to apologize within these realms. You know better than that. I'll just put my last little icing on the cake. I think more than anything, what I'm saying is that I see the game being played behind the scenes, and I don't think there's any loyalties as far as these world leaders, as far as everything that I've seen based on their own documentation. They're all on the same team. So when I look at this at a grander scale, and as we kind of game theory this out, past and present, we see that the only people that suffer in this war scenario are the citizens of these particular lands, right? So it's clear to me that this war is actually spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know that there's no reason really to be fighting over resources on a planet that has like bountiful and plentiful resources, especially when you talk about this 0 point energy and future energy, blue energy, right? So, they killed people like Wilhelm Reich because of 100+ years ago, we could have had this 0 point energy. We never even had to use oil at all. Like, you have to understand the combustible engine never had to happen. We could have completely skipped that phase of the game. But because these bankers who represent a certain energy signature, which is depth and fear, destruction, decay, lack, all of these things or whatever, have always been in between humanity and our natural progress. So I'm wondering, who do these bankers represent? Who do these 13 families represent? That's what I'll be really interested to know. And then you will see who is behind these frequency wars, because the material world, they control everything. Money, they control. They can print it however much they want. They can make it however they want. So the one thing that they cannot control, that they can never put a value on, is our soul, our spirit, our connection with the source. And I think that's what's really at play here.
That's deep thoughts right there, brother. Very much agree to it. At the same time, humanity needs to change as well, right? It's not just one issue. We got several issues. And this war right now in Ukraine, this push, shove, this gas that needs to go to Europe, the energy. I don't understand it. Like 200 years ago, 300 years ago, coal was a source. Like there are like substitutes. First world can reduce emissions, other sectors can use old systems again, just for in regards of keeping the climate in a perspective as well. And you know the stuff that you talk about, man, it's super deep. I totally agree on a lot of things and points that you put out, and same goes with collector. He also has great views and points. However, I think this whole thing, COVID, now we got a war, there are no mandates. Why are the soldiers hanging out together with no masks? Like, what the hell is going on?
I thought that was a rhetorical question. Was that, did you want an answer? I don't know what the COVID stuff's about, man. That mask
That's what I
stuff.
mean, right? Like, listen, 2 years, like, I'm in Canada, and I can tell you that watching it, how it unfolded, how the whole thing unfolded, right? Like, it's it's a pandemic. And then we got countries that shut down their borders. Then we had other countries that said, "Oh, it's okay." And then we had Florida that said, "We don't even care about masks." So we got all this data, and it's still being enforced. It's just weird, man. And then we got a war going on. Like, what happened to all this? Like, let's stay safe, and like, I don't think anyone really is pushing around things except certain powers that were mentioned.
Hey, just one thing that somebody actually mentioned in another space. Let's just call it CV instead of saying the full name, because I think there's still censorship algorithms operating on this platform. So I'm not sure when that will ever end, but let's just call it look, we can come up with another name, whatever it is. Woo woo, I heard somebody called it some various names. CV is pretty good.
Sounds good. TV it is.
C as in Charlie. We just go CV.
CV. All right, gotcha.
Yeah. But the CV thing, I think, is unfortunately, I think this was actually inflicted upon us. It wasn't some natural thing that happened. I think this was, you know, the world economy was about to collapse, and then CV just popped up. Hey, you know, as a major distraction, and then it gave us an opportunity to have a bunch of stimulus that wouldn't have made sense otherwise. And I'm not sure we're accelerating towards, unfortunately, a bad place. We never fixed the problems in 2008. We've been pumping more and more QE, and I don't know, the world economy is looking pretty bubbly, and unfortunately, I think perhaps a collapse is near. And this is the thing: when I see the energy issue raising its head, and inflation raising its head, and the possibility of energy going back to over 100 probably this week, and possibly over 150 if this conflict escalates, we are right back in 2008 territory as far as energy goes. And when energy prices go up, you should understand that what happens to equities, right? A lot of those companies rely on energy to maintain their market margins, right? Cheap energy. These truckers, all these guys, right? They need that gas, and we're not fully electric yet. So, so when energy prices go up, as they say in Futurama, war were declared. I just also one more thing. I just hope we get some of our rights back after CV, because these guys have had free reign, and I'm not sure if they're going to give some of those powers back.
That's a very good question. It was also raised in another on the Telegram on how to pulse. Somebody was talking and mentioned that specifically, like regarding Canada and truckers, like people that donated towards them, the bank accounts got frozen and stuff. Um, they also try to put their hands on crypto, right? They were like, whoever donates in the government, I don't know, who somebody sent a letter from the government to one of these exchange platforms where they were selling their coins or something, and they said, well, we don't have any custodial rights over that account, right? And it's just scary, man, right? Like you, who was the gentleman that was talking earlier about, a little bit deeper into the substance? Um, it's just scary, man. When you look at it from that perspective, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, wait a minute. So, you know, well, you look at the countries where people go on the streets and ask for the freedom, and the way they're being faced by local authorities, it's just scary, right? And I think crypto is definitely like going to be a big player down the road. Just, the signs, the signals that you get right now, it's just an indicator.
One thing that was really worrying to me was the rollback of the freedom of bodily autonomy, right? The fact that somebody can take away your job or your, how you make money, or your freedom of movement purely based on your CV status, and whether you've taken the prescribed CV meds. And that one was really disconcerting, because that seemed to be implemented worldwide without any real pushback, and it's still kind of, some of those things are still there. I'm not sure how that's going to be abused in the future, because this is the thing: when you kind of give up these powers, unfortunately they start getting reused in new and obscene ways that you never saw coming. So um, I'm not sure if we're at an escalation point, or whether hopefully people go back to sanity and we start erasing some of these things from the books, so they can't be done anymore as easily.
Yeah, I think humanity just, we took so many steps forward. I think we need to take a few back and just like, refocus and look at things a little bit different and analyze things and be like, yo, is this really what I want to do? Like, is this what I was promised in school? Like, all this stuff is just like doesn't make sense. The more we grow up, and we like literally were injected with the information during our childhood, right? Like the education system taught us history, the education system taught us math, etc. They didn't teach us about taxes or any other more important things in life. But nevertheless, I just lost my train of thought there. But yeah, I think humanity just needs to reevaluate their positioning, like where we're standing. Because as a little kid, for an example, I was thinking like, why are we having wars if we put just that money that's being spent on war and all that energy into working together and trying to go see different planets and you know what I mean? If you put that money in one pot and work on one project, imagine like you get all the engineers from all around the world work together. Like how hard is that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I see the military-industrial complex kind of as a useful laundering tool for public money. Like you take the public money, you throw it into the military-industrial complex, and then when that money gets distributed, it goes into private hands, right? Private companies. And unfortunately, I think that is a mechanism that's being abused to basically steal money from the public population of any country that has a central bank and privatize it. Even though the central bank has many ways of privatizing money, I feel like there is that's one of their ways of privatizing a large chunk of money in a short period of time. And I think earlier presidents detected that was a problem and it could grow. And unfortunately, people didn't heed that warning. I remember some black and white footage. I don't remember who the president was, but he talked about this risk, and for some reason, it just continued to grow, and the problem is getting worse and worse. I mean, what percentage of our budget should go into the military to keep these wars going? And the thing is, we're paying $5,000 for hammers, probably $300 for toilet paper. Like this type of stuff is just, when I say that it's just a way to take public money and put it into private hands so they can buy a fifth yacht or a sixth yacht, super yacht. Um, when you see these prices of what people are paying, it kind of looks you can't imagine it's anything else, right? What is a $5,000 hammer, right? That's the same thing that you find at the Home Depot. So it does seem like a big scam that's being pulled on the public. And the thing is, I'm looking at the homeless people around, that's skyrocketing. I'm looking at house prices, that's skyrocketing, right? Most of your kids, if you have kids or if you're under 30, you're probably not going to be able to afford a house, right? Unless you're in the percentage that will inherit a house, or you're in a percentage where, you're just extremely talented and you can create enough economic value to do it. But that's a small percentage of the total population, and it's a shrinking percentage. So we're entering this weird environment where, this system that's been allowed to grow and kind of like a cancer is now starting to eat the domestic population, and I'm not sure where it stops. I don't think it stops. I think it just continues until we build a second system that defunds it.
Are you talking Matrix to me, bro?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, we are. I mean, at the end of the day, we are batteries in this economy, right? Unfortunately, you know, people, even though slavery was supposedly ended in 1865 in this particular country and in many places around the world in the 1800s, we did not really end slavery, in my opinion. I believe we created like slavery 2.0, and we expanded the amount of people that live under the slave umbrella. And we feel like we're free, but you are tremendously controlled. And the thing is, one thing you mentioned about kids learning about things in school that are valuable, the most valuable thing you can learn about is money, and that's something that we're not taught about. Most of the people in this room do not know who that the central bankers, the people that run the central bank are a private entity, right? They don't answer to anybody. And in a lot of countries, we don't know who those people are, right? When the people loaning money to your government, that's a private organization, and they make decisions in the dark. That's something that every child should know, right? Every child should know about inflation. Every child should know about currency debasement. And the problem is there's enough money flowing from those printers that they can tell you what you can and cannot teach your child. And I think this is the great thing about crypto. It is an educational tool. I think once you deep dive into it, even if you're 10 years old or 15 years old, I've run into kids who are talking about currency debasement. They're talking about inflation, right? Their school didn't teach it to them. It's just their interaction with Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever crypto. And they started to kind of pull the thread about how this thing really works. And then they found out that the whole monetary system is a fraud, right? So I think it's a good thing, because at the end of the day, educating one whole generation, like a lot of people that are boomers and things like that, they don't know this stuff we're talking about. The vast majority of people from last generations do not know that there was a shift in the monetary system that impacted their lives significantly. They don't know that this stuff happened, but there's a bunch of young kids in crypto who know that stuff. So I think on some level that is a silver lining. Those people will run the world in the future. A lot of people in that generation will come to power, and having this knowledge will definitely affect how they make decisions. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Since you were talking, it reminded me of the conversation Peter, whatever his last name is, and Rich. The guy was talking tulips, and then it just threw me back into 2017 when the news, the mainstream media started talking about crypto on TV, and they're like, "Yeah, tulip season, this and that," and I was just thinking to myself back then, like I didn't understand much about crypto. I just entered the market. I knew that a new money system is needed. This could be one because I heard about it way back then in 2000. What was it? 12, I think. First time, but I never bought in. I always had a itchy trigger finger on it, but never did. Eventually, I ran into a few people that talked about it, and I got highly interested and I joined. But yeah, it's definitely an educational. It has an educational aspect. It does open your eyes towards a lot of things, even though it's quite different, I think, than the fiat currency system. But alone the fact that it is transparent and you can see transactions going from A to B and everything is visually visible and you cannot hide or change things is the biggest utility that crypto holds. And I think that's literally also the reason why children today, get interested in it because they know that stuff that they don't hear and see in schools.
Yeah, you mentioned Peter Schiff. A lot of people that are older than a certain age that lived through the crash, their point of reference for a lot of information about the economy, like their eye-opening information, came from Peter Schiff, right? They started to understand that they needed to pull on some threads and understand how the economy works when Peter Schiff actually raised the alarm. And that's interesting because, YouTube only came out in 2004. Peter Schiff was talking about this stuff in 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, right up until the crash. And now kids have that information at their fingertips. So, yeah, the education thing is really beautiful. The way this information is basically going viral at this point, right? Wherever crypto goes, this information goes with it. And And there's about 8 billion people who are going to be educated by this. And I would say I met a lot of older adults who, before Peter Schiff, had no clue about what was going on in the world and how the money system worked. Also, before Ron Paul was talking about this in the 2000s and 90s, um, even less people knew. So there are these people who kind of open people's eyes, and technologists that latch onto these messages and then build things around them, and that kind of symbiotic relationship really advances, I think, the thinking across the whole population of humans. So this is the power of the net, right? It's creating a big brain, right? The network, when you look at it, when you look at how packets flow around the world, I mean, it is like a big brain, right? We are connecting everything. So along those lanes, this information will travel, and hopefully the whole world population will reach enlightenment in the next few decades.
If AI permits it. Right? You just threw me right into Terminator. I'm like, yeah, everything is being connected. It's very true. And it's scary because you see like robots. There's this company that gives you $200,000, which you can buy Hex with. But fact is, they pay you $200,000. So you write your identity, so your face, your voice off. They have the right to use your face on a robot that's going to serve in a business at the front so it's interacting with clients, but it's going to be your face and your voice. It's just insane, right? Like, and that thing is an AI. It can answer any question, right? It makes it up as it goes. And once you get that centralized, though, where there is one main brain and it feeds off of all of these smaller brains that are out there, right, and gets all the information, and the processing time that that brain will have is just unbelievable, right? And that thing already exists. Like, who was it? Mark Zuckerberg installed an AI on Facebook, and who Elon Musk came in and said, "Yeah, it's dangerous. Don't do it." I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. I mean, machine learning, neural networks, computer vision, all these things are kind of, giving computers and networks and digital things abilities that we never imagined. And you raised the AI issue. I think, people used to predict the future and they used to get within a certain range, but you raised a good point. You can't predict in a world where this type of technology exists. You can't think 20 years what the world's gonna be like, because this is such a, like, the variable is so, what the value of this variable could be is so, you know the range is massive, and you just can't predict past a certain point. So I think most people that think about the future, they can only really think about the next, maybe until the end of 2030. You can't really think further than that, because um, general AI may be closer than we realized. Machine learning may develop more rapidly than we expect. These neural networks, the various types of artificial intelligence may develop so rapidly that yeah, we can't think that far ahead. So it's a interesting point, though.
So imagine, instead of countries going to war, like humans giving their lives, bleeding out, houses being destroyed, civilizations being wiped. Those countries could literally build their fucking robots, put their best AI system in it, teach it kung fu and all that shit that it needs, put them in the ring, let them fight in the ring, let people bet on it, let people make money off of it, right? Whichever robot stands at the end, that country wins.
Yeah, there's a military guy who kind of believed kind of the robot wars that you're talking about, but not really with robots. He was kind of hypothesizing that there will be like hash wars or mining wars, and then critical infrastructure may come under threat from drones and robots because you can win a hash war by taking out somebody's electricity and energy production stations, and so I mean, it sounds terrible, and but it would be nice if no humans had to be hurt, even though we rely on energy so much. If they're just attacking robots and they're just mining. Hopefully, these digital wars, kind of keep people safe, and they happen in a space where we're not really massively negatively affected, especially if you have the easy choice of kind of living off the grid, and, farming and things like that. I think it may push people back to that a little more, which is, I think, great because, we love decentralization, and there's nothing more decentralized than decentralizing your food supply, decentralizing, your uh, kind of production as an individual. And there's somebody who is called the Hex Food or something, who is actually starting the preparation. Or no, it's not Hex Food. It's the guy who runs Hex Food. Uh, he's starting the whole farming in the backyard and living off the grid sort of practice. So if we come to that stage, he's prepared and he has the knowledge required.
Let me ask you a question. You know Nostradamus, right?
Kind of. I don't really know much details. I didn't really read much about him, but I know the name.
Okay, you know what he did or what his profession was?
I believe he predicted some things that sort of came true. I'm not sure how great his accuracy was, but yeah.
Yeah, he was somewhat like a Merlin. And his prediction for the Third World War was that it will be conducted with stones, people throwing stones.
He was thinking that civilization would regress so much that it would end up being stones.
I have no idea, but here's the thing. Nostradamus never spoke in clear words. For an example, people say he also predicted 9/11. He said it's somewhere in those lines. Don't It's not like a quote unquote, but it's stated like this: like in the new world that has been found, the two twin brothers or the two twins will fall down, and a new war will start. Like that's very close to what happened, right? Like when you
Oh,
analyze it.
that's pretty
Now
wild.
it is, and now you take his third war, World War III, quote, where people are throwing stones. I could see like robots coming towards humans, and you don't have anything except stones.
I mean, unfortunately, warfare is going in a direction that I don't like. I hate the idea because I mean, here's the thing: we're using drones on people around the world. There are people in the world right now, kids, who are afraid of clear skies because they know what that means in terms of computer vision. And unfortunately, even in unclear skies, now computer vision can operate. So those kids, there's a generation of kids in Yemen uh, and a few other places who are afraid of the sky. Unfortunately, I think that technology is being democratized, and it's not too far in the future when we will see people fearing the sky in these developed countries too. And it's kind of a weird world. I'm not sure how we will push back on that. It will take a lot of technology, a lot of hackers, a lot of developers working on it, but it is kind of a sad state of affairs where that's a risk, right? Being fearful. Imagine if you told somebody 1,000 years ago that kids will be afraid of the sky. And, but well, I guess maybe some people were afraid of the sky back then, but but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Even we don't even need to go that far back. Um, I remember in the 80s, the news came out that water will cost more than gas. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, why the hell would any human being pay for water in a bottle? Right? So the conversation was that water is going to be sold in bottles and it will cost more than gas. And yeah, and today you look at it and it's like, dude, you go and buy your water from the supermarket instead of getting it from the faucet. Right?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, that's one of the interesting things about the guys who predicted the market collapse in The Big Short. I believe a large percent of I think there were maybe three or four guys featured in that movie. Two or three of them invested in water, I think desalination and freshwater and potable water facilities. They went kind of almost all in on those things, which is kind of worrying. Uh, if yeah, the thing is, lightning doesn't strike twice. A lot of these guys will not be able to predict a lot of stuff. I don't expect, but if they're right, that's really unfortunate. But that could be the commodity of the future once energy is solved. I don't know.
Yeah. As Black was putting it out, it's all about what we believe in, right? Like that's the same thing with money, with fiat. Same goes with crypto. It's whatever we humans believe in as a collective will happen. So, and that's why the media is pushing this shit so hard. Oh, war, war, war. You think Russia really wants to go into war? You think Europe, the NATO, they really want to go into war? The soldiers themselves, do you really think they want to pull the trigger on each other? They don't. I lived in Europe. I spoke to World War II vets. Most of them were most likely Nazis because, you know. But anyway, they were saying they had stories, man, um, where they met a Russian counterpart in the woods. So it's one on one, and both of them are holding their fucking rifles against each other, right? And some of them said there were idiots, like a small little percentage that were trigger happy, but in that condition, they when they explained like you're hungry, you're in the fucking cold, you're in the woods, you don't know what the fuck's going on, and all of a sudden a dude that you don't want to see shows up and he has the same feeling, right? So what they did is they put their guns down, turned their backs, they sat down, like shoulder to shoulder, smoked a cigarette together, and then after they were done, they just walked off, right?
I did hear of something like that. That is an interesting story.
Yeah, and as a
Yeah,
collective, I think,
they sat down and ate together. Yeah, I heard that too.
yeah, so it's two humans vibrating in the same frequency at that very moment. Both of them feel like there is no need to kill because I don't even like they don't even know each other's names, right? It's like two people standing in front of each other just because two leaders think there should be a war and they should kill each other. That that very moment becomes reality, right? It's just like the way you live right now. If you go to your doctor tomorrow and he tells you, "Hey, you got till Monday," you think you're gonna live your life the same way you lived it yesterday? Nah, man, you're gonna change right there and then. You're gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna go bungee jump, I'm gonna go skydive, and I'm gonna do all the crazy shit I can till Monday, right? And same thing happens with humans, right? Like we all vibrate. Nothing that we see is real. It's just particles that are made of atoms and they vibrate, right? They all have a certain frequency, and that's why they get stuck together, and that's why they shine in a certain way, and they look in a certain way, they feel a certain way. And yeah, man, it's all about us as a collective seeing things, right? Same thing with crypto. As a collective, we saw something valuable. We were like, hey, this makes sense. And the more we believe, the higher the price goes because the more people believe in it, the more value it holds, right? And same goes with these wars, man. The more people believe in this shit, the realer it gets, right? If people stop believing in this bullshit and don't pay any attention, it won't happen.
because they are fighting these wars in our name, lest we forget.
Say what?
I said, yeah, because they are fighting these wars in our name, so they tell us or whatever. So, yeah, that makes the responsibility even more on us. It's time past to just keep pushing it off on the government and saying that, they're the problem. We know this already. They're always going to be. So then we have to change that from the ground up. And I know Collector said that it was far off in the past or in the future, maybe. But I just think there's no time like now. And I think visualization and, creativity goes far, beyond, what we think that we may be able to achieve.
Yeah, man. As you put it out, it's like a distraction, right? It's like a stupid signal that nobody wants to hear, and it's just like, oh, do you hear it too? Oh, do you hear it? Oh, I hear it, right? And it's just like you hear it, and it just you get the reconfirmation. And if people stop confirming things and saying yes, it's happening, no, instead of coming up with that, just be like silent about it, stand in solidarity for peace, and just look at the situation, but don't react, right? Just be like, dude, complete silence and just look at it. Because, you know, us humans, man, I don't know how stupid we are. We go back, like in history, wars over wars over wars, and all we do is we create fucking memory days for those days, right? And we forget how much harm and pain that thing caused the entire globe, right? And we just keep doing the same shit over and over and over again, like a cow that keeps eating and bringing it back up, chewing on it, pushing it back down, bringing it back up, pushing it back down. Like, I just hope really like humanity comes to a point where like unite and work on one project all together, just like ants do, right? Like they work together for one cause. And nobody complains that, oh, I walked like 10 miles and this guy only walked 2 miles, right? Like selfishness has become like ignorance, right? Like people don't understand that every time you buy a fucking phone, their kids digging shit up, metals, so your phone can be produced. Just use your fucking phone. Like, for an example, the car industry. Perfect example. Cars back then were built to last like 30, 40 years. They were replacing horses. Cars were replacing horses. So they build them to make it attractive to the buyer. Hey, we built this and it's going to last. Because that was the belief, right? This is how we're going to sell them. If they want to replace the horse with a car, then we have to make a selling point, right? So selling point was like no more poops on the street, no more doctors, no more shoe horses, this and that, blah blah blah. They brought all the selling points. I know they can change tires, you got to change this and that. But back then, the car was new. People didn't know. That's how it was advertised, right? And then they saw that people sold their cars after 10 years, right? 20 years max. Then the manufacturers came to the conclusion like, why would I build and spend so much money on the car that should last so long if we get them back into the market like used again? So let's reduce a little bit on the weight and this and that. And then, factors came in regards to fuel consumption, all that bullshit. But what I'm trying to say is the consumer behavior right now. So we went from 20 years, like keeping your car for 20 years and making it run, maintain it, make sure it runs, to buying a fucking phone every year once. Oh, the new iPhone came out. Oh, this new phone came out. Whatever brand, right? It's like people have this tendency to buy. If that would stop and you just become happy with what you have and you add slowly to it by like literally putting effort into it, um, and appreciating what you have, right? And try to keep it and make it like last as long as possible, then I think everything would change. Everything will change. All right. Because our behavior right now is causing all this bullshit.
Yeah. Hey guys, how you guys doing? Yeah, Parkway, you hit on a spot, man. That's this planned obsolescence. It's been going on for a long time. It's geared towards making us more consumers than producers, and we end up needing more stuff that eventually creates wars and stuff. It started with the light bulb. If you guys familiar with the light bulb thing, when the manufacturers got together and decided to make a light bulb that does not last long because it's not good for their business, you know.
Yeah, I heard that story, man. That was during Nikola Tesla times. That was during electric cars. Man, they had electric scooters back then, man. And here's another funny thing since you mentioned that. One of the things I heard about, like, it was recently. It's not like uh, when I was interacting with those people back in the days, but when you take into consideration that all these things existed, and then a war happened, and all these technologies all of a sudden disappeared out of the face of the earth, right? It's just so questionable.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's just designed to make the regular people more poor, and it designed to put more money into the rich people. Uh, Fortunately,
As we call them today in the crypto world, the whales.
yeah, I just so fucked up. Just I still wonder why is it in 2022 is it okay for one person to decide whether his nation is squished and suffer or not? Why is it just one person takes this decision and decides, hey, let's go to war?
It always takes two to tango, buddy. But at that same time, you're right. It could be one that comes in bullies everyone, right? This is what I think. Tomorrow we're gonna wake up. The Russians gonna announce, "Oh, there was no war. We just had a drill," right? And the Ukrainians gonna say, "Yeah, they just had a drill," and then the market's gonna pick up again.
Actually, it looks like the White House is trying to use the war narrative to blame the bad economic behavior and the bad decisions that have been taken for the past 2 years. You know,
Explain a little
Yeah,
bit deeper.
I think you're right. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
no, no, go ahead, Paul Celan. Maybe I think you can explain it a bit more than I can.
Yeah, I mean, there's this habit, you raised that point. There's this habit of creating a distraction when there's economic turmoil, where there's political risk for the local politicians, federal, state, stuff like that. So, so yeah, sometimes there is a habit of countries creating enemies abroad, so you don't really think about the enemies that are domestic. And the thing is, I noticed this pattern. I'm not like saying, I'm not one of those people who's like has some loyalty to some party. Like I know that both parties work for capital, and at the end of the day, they're just slight differences, but they have a lot of overlapping kind of objectives. And what the people want is not necessarily what they're going to give the people. So you're always in that position where unfortunately you are an adversary to these people in power, and just by existing.
Yeah, and it goes like they can use a lot of techniques or strategies to make their decisions look better. Like if they say, "Oh, the gas price is gonna get like 2x," and it ends up just getting 10 or 20% hike, then people will be happy. Yeah, it's kind of a drop the bomb and then soften the blow kind of thing.
Speaking of gas prices, we're heading up to the 6% range again. 6% in 3 hours now, I guess, almost 4 hours, which is a big move in energy markets.
Yeah,
The
man.
the
Looks like.
impact this will. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say quickly, the impact that this will have on equity markets will be interesting to see. I see the S&P is down 2%. I see Nasdaq is down 3%, and lastly, I see Bitcoin's down 6%. Ethereum's down about 10% almost.
So it's interesting. I'm going to be releasing a video shortly that talks about some of this. There's some stuff going on in Hex, liquidity, bonding. It's different than what you've been hearing from a lot of Hexicans, and it's going to be one you might want to check out. I'm probably going to go live pretty soon.
The
I'll
co-host
probably
that's speaking, is he clear for you guys? Because he's kind of robot-y for me.
It's not clear, man. It's cutting off.
Yeah, I haven't
Oh,
completely.
okay.
I just heard a little bit and then completely went away.
Yeah, Hex is the dot dot dot. If you have a Wi-Fi connection or some stronger connection, perhaps try to activate it.
all right. Try again.
I did hear that, I think. That sounded pretty clear.
Okay. Hopefully this works better. So I was going to say I've been putting together a lot of data about the Hex liquidity pools, liquidity pairings. I've got some interesting things that we've believed about Hex for a long time and have been told this is why this or this is why that, and actually things have shifted a great deal. So I'm going to be probably going live pretty soon. I mean, you could stay in this chat and check it out later or whatever you want to do, but yeah, it has to do with what's currently in the liquidity pools and where potentially some selling pressure comes, and then also the bonding. So hex bonding between USDC, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and stuff like that. So it's something I'd check out. But yeah, I'm probably going to do it in a few minutes because I'm about ready.
Yeah, it was pretty broken up. I tried to follow up on the caption, but
I
yeah,
think he said something about he's doing a live stream about liquidity pools, right? So if you want to check out his stream, I think he also said you don't need to leave the chat if you want to watch it. I believe YouTube. Let me check his profile. Oh yeah, I see a link to his YouTube on his profile.
I just saw a few pictures, few videos of the rockets that hit Ukraine. in a populated area, man. And the explosions, holy crap, they weren't small. I can tell you that.
Are you thinking casualties or no?
Oh, bro, that explosion definitely brings casualties. Like, I did serve
Oh man.
for a short period of time, mandatory. But yeah, man, that thing looked humongous. It wasn't like a small thing.
Oh boy. I'm gonna check it out. I'll still be here, but I'll try and find that video.
Say what?
No, I said I was gonna try and find that video, kind of get an
Yeah,
idea of what you're talking about.
yeah. So there's this news channel I follow. It's in the Farsi language, but they're located in the UK. Anyway, they get always like on-site videos, like from people that live in that area. Doesn't matter which part of the country. So if they get videos, they're verified and then they're posted. So
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if the AP News is gonna show it or any other media, but yeah, these are like cell phone videos that people took, just like the one in Beirut, if you remember that huge explosion in where
Port.
was it? Yeah, at the port.
Yeah.
Yeah, where people filmed it with their cell phones, like stuff like this, right? Far away, far distance, but that thing, Jesus.
What you didn't mention? What is the name of this outlet?
It's called MANTO.
Okay, I'll
MANTO.
check it out.
Uh,
They have a Twitter, right?
MAN. Oh, sorry, MANOTO. You better off finding them on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
It really sucks, man. Like freaking hell, man. Like really, I thought like as a little kid, I thought guns are cool, blah blah blah. And once I start serving, man, I still thought they're cool. Till the day we went for what do you call it when you go and you swear your oath. So you get your ground training and then you have to go and swear your oath. Um, on the bus ride, you're like decked out in gear, and it was about a 3 hour ride till we got there. And people on the highway, they were like looking inside the bus, seeing all the guys dressed up. You know, we had to like carry our machine guns with ourselves. Um, so it was just like a weird fucking feeling and understanding of, dude, if this shit was real, like some of these guys that I'm sitting with right now, I'm probably never ever gonna see them again. Right? Alone that moment clicked in where I understood that this shit is really bad. Like nobody wants that feeling. And it's just sad to see that fuck man, innocent people like gotta go through this shit. Like it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the Iraq War and Afghanistan, I was like, oh man, you know, I started to think, the best way to support our troops is to keep them at home with their families, right? That's been my line of thinking for the past 20 years now since that war. I'm just like, let's get these guys back home and keep them, near their families. They don't need to be out there doing all that stuff.
Yeah, man, totally
Because you
agree with
see
you.
some of the, sorry, you see some of the, from time to time, these TV shows, even though they don't do it that much, they should do it a lot more during wartime. But I think they hide this because they don't want morale to drop in or people to turn against the war. But the few times they did go to these veterans hospitals, you see some of the victims of this war, and it's yeah, you can't have that for anybody. We've got to stop that.
Mello is in the building. What's up, bro?
Yeah, Mello. This guy has a mask in his profile pic. This guy's wild. He's one of them wild boys.
He's such a celebrity.
Yeah. He does have an interesting event coming up. I believe when is it? Is it not tomorrow? Or 25th. So yeah, Friday, where he's going to be talking about a bunch of stuff. And yeah, follow Mello and try to pop in for that event. It will be quite an interesting event. He's going to also teach people how to. Sorry, I don't remember the whole thing, but it's going to be a lot to learn about. Let's just put it that way.
I tell you what it is. Let me see if I remember, because I did that little video for him, a little promo video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was the V3 testnet. Yeah, V3, the DAB, and there was one thing. So there were 3 elements, right? And then how to learn delayed gratification.
Oh, okay, yeah. All those things are very useful. If you're not following Mello, I definitely recommend following him. There's some people who haven't said anything at all. I remember Inviting was talking last night. Sequoia, I don't think I've heard you say anything. Sir Reggie with the hat and the mask in his picture too. And then we've got Sammy in there. What are you guys up to? Collector's back. Hey man, welcome back.
Yeah, man. So, what's up, guys? My bad. I'm just in the background playing some games right now, trying to get some time for myself.
Hey, what's up? How's all going today? All right?
What's up, Sammy Chico?
Hey, I've just been listening. Yeah, it's so sad about this war, isn't it? I mean, one person, and I was just listening to you guys talk before. It's, just hits home. I mean, this ultimately affects everyone in the whole world eventually. But on a lighter note, I'm actually making thumbnail for Ladies Discourse on Friday. So it's our Saturday here in Australia. So we do the Ladies Discourse. And I know I saw Hex Travels in here just before. She's going to come on tomorrow. I've got on Friday. I've got some other ladies coming on Friday, maybe inviting Freedom. Yeah, so it's always a lot of fun. Just trying to get that right now. What are you guys up to?
Oh man, how you do it every Friday? Because I have some females need some because they hate coming into these groups because it's all male dominated. And I need to transfer them or send them somewhere because they keep asking me questions and I can't. I can, but like I'd rather have them get it from a different
Hey, I ain't gonna say this.
woman.
It sounded like he was like, "Yo, I just need these women to get the fuck out of my group because I don't need to fucking talk to them." That's all it sounded like. You better calm down, Mello. You better fuck down. That's all I want.
Not like that, but
Yeah, you know me on Twitter. Just DM me their handles and I'll reach out to them if you want.
Okay, cool.
Sweet.
Hey Mello, I never learned on how to share things for the pin wall, but you might as well just go and grab the video and pin it to the wall for people as a reminder on the 25th.
Okay.
Why is nobody talking? I was just talking.
Wait, does your name say "Be kind to Richard Hart" at the end, Sammy?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. What happened to Richard that prompted that?
Oh no, well if you were around in the early days, Richard, he used to take a lot of crap on Twitter. And on a lot of streams, and yeah, I just decided to put it in my name because there at the time there was a lot of people just being absolute assholes. I mean, back in 2020, 21, I mean, a lot of us Hexicans would get into huge arguments with people backing Richard because, there's so many people in Twitter space who are just nasty, calling him, scammer and blah, 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 and, nothing to back their arguments. And obviously there hasn't been one person who's been scammed or yet to come forward. So yeah, Richard Hart really copped a lot of shit, and it was tiresome. So I decided to put it in my name, to support Richard Hart, and just haven't taken it off. Anyone else remember what it was like?
Oh, I bet the
Still
environment was terrible.
You were there, mate?
Yeah, I was, but I wasn't really involved in the Twitter. I kind of know what was going on though. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, I was heavy on Twitter. In a lot. I mean, we were having a great time when was released, and I mean, building the community to what it was today. And yeah, I mean, we all stuck together and tried to support Richard as much as we could back in the day. But yeah, gee, we used to get into a lot of fights on Twitter, and we get suspended or blocked. I mean, we still do. I mean, occasionally it's calmed down so much to what it was. I mean, it used to be just rife. Everyone had something to say about Hex or Richard Hart. I mean, even in Facebook, I've been banned by so many groups for saying, hey, check out Hex, and next thing you know, you're banned. But, that just makes me love it more because people are that naive. It's just another thing that they fail to see it is for what it is. They overthink it and think it's something else when, if you look at it and you look at, if you do your research and look into it, it's actually a really, really good product. So, yeah, that's the whole story. Yeah, it was full on, really full on. But yeah, if anyone looks at Hex price today, which I did take a bit of a look, looks like it is crashing, but the whole market's crashing. I mean, Bitcoin's gone down, Ethereum's gone down. I suppose when there's talk of war in the air, it's people get discouraged about the future and get unsure and, yeah, withdraw their money from their investments. And they do it in packs. So I think we're seeing that in stocks. So I know the stock market went down the other day, and now we're seeing it in crypto. So it's not good for anything, these wars. It just actually brings people down. But yeah, the stream today with Richard Hart and Peter Schiff was good. Peter was yelling a lot, which was a bit irritating. But I suppose he's older. So yeah,
Old
it
man.
was more old man Peter Stiffy. But yeah, I mean, Richard spoke so well. He was calm, he was cool, he was collected, and it showed that he really had respect for his elders. Because I mean, Richard, Peter isn't ancient, but he is a bit of an old codger, to be honest. He's very old fashioned in his thoughts, very traditional finance, and he just doesn't see what we see. We're a different generation, and I think he finds it difficult to see outside his box. He's a man of his time, and that's his way. Some people live like that. A lot of the old people are the same as him and don't want to learn, or it's too much for them to look into things like crypto or too many things on the internet. But yeah, Richard, was fantastic. Those moderators, what did you guys think of the moderators? I thought that they really, I think they sort of spoiled it a bit because they didn't let them really like get into the nitty gritty. And right at the end, it's like, let's finish up now. Like, let's close shop. Like, they could have been there for another hour talking. What do you guys think of the moderators?
They sucked.
Yeah, I didn't like the fact that they let number one, there was a problem with the mics where Peter Schiff just sounded like God voice and Richard was a whisper. But the moderator should have interrupted when because I saw Richard like attempting his haymakers in the whisper, and he was interrupted, and Peter just ate up his time, and the moderator was like, "This is totally fine." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, they were so amateur. I mean, I was one. They're all Aussies too, and I said to some of the boys in the Aussie chat, like, who the hell were those moderators? And they said one of them's got some crypto business, and he's actually connected to that company that put it on. I don't know what it was called. Um, and yeah, apparently he was getting something out of it. I don't know if his name was getting around because he was putting it on, but yeah, there was one of them who's is actually known for a bit of crypto fraud. One of the guys in the Aussie group was saying that some of his mates who were in Hex and PulseX had a company, and that one of those guys, that skinny dark haired one who was sort of in the middle at the end, he like stole their IP address, and yeah, now he's doing like fraudulent things, and yeah, he's a pretty shady character. So I'm surprised he was actually involved in the whole thing. Not that I know him.
Yeah, that was a little bit crazy. Pulse and L. I sent you the link for that Instagram page that you were looking for, and to that conversation. Yeah, that Peter guy. He's the last one of the last few alpha male wannabes still like in the business. To think by raising the voice or interrupting someone or asking 1,000 questions instead of waiting for the answer of the first question is the way to debate. If I was a gold investor and I had my eye on Peter, after seeing that debate, I wouldn't even touch that guy with a 10-foot pole.
The thing is, I think